We are live at CollectCo for Wednesday, November 27th. Live Facebook, YouTube, and X live stream. When you're on and watching, be sure and let us know, okay? Say hi, hit the like button. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. No, just Thanksgiving Eve. Let's go ahead and hit the like button. Let's hit share. Let's hit copy link. Let's hit share. Let's hit group. Let's share it there, and there. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to hit share, copy link again. I'm going to jump over here to Chad. Whole lot of records, and I think I shared a hot picture earlier. Some stuff we're selling tonight. Right here it is. I'm going to hit paste, and then I'm going to hit over here where it says Facebook, and I'm going to put Facebook link, and then I'm going to put an exclamation part and hit post, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to change accounts and move over to CollectCo. Jerry Stone, the first commenter. Jerry, have you ever done that before? First comment, Jerry Stone, Matt Ketchum, Arnold Adams, Dwayne Seville, Phil Freeman, Craig Sweden. Welcome. Now I'm going to hit the like button over here. Let's hit share. Let's hit this link. Welcome, everybody. Boom, there it is. And let's hit the like button there. Let's hit the like button as that. So that's done. Let's jump over here to YouTube. And where are you? Flagged. You take off flagged. We don't like flags. There's a flag on the play. All right, now I need everybody to hit the like button on YouTube. Also share. Also copy link. Also go on Facebook. Also post it here. Welcome, everybody. Thanksgiving Eve. The night before the turkey slaughter. The night before the macaroni massacre. The night before the cranberry crusade. The night before the dumpling devastation. There's a lot of alliterations I could do here with the turkey and dressing manifesto. Chocolate pie disaster. All right. Let's also jump over here as Chad. Oh, I'm back as Chad. I'm going to jump back over here as CollectCo page group. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. If no one knows what I was doing right now, and they would think, what is wrong with this dude? What is wrong, and where is the closest mental institution he could check into? Right, Tanner? Hey, Tanner's up here. Alrighty. There's the YouTube link. Tanner. Alrighty. All right. Now our story. Let me get my throat cleared. Goodness. Good times, bad times. Amazing. No Otis. Craig says, does he have Otis? No Otis. No Otis. He's already made his appearance for tonight. He licked all the Arby's sauce off my fingers. Arby's. Good times, bad times. You know I've had my share. Boom, 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 boom. Da 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 da. John Bonham doing those triple feels with the kick drums. Da 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 da. Ting ting. He's hitting all those cymbals. Boy, if you want to hear an amazing just musicianship at its finest, go listen to the Lemon Song. The Lemon Song, when they do that little breakdown, gosh, so good, right, Tanner? Gosh, that's so good. When they're doing that, he's doing that call and response. Plant's like, hey, and then Page will play his guitar, and then Bonham's over there like doing stuff on the drums, and it's pretty wicked. All right, everything's been shared, and the show's about to begin. We got blues, we got Japanese, and I've got some other stuff as well. Let me step right over here. Yeah, we have a Zeppelin bootleg. That Sunday's record will be showed in 1 second. We got some waiting lists tonight, and I think I got a few auctions over here behind the counter actually to supplement. I know we got Japanese and blues, but I think there was a couple other things over here. Yeah, here's a couple things. I got Raven. I got Scorpions. Let me find the rest of these. I'm going to reduce the price of this Nirvana. And then what else was here? I'm going to leave that in the bin. Oh yeah, well, and I got some of these bundles to auction. That's actually full of autographs, but it's not much music-related stuff. Here's a couple auctions. And I might just go ahead and these higher price records, Tanner, I was going to price. We might just try them at auctions first, okay? All right. And then if not, I'll give a minimum bid less than what I was going to sell it for, or we'll try something else, okay? All right, the first thing I'm going to show, so I can move them off the table, is Future Past Eddie. He's a jumbo, and he's $29.99. Eddie is Pop Funko Rocks. He's kind of an oversized one. Future Past Eddie is $29.99. $29.99, and I've got 2 of them. Go ahead and get him off the table. Wow, it's bright in here. It's weird. We've replaced all of our light bulbs, and I just turned around, and it kind of hit me how bright it is in here now. So, oh, I know where some more auctions are. So the show is officially began, but I'm doing a couple of last things. I'm trying to find even more auctions to supplement the insane amount of other stuff we have tonight. Paul has an incredible amount of blues, and then we got the Japanese stuff that hadn't been shown yet, and then we've got, like I said, some supplemental stuff, which I just brought over here. So let's go ahead and get started, okay? And Oso Adventure said both Funkos are sold. We got one to Robert Philippi, and we got one to Oso Adventure. So the first sale of the night are both Funkos, Tanner. These are sold for $29 and $29 to Robert Philippi and Oso Adventure. Let me show those one more time. Make sure nobody else wants on a waiting list. One sold to Oso and one sold to Robert Philippi. Make sure nobody was before Robert. There's not. I wonder if Scott Markheim's watching. That's typically right up Scott Markheim's alley. But let's put those right there. And right there, I'll put those on top of the sold pile a little bit later. And here's our first couple auctions right now. You know what we're starting with tonight, too? A Laura crate. We're starting with the Laura crate from the other night, last night, that it was brought up here. And, yeah, I got some cool records here, though. And let's go ahead and show them. I've got a Patsy Cline, some sort of test pressing. And I got a Raven Stay Hard. So that's going to be our first couple auctions. Then I got all the blues, and I got all the Japanese. So here we have it. First thing is Raven Stay Hard. Now, this was pulled out of a bin, so I really don't have much information, but I believe it is a 1985 U.S. original, and there's no condition notes. Let's see here. It's a specialty press. It's a 1985. It definitely looks like an OG. No condition notes. It has a retail sticker on it, and that is a $25 start. $25 start. That is now for bid. And this Patsy Cline, I think y'all have seen several of these kind of records from Dale's collection. I think they're test pressings. Patsy Cline always, of course, that's nothing original. Most of her albums for the 50s would have not looked like this, nor been on MCA. But I think that's some kind of compilation. I think that's some sort of compilation. So that's Patsy Cline. That's called Always, and it's a test pressing or some sort of promo. I really don't know. It kind of gives test pressing vibes. Patsy Cline is a $15 start, though. That's our first couple auctions. All right, so let's get started right now. Go through the supplemental. I'm going to Japan a month, and we'll be taking 150 record cases. I carry on. Wow. Yeah, that's back on my agenda. I think all this year I've talked about going to Japan, just never sat down to plan it. So, Paul, I'll probably talk to you. I have somebody else I know and that's went, and I'm going to try to make sure I know what I'm doing before I head over there. I got to really make sure I know what I'm doing, right, Tanner? All right, here's the first record. We're going to start with a crate of stuff that Laura brought up here last night that we didn't go through. Elvis, a great start. It is VG condition, $11.99. It has one feeler. It's a mark on side A. It's a 1975 U.S. Hub Serval reissue. One of the classic Elvis albums, VG, $11.99. City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy is in EX condition. That's $11.99. Don't Stop, Bloodstone, Gold Stamp promo, VG Plus $14.99. Don't Stop, Bloodstone. That's on MoFi. Don't Stop, Bloodstone. Also, we have Genesis. This is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. Genesis, From Genesis to Revelation. Genesis, VG Plus $17.99. Also, Janis Joplin Pearl, EX condition, $27.99. That was kind of the last album she put out as a solo artist. EX $27.99. And we have Race Wars, MC Chris. MC Chris has some cover damage. The vinyl is in VG condition, $9.99 on that. So right now we got two auctions going. We have Patsy Cline, which is some sort of test pressing of a compilation or reissue of Patsy Cline Always. The vinyl's really nice, $15 start, no bid as of right now. Raven has one bid for $25. Raven has one bid for $25. That's Brian Frenfrock. That is an OG, no condition notes, VG Plus cover, final call for $25. Next is, who do we have here? Batford and Ronnie. This is VG condition, $9.99. Batford and Rodney. That's VG condition, $9.99. And Neil Young, Harvest. This is in VG condition, $19.99. It's an OG copy of Harvest, it looks like. I saw the 7 Mary 3. Yes, they actually just sent me the solicitation for it earlier today. So I have my pre-order list has grown to a completely different dimension. Between all the Start Year Off Right, the new announcements for January, and all the Music on Vinyl solicitations, boy, I've got like 55 pre-orders to post, and that's just the good stuff. Then I always have like some stuff, well, I'll try this. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of this V8 Energy. Boy, that was good. Back to the bin. Golden Butler, the best of the Butterfield Blues Band, EX edition $27.99. The best of the Paul Butterfield Blues Band, EX edition $27.99. Also, we have The Doors, Other Voices. The Doors is VG Plus $14.99. The Doors, Other Voices. If you haven't already, please make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube. The V8 is about to kick in. So everybody just buckle up. Thanks for going ahead and joining us. Let me jump over here. And as of right now, I'm going to have to call out everybody that's watching again. The Facebook post has 95 viewers right now 98, now 99, and there's only 54 likes, and 2 of those are mine. I need everybody to take one moment and hit the Facebook like button. I would greatly appreciate it, okay? I'm going to do a little bit of tagging. V8s to Mike Massey. Yes, that's absolutely correct. Let me tag this right here. And let's jump back here. Scoop on Mary 73. Some sort of new pre-order. There is pre-orders. Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. There we go. The likes just jumped up by 30. This is why I pause and I make sure everybody's locked. It's a critical part of the sale. I tell Paul, I've told Brian, whenever you're doing the sales, you got to pause and you got to start begging people to hit the like button, okay? We have 65 on YouTube and we have 20 likes. Totally unacceptable. I'm stopping the show until there's more likes. There we go. 22, 23. I'm going to hit it myself. 24. There we have it. No, wait a second. It was at 21, 22. There we have it. I was number 22. That was weird. So make sure you've done that, okay? These auctions are over. Just one bid on Raven, $25. That's gone. Let's go ahead and sell that to Brian Frenfrock. Thank you. That is $25. That's gone. And we have Patsy Cline. If anybody wants this test pressing, it's a $15 buy it now. $15 buy it now. I'm going to put up new auctions as soon as I show Stevie Wonder. This is Hotter Than July. Stevie Wonder's in VG Plus condition. $21.99 for Stevie Wonder. Hotter Than July. Your Grinding Halt. Is that what that says? Or it's Your, and it's called Grinding Halt. It's a split 12-inch. That's why. With bands Grinding Halt and Vurr. It looks like V-U-R-R. No clue how to pronounce. Neither do I, Laura. That is hardcore. That's $9.99. $9.99. All right, let's go ahead and get a couple of our first auctions going. Let's pull something randomly from the blues bin. Oh, boy, how about this right here? I like the way this looks. Let's put up a great blues record while it's still early here. And the first thing we have is an original 1961 mono. I repeat, an original 1961 US mono EX Plus condition. Now an $85 start. This is incredible. If y'all don't know about this, we bought an insane blues collection. This is the Folklore of John Lee Hooker by John Lee Hooker. It's an original 61 US mono EX Plus condition. Price is an $85 start. There's the VJ original inner sleeve. There's the jacket. Folks, that is the real deal. That's going up for an $85 start. The Folklore of John Lee Hooker. The Folklore of John Lee Hooker. The next auction is Scorpions Virgin Killer. It's got the alternate cover, the reissue cover. No condition notes on the vinyl. It is a $35 start. Scorpions Virgin Killer. Really nice copy. That's up for bid. We have Miles Davis Green Haze. Miles Davis is $34.99. Miles Davis Green Haze. That's on Prestige. $34.99 on that. We have a bid on John Lee Hooker for $85. Gary, make sure you put John Lee Hooker. Please make sure you put JLH on that. Now, I meant to ask him to say something if he's watching, but I was outside earlier today, and a guy from California stopped by. He was in town visiting his in-laws, I think. I told him all about the sale. I showed him how to watch and bid. And I meant to tell him if he's watching to comment, because I was very curious if he's going to get on and check us out, because he wanted to come look around the store. But like I told him at the time, our store, as far as records, even if I let him in, there's nothing in here to look at right now. It's all on the trailers. We're bringing in stuff for the $1 sale, which is going to be on Friday. John Lee Hooker has bids for $85 and now $87. So for those watching all over, you don't have to be pre-registered. You can hop on and buy at any time. We have a 2021 Spain reissue Hardcore Punk, $29.99, or this is called Rich Kids on LSD, Riches to Rags. That is $29.99. Miles Davis is still in there. Also, we have Sleigh Bells, Kid Khrushchev. Sleigh Bells is a 2018 Record Store Day, limited to 1,000 on clear vinyl. First and only time ever pressed to vinyl, $19.99 on that. Also, we have the Black Keys, Let's Rock. The Black Keys is on white vinyl. Let's Rock. That's $24.99 for the Black Keys. Virgin Killer is a $35 start. As of right now, no bids. And John Lee Hooker is at $87. And the high bid with that is with Calvin Ward. Now, Gary Wellman, if you want to bid again, make sure you go ahead and put a bid. Or if you're done bidding, say out. Once you say out, though, you can't bid. But that definitely lets me know you're done bidding, okay? We have John Miller on Golden Butter. That's so to John Miller. Thank you. Bob Riger on the Black Keys. Thank you. I have 3 crates of new vinyl tonight. One of them is completely full. One of them is completely full of the Great White pre-order, which we'll go ahead and knock out early tonight at the conclusion of this bin. Sleigh Bells is sold to Boontar. Thank you. Hope everybody has tomorrow night off, so you have nothing to worry about. You're just kicked back and ready to watch Coletco and buy records, and you know you're off tomorrow, and you're just going to be relaxing with family. And tonight, you can stay up all night long. You can be here with us till 12 or 1 a.m., right, Tanner? Exactly. This is $34.99. This is 303 Want. 303's on blue vinyl. That's $34.99. I got a Avett Brothers, the Carpenter. The Avett Brothers is $34.99. I got some bundles, okay? So I've got 3 full crates, and if we sell them all, that'd be a lot of records just by themselves. I've got bundles from Fred Goodwin. I've got like 15 Jan and Dean albums, okay? And I'm going to show them, I'm going to price them, and it's going to be buy them all for one price. Jan and Dean and people like the Four Seasons and Patsy Cline and Dan Arbach. Keep it here. Dan Arbach is a 2009 US OG, $39.99. Melissa Bailey on 303. That's sold. Hello, Pete Weisgarber. Hello, Jared Benoit. We have, yes, the Big Generator. Yes is $19.99. And we have, what do we have here? This is Italian Psych, $19.99. Birdman of Alcatraz, $19.99 on that. So, we have Scorpions Virgin Killer. This is a $35 buy it now. Scorpions Virgin Killer. Scorpions Virgin Killer. This is a $35 buy it now. Scorpions Virgin Killer. No bid on that. I'm going to put it over here with the Patsy Cline test pressing. Next is John Lee Hooker. Gary Wellman's out. Calvin has it for 92. So the John Lee Hooker, let's look at that one more time. This is an original 1961 U.S. mono. A 61 U.S. mono original of John Lee Hooker, the folklore of John Lee Hooker. Incredible. It's incredible that I've never had this before. Pretty scarce record. Just don't get blues records too often. And it's in EX Plus condition. I haven't emphasized enough how incredible this blues collection is. There should be like news articles written on it. It should be featured on the nightly news. How incredible this blues collection is. Fred Carnell on Dan Arbach. That is sold to Fred Carnell. Chuck Edgar is going to do the Scorpions for a $35 buy it now. This is the first big blues auction of the night, and it's a final call to Calvin Ward for $92. In that grade, tough to secure. Our next auction, I have put this up before, but we're going to have some fun with it tonight because it didn't sell, and it's a Nirvana record on colored vinyl. It is a live Nirvana album, Nirvana Live and Loud. This is on two-tone colored vinyl. It's blue and white and clear. At the time we put this out there, the cheapest one available on Discogs was $75, and that was in VG Plus condition. This thing is near mint, and we're going to put it up for a $35 start. Nirvana Live and Loud. So 2 LP colored vinyl, that's a $35 start. Fred Carnell wants the Birdmen of Alcatraz. That was the Psych record. Right now, we're going through, I think, some records that Laura marked yesterday. They were brought up here last night, and now we're going through them for the first time. I'm going to Break Your Heart. That's the soundtrack. It is sealed, $9.99. We have Strung Out, Suburban Teenage Wasteland Blues. That's a 1996 USOG. 96 USOG, VG $14.99. Nirvana has a bid for $35. Sublime, $5 at the door. I remember when this came out not too long ago. This is the Urban Outfitters exclusive, limited to 1,000. Orange and fuchsia melt colored vinyl. That is $39.99. The Patsy Cline is from Fred's collection. It's a test pressing of Always, which is some kind of 80s MCA, probably compilation or reissue, and it's EX Plus or better, and it's a $15 buy it now. Nobody bid on Patsy for a $15 buy it now. Nirvana has another bid for $35. We have the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is on gold vinyl. This is called The Return of the Dream Canteen. $24.99 on that. Brandon Lack on Sublime. Brandon, you get Sublime. Thank you. Also, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Rare Junk. Nitty Gritty is $19.99. All right, Calvin, you get the first really incredible blues collection here, or blues record. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $92. Thank you, $92. That's sold to you. Sublime has a new bid, or excuse me, Nirvana has a new bid for $40. Craig Ruth, you were second on Sublime. Patrick Lear, if you're passing on Patsy, Jim Sedal wants it. And Nirvana has another bid for $50, and now another bid for $50. Carolyn on that, and so is Shane Devers. Let's go ahead and grab another record then from the auction crate. We done John Lee Hooker. That means we need to do Howlin' Wolf. Howlin' Wolf, folks. Howlin' Wolf, an original 1973 U.S. Pitman. This is manufactured by GRT Corporation on the rim text. So that has to be some kind of label variation, it looks like. But this is an original 1973 U.S. Pitman. And this is a $45 start. The vinyl is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It is a beautiful, look at this. It looks like it was just opened. A beautiful copy of Howlin' Wolf, The Backdoor Wolf. The Backdoor Wolf. That's a $45 start. I left off, and hold on a second. Let's go ahead and sell Patsy Cline to Jim Sedal. Jim, that's sold to you for $15. Thank you. No bid on that. That was one of the early auctions. I put up a couple auctions early, and they really got one bid and no bid. There wasn't many people on. Now everybody's on. Now everything's getting bids. Nirvana 50, Scott Oman on red. Scott Oman, going to get the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Nirvana 52. Robert Philippi, you were second on Patsy Cline. Nirvana 65, Nirvana 70. Howlin' Wolf 45. Brandon Lack, you got Sublime, and Howlin' Wolf has a bunch of bids already. Okay, next is Mark Hummel and the Blues Survivors playing in your town. That is sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. And Curtis Mayfield, There's No Place Like America Today. A 1989 Mexican a Mexico pressing, a reissue, $29.99. Our first Japanese auction of the night is going to be what? I don't know. How about Culture Club, Waking Up with a House on Fire? Culture Club is a Japanese pressing, no condition notes. It's going to be a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. Culture Club, there's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. And Culture Club is a $25 start. There's Curtis Mayfield. Next thing I've got is the last two records in this bin. This is Dire Straits, $24.99. That's their debut. Sultans of Swing is on there. And we have Bronski Beat. I actually showed that last night, but it was put back. It's Bronski Beat, Hundreds and Thousands. It's a VG copy for $9.99. VG for $9.99. That was actually laying around, so I said, we'll go ahead and just slip that back in the bin. Okay, so Nirvana. The high bid on Nirvana is $75 with Shane Devers. Howlin' Wolf, the Backdoor Wolf, has a high bid with Daryl Johnson at $70. Craig Ruth wants Dire Straits, and I just laid Culture Club down for a $25 start. And Gary Wellman wants Curtis Mayfield. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That's so to you. All right, and Richard, you were second on Dire Straits. The condition of Curtis Mayfield, he's already sold. Now, this was our first bin of the night. We got 3 crates of new vinyl. One of them is the completely full of the new Great White album, Twice Shy. I'll be showing that in just a second. And when I show that, I'll go ahead and knock out the entire pre-order, which will be next. We have already pre-sold about a whole crate and a half of them. Big pre-order on that. And speaking of pre-orders, I hope everybody's in a whole lot of records because there are a ton of big pre-orders being announced every single day for a good solid month. I mean, there's enough to go around for a long time. Amazing reissues coming out and new releases. First time on vinyl stuff. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. VG condition, $11.99. That has got one feelable mark on it. City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy is EX edition, $11.99. Don't Stop, Bloodstone, VG Plus, $14.99. Motown label. Genesis first album. This is Genesis' debut, From Genesis to Revelation. That is their first album, VG Plus, $17.99. We have Pearl, Janis Joplin, EX, $17.99. Chuck Edgar on Elvis, that's sold to Chuck Edgar. We have Race Wars by MC Chris, VG, $9.99 with some cover damage, VG, $9.99. We have Batforth and Rodney. Batforth and Ronnie is VG condition, $9.99. We have Harvest Neil Young, VG condition, $19.99. The Doors, Other Voices is VG Plus, $14.99. Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than July is VG Plus, $21.99. This is a split album. One's called Vur, V-U-U-R, and the other one's called Grinding Halt. It is $9.99. That's a hardcore record. Miles Davis, Green Haze. Davis is $34.99. Also, this is $29.99. It's Rich Kids on LSD. This is called Riches to Rags. I think I said Rags to Riches earlier. Nirvana is a final call. I don't think anybody's bid since Shane put 75. There was Daryl Johnson bidding, but he has not set out. Daryl, if you want to continue bidding, let me know, or say out. If you say out, you can't bid again, but that'll let me know you're done so we can sell these and move on to something else. In the middle is a beautiful, pristine Howlin' Wolf album, The Backdoor Wolf. And Backdoor Wolf, the last bid on that I said was Daryl Johnson. He was at 70. Never mind, Daryl Johnson wasn't bidding on Nirvana. He was bidding on Howlin' Wolf, and he still has the high bid. Sorry about that. The last bidder on Nirvana before Shane was who? It was somebody. Who was before Shane? John Kaiser. I don't know if he set out or not. He may have. John Kaiser, you're out on the Nirvana, and he's back in. Okay. So first thing was Michael McCullen. Now Harvest Price, Neil Young Harvest. Michael, that was VG condition, $19.99. Michael McCullen, if you don't want it, Margaret says she'll take it. Now that means Howlin' Wolf. Daryl Johnson has that for 70. Daryl Johnson has that for 70. Nirvana's at 85. No one's bid on Culture Club. Final call for 25. Brian Call on The Doors. That's sold to Brian Call. That is sold. Also, we have the Avett Brothers, the Carpenter. The Avett Brothers is still available for $34.99. Also, Yes, Big Generator. Yes is $19.99. I'm Gonna Break Your Heart, music from the original motion picture. That's sealed for $9.99. Strung Out, Suburban Teenage Wasteland Blues. VG condition, $14.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Rare Junk. That's $19.99. No condition notes. Mark Hummel and the Blue Survivors, Playing in Your Town. That is sealed for $14.99. And we have Bronski Beat, Hundreds and Thousands. That's VG $9.99. Lisa says she'd been on Culture Club at $25. You did. I'm just now seeing that. Thank you, Lisa. You got that for $25, and that's a final call. Michael McCullen, MD for Miles. I have already pulled that for you. I was fast. I pulled it so fast you didn't even see it. And then Craig Ruth wants yes. That is so to Craig Ruth. Tim Holloway wants the Avett Brothers. That's so to Tim Holloway. And those are gone and gone. Okay. Now we have SO $14.99. Is that a offer or a claim? It's a claim. Daryl, just FYI, you don't have to put a price when you're claiming something. Sometimes I think you're making an offer and it may get overlooked because these are all sticker price. Next is Rich Kids on LSD colored vinyl. I don't believe so. It doesn't look like it. It is not. It's black vinyl. It's a 2021 Spain pressing on that one. Brian Lacey on MH. Brian Lacey on MH. That's Mark Hummel. Nirvana has a new bid for $95, and no one else bid on Howlin' Wolf. Daryl Johnson, that's sold to you for $70. Daryl, have I sold to you before? Daryl Johnson, is that a first-time buyer? I don't know. Is it? Yes, I think so. Maybe. I don't recall saying that name too much. Tanner, any thoughts? I think that's new. Daryl, are you a first-time buyer? If so, you just bought a record and an auction, and you are brand new to Coletco, I believe. So thank you and welcome. And somebody just messaged the page, something about a new Van Halen. I'm not for sure. So he says, no, sir. He's bought from us before. Okay, well, welcome back. So there you have it. Sorry, I just maybe didn't catch that. Now, first-time buyer. Okay, no first-time buyer. All right. Well, I need you to go ahead and do me a favor then. Welcome to Coletco. I need to go ahead and make sure I get your information because you're a first-time buyer. Right off the bat, you have won an auction and you have bought something out of the crate. So go ahead and do me a favor right now, and when it's completed, say done, go ahead and send us a message on Facebook. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Email address and mailing address. Go ahead and send that to us right now to Messenger on Coletco business page, and you're going to be good to go after that. When you're done and you come back, I will go ahead and send that. I'll give you further information. Now, Upton asked for Neil Young harvest priced. Neil Young harvest priced. Upton Sinclair never did say yes or no. So Upton, let's go ahead and sell this to you. Or let's go ahead and sell this to Margaret. I didn't hear back from Upton. Upton, this was VG $19.99. So I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Margaret Gerhold. I'm going to scroll through here one more time, make sure I didn't miss anything. Lisa had Culture Club for $25. Peter Mazzolino said, how much is CC? It's $25, and we're about to sell it. I think we got Daryl's instructions passed along, and we're going to go ahead and sell Rich Kids to Paul Brothers. All right, that's sold to Rich Kids. Greg on Van Halen. Is that who just messages? That is a Record Store Day release. We're going to be getting those questions a lot. Rob Watson also just messages and said how to get on Van Halen pre-order. Those come out through Record Store Day, and we will not be getting those, okay? I'm surprised I hadn't had more questions. Those are Record Store Day titles. We are not part of Record Store Day. Those are a Record Store Day title, okay? There's a bunch. Van Halen Live, etc. Okay, so make sure I didn't miss anything. And album name on CC. Waking Up with a House on Fire. Where did we get to on Nirvana? Nirvana's been a battle. It's been a war. Shane has it for $95. John Kaiser has not set out. John Kaiser, you are outbid though. Okay? Now, here we go. Daryl Johnson said done. Bob Reiger says we've been on this crate. We was on this crate for 25 minutes. I went through it. We sold almost all of it. I went through it again, and we've sold literally almost all of it. If there is a literal definition for almost. Bronski Beat, Nitty Gritty, Soundtrack, Your Stevie Wonder, Batford, MC Chris, Can't Believe No One Got Genesis, Janis Joplin, Bloodstone City Boy. Wow. Whew, that was a busy crate. Tanner's got me a whole crate of Fred Goodwin stuff that I have marked.
I made those $9.99.
Okay. Thank you.
And then, of course, all those Loretto Lynn's that were together.
Yes. I'm going to show them individually and then bundle them. All right. New vinyl coming up right now. Without further ado, let's go ahead and knock this crate out. I'm going to need my laptop, which is on the counter. I'll get that in 1 second. Hint, hint to Tanner. Laptop on the counter. All righty. This is going to be a fun crate because it has restocks. It has waiting list, and it's got a lot. Here we go. So, not requested. No, there was somebody that just messaged the page, Greg. That's why I brought it up. Somebody just messaged the page and asked could they get their name put down for Van Halen Live in Dallas. And unfortunately, that's a Record Store Day title, okay? I've never been to a record store on Record Store Day. I'm always here running my store. So I have never been to a record store on Record Store Day except my record store. So, and it's just we're so busy here. If you own a business, if you own a retail business on Black Friday, it's literally one of the most important days of the year for your business. So we basically usually work around the clock getting our store set up for people to come here and do the record sales, the dollar record sales, the on-sale stuff. It's usually pretty insane. So if you work in retail or if you own a retail store, you know what I'm talking about, right, Tanner? It is pretty wild, just the amount of importance around that weekend. So here is another incredible auction going up right now. This is Fleetwood Mac. Give me 1 second. Let me put that right there. Okay, this is a beautiful copy of Fleetwood Mac. This is an original 1969 Pittman copy. And I want y'all to look at this. Wow. A 1969 copy of Fleetwood Mac English Rose, an original 69 Pittman press, a $55 start. $55 start. Fleetwood Mac English Rose, a $55 start. Okay? Now, let's go back up at the top. And the last thing I said, Paul Beal got rich kids. I may have said Paul Brothers. Let me clarify that. Sorry. I say both of y'all's names quite often. Paul Beal got the rich kids on the LSD. That's so did Paul Beal. Sorry about that. Okay, now, then John Kaiser bet 100 on Nirvana. Then Shane bet 105. Then Peter Mazzolino, 28 on Culture Club. Nirvana, 110. 26 on Culture Club. 30 on Culture Club. And we have 115 on Nirvana and 55 on Fleetwood Mac. Wow. There is already so much activity on the auctions tonight. Shane Devers has Nirvana for 115. Culture Club is a final call to Lisa Davidson for 30. Jason, you're out. Peter Mazzolino, you're out. And this is a top copy of Fleetwood Mac. It's an original. It has one bid for $55. The first record is Michael Bublé, Christmas. Red vinyl. We have 3 copies. Let me figure out what happened to the laptop computer. I feel like when I was yapping there, Tanner handed me my laptop, but did he? Or am I imagining things? I feel like he did, and I put it somewhere. So what did I do with it? Let me walk over here and see if it's not. But there was a waiting list for this. If you haven't already, please make sure you've hit the like button. Please make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Oh, it's still over here. He didn't hand it to me. I was dreaming he was handing it to me. But yeah, let me make sure I have enough battery. I think I got enough at least to knock out this first crate of pre-orders and waiting list. Jerry Stone wants me to come to the Record Bar in Wilmington, North Carolina. No, Jerry, I barely have time to go home at night. That's the problem. I had to, my mom was about to shoot me if I didn't go to the mountains about a month ago with her and my nephews for a couple of months or for a couple of days. Let me pull up this waiting list. I have about 30 free seconds every day. That's about how much free time I have. I have about 30 free seconds every day. And if I didn't have Paul helping me on Saturdays for these Tennessee Vols games, I probably wouldn't go to those. So I'm thankful on Thanksgiving for Paul doing sales for me on Saturdays. Otherwise, I wouldn't even go to Tennessee football games. Michael Bublé Christmas. I take off about 12 days a year, and that's every Saturday that the Tennessee Vols is playing, and that's it for me. Otherwise, I'm here 7 days a week. Michael Bublé, there was one waiting list, and that's Michael Bublé Christmas, and that is so to Jeff Sapia. Jeff Sapia, you was on a waiting list for that. I've got 2 extra copies, okay? 2 extra copies, Michael Bublé Christmas, $33.99. We have a major problem on Fleetwood Mac. The price is only $57 right now. This may be one of the best, nicest copies in the world. Fleetwood Mac, English Rose, an original 1969 Pittman, EX++ condition, and it's only at $57 with Thomas Hujar. $57 with Thomas Hujar. Beautiful jacket. This is extremely nice. Fleetwood Mac, English Rose. Now John Kaiser's at 60. Nirvana's out with Shane Devers. John Kaiser has that for 130. What happened with Culture Club? What happened with Culture Club? I said 2 people are out. I don't think they ever bid again or set out, so I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Lisa Davidson for 30. I don't think Peter Mazzolino set out. Jason Anderson did say out, so that is sold for $30. That is gone, and that is sold. We have a Michael Bublé being sold. Michael Bublé is sold, and that is sold to Lisa Davidson. And now we have 1 extra copy of Michael Bublé. I got a restock. No, I don't think I've ever had this before. Maybe one time. Blackstone Cherry live at Royal Albert Hall, y'all. Blackstone Cherry. It's a 2 LP. There's a lot of Blackstone Cherry in here. $29.99. Blackstone Cherry live from the Royal Albert Hall, y'all. 2 LP, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac, 100. There's the kind of jump I love. Let's go ahead and sell Nirvana, the John Kaiser. That is sold to John Kaiser for $130. That's sold. Fleetwood Mac is now at 100. Next auction that's going to go up right now is Otis Rush, Morning in the Morning. Otis Rush, Morning in the Morning. This is a 1969 U.S. Stereo white label promo. Not only is there blues auctions tonight, this guy had early Fleetwood Mac. He had Led Zeppelin bootleg. He had a lot of cool stuff. We've got amazing auctions tonight. When I post, we've got incredible auctions. I think y'all know now to take me seriously. Let's go ahead and sell Otis Rush for a $35 start. This is a 69 U.S. Stereo. It's a white label promo. A white label promo. That is a $35 start. Both Blackstone Cherries are sold. Gregory Roberts gets a Blackstone Cherry. Jamie Wills gets a Blackstone Cherry. And let's put another auction up here in the middle. I think I got another record here from the Fred collection I want to sell. Boy, talk about something scarce. I could not find a comp on this. None through PopPsych, none through Discogs. When you look at it on Discogs, none have ever sold and none are for sale. And this is the Springfields, as in Dusty Springfield. She was in a band before she kind of turned a pop singer, and that was a folk band called the Springfields. This is a U.S. original Pink Label Phillips promo. There's Dusty Springfield, the Springfields. This is a $15 start. It has a rubber promo stamp on the back. Pretty much no comps on that. Also, we have Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentlemen live at Red Rocks, and that is the translucent indie exclusive red vinyl. This is Ryan Bingham live at Red Rocks. Ryan Bingham. There was 1 person on a waiting list, Angela Lewis. Angela Lewis, this is sold to you. Angela Lewis, you get Ryan Bingham. I've got 2 extra copies. Chad makes me tired. I make myself tired. I finally went home, just so everybody's know, and maybe everybody be pleased and happy with me. Right after the sale last night, I literally shut off the computer, went home and slept. But then after 5 hours, I woke up in the middle of the night. It was actually early in the morning, and I've been up since then. After 5 hours, I'm done. I can't sleep anymore. If I try, it's almost painful. So I've been up since like early this morning. And so probably by about midnight, you'll hear my energy level completely drop. So I've got to get back on my wake up at 5 p.m. again. I don't know how I've got to reset that. So I don't know. I've been kind of off all this week trying to prepare for Black Friday. Ryan Bingham is $39.99. So we got 3 auctions going. One of them is a highly competitive Fleetwood Mac, but I think Robert pushed all his chips in, and I think everybody else might have folded. We'll find out. Robert Phillippe has English Rose, an original 1969 U.S. Pittman EX++. Robert Phillippe has that for $100. Final call on that, $100. Otis Rush is a white label promo, an incredible looking copy, Morning in the Morning, white label promo, and we laid that down. It's a 69 U.S. original, and once again, just a really high grade record for something like this. Otis Rush, Morning in the Morning. He got opening bids for 35, 37, 40, 45. And then Angela Lewis wants on the waiting list for Blackstone Cherry Live. Blackstone Cherry Live, $29.99, 2LP. Angela Lewis first on the waiting list. Also, we got Springfields with a bid of 15. Patrick Lear with a bid of 15. Ryan Bingham is $39.99. Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentleman. I got 2 copies. They're $39.99. The Springfields has another bid for $25. We have Springfields at $30. Next is Danger Danger. There was a waiting list for that. So we still got both extra copies of Ryan Bingham. Danger Danger. There's been 2 people on a waiting list, Gregory Roberts and Robert Matthews. Gregory Roberts and Robert Matthews. Roberts and Robert. So 2 copies of Danger Danger already sold, and those are $39.99. Music on vinyl presses. I've got 1 extra copy. I've got 1 extra copy of Danger Danger. Also, I've got Blackstone Cherry, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. Blackstone Cherry is $39.99. Another Blackstone Cherry. So make sure you start specifying which one you want here. The first one for Blackstone Cherry is Debbie Blair, Scott Smith, and Jamie McCord. That was actually the rest of the people on the pre-order and then 1 person on a waiting list. So I have several copies, but 3 people on a waiting list. Debbie Blair, Scott Smith, and Jamie McCord. All right, so there's 1, 2, 3. So I got 2 extra copies, and that is the new limited numbered blue vinyl pressing. Those are sold. Now, we have Otis Rush, the Springfields, and Fleetwood Mac. The first thing is Otis Rush. Otis Rush was at 45 with Calvin Ward. We got the Blackstone Cherry. There's 2 Springfield bids. Springfield's 25, Springfield's 30, Springfield's 35, and Springfield's 40. Springfield's 45. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Robert Philippi for $100. Robert Philippi, that is so due. Your $100 bump did it. A pristine, beautiful, original copy. That sold you for $100. Jamie Wills wants the Blackstone Cherry Limited here. Now there's 1 more. Javi Soto wants the last Danger Danger. $39.99 for Ryan Bingham. $39.99. That's a new release, live at Red Rocks, 2LP, and that's the indie exclusive color vinyl. 1 Blackstone Cherry, and get these while you can. The Sundays. The Sundays is $36.99. The Sundays, there's a waiting list. Sam Squatch, 67. Ryan Eaton, Sandy Villa, Jason McCoy. 4 people. Sam Squatch, 67. Ryan Eaton, Sandy Villa, Jason McCoy. I should have 6 extra copies left. The Sundays is on black vinyl. No, it's on silver vinyl. It should be on silver vinyl. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are typically 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, whenever they go out of print. Those are sold. Next is Sundays, B-sides. Sundays, Robert Philippi. Sundays, Javi Soto. Sundays, Daryl Johnson. I got 2 Sundays left. Rob Fordham wants a Sundays. I got 1 Sundays left. Sold to Paul Beal. Boy, that song changed my life when I heard it for the first time. You're not the only one I know. $36.99. Rob Bobby wants on the Danger Danger waiting list. You got it. Put Rob Bobby on the Danger Danger waiting list. Rob Bobby, you got it. Now, where are we on Otis Rush? If no one else bid, I am selling it. No, there's a new bid. Gary Wellman bid $55. Gary Wellman bid $55. So that means Otis Rush, the last bidder for the longest, Calvin, you're out. Gary Wellman's at $55. The Springfields, like I said, this is a pink label promo. Dusty Springfield's band, the Springfields. Pink promo label, none for sale. None's ever been listed. Or none's ever sold, none listed for sale. Also search Springfield's Folk Songs promo on Discogs or on PopSite. PopSite goes back 15 years on eBay sales. It gave me 0 results. That's pretty scarce. That's a pretty scarce LP. A promo copy of it. High bid is J.D. Conklin at 60. Calvin's out on Otis Rush. We have Garrett Seifert on Ryan Bingham. This is the red vinyl. 1 Ryan Bingham left. 2 LP, $39.99. And we have Ryan Bingham, Michael Bublé, and Blackstone Cherry. Okay? New bid on Otis Rush. Springfield's is at 60. I have 2 copies of Blackstone Cherry Kentucky. Here's another Blackstone Cherry. This one's on clear vinyl, $26.99 for Kentucky. $26.99 for Kentucky. Let's put up another auction from the Blues collection. Anybody ever heard of Albert King? Truckload of Lovin', an original 1976 US GSP. That is a $25 start. An original 1976 Albert King Truckload of Lovin'. It's about time for one of the high-end ones. We're going to do that next at the conclusion of next auctions. Look at the vinyl there. $25 start on that. Gold stamp promo on the back. Nice. Blackstone Cherry. Sold to Bob Riger. That's for Kentucky. Clear vinyl. Ryan Bingham. Last copy. Sold to Jamie Diaz. Sold. The Springfields. Sold. This is gone to J.D. Conklin for $60. $60. Thank you, J.D. Let's put that in a new sleeve for J.D. That's from Fred's collection. Beautiful, rare, scarce. Kentucky, sold to Gregory Roberts. Albert King has an open bid of 35. There's a new bid on Otis. Otis Rush is at 65 with Joe Gannon. So Gary Wellman, let me know if you want back in. Your last bid was 55, I believe. You're out. You can bid again or you can say out. Let me know. And we have next is Otis Rush is at 70. Okay, we got a restock. I almost forgot about this album. I forgot I even have it back ordered. That's how long it's been. Megadeth, Euthanasia. This is the only official pressing of this. It's a picture disc. It's not available on vinyl. $39.99. Megadeth, Euthanasia. I have had that back. I've almost forgot about that. I had them back ordered for so long. Megadeth is $39.99. I can put you on a Blackstone Cherry waiting list. Yes. Put Jamie Wills down on the Blackstone Cherry Kentucky waiting list. Blackstone Cherry Kentucky waiting list. Yes. All right. There's Megadeth. Now, Jerry, was your DS for Dusty Springfield? If that is, I'm sorry, it's already sold. Albert King's at 35. And then also, let's put Tim Floyd on the Blackstone Cherry Kentucky waiting list. Tim Floyd on the Blackstone Cherry Kentucky waiting list. Let's also put him there. And then Otis Rush 70. And then Megadeths are sold to Scott Drum and Brian Reynolds. Also Salty Dog, Scott Markheim, and John Howard. So these are evidently back in stock. I just sold all 5 of them. So let's start a waiting list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scott Drum, Brian Reynolds, Salty Dog, Scott Markheim, and John Howard. Those are all sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It'll be a waiting list. Unfortunately, Jeremiah, I'm not getting any Record Store Day stuff. We have never been approved for Record Store Day. They said we sell too much and we sell too much online. So they consider this selling online through Facebook Live, and that means no Record Store Day for us probably ever. I can't afford to start selling less or not selling online. I would have to go out of business. So no record. I can survive without Record Store Day. I would love to have it. We've convinced them. I've tried to convince them, but no Record Store Day for us. Blackstone Cherry is sold to Jamie McCord. This was a waiting list. This is Blackstone Cherry, Folklore and Superstition, limited to 1,000 on green-colored vinyl, $49.99. Blackstone Cherry, Folklore and Superstition, 1,000 green-colored vinyl. That is sold for $49.99 to Jamie McCord. I got 1 extra copy if anybody wants it. That is one of the new limited editions. And we have Hank 3, Rise and Outlaw. Hank 3 is $33.99. Hank 3, Rise and Outlaw. I was like, boy, I've never been heard of you selling too much. But that's what I was told from one of my distributors, one of my sales reps that have like direct contacts. They're like, I'm being told they say you move too much product. I'm like, wow, okay. So that's weird, but I'll take it. We can do it without it. We have Edwin Riviera. Instead of doing Record Store Day stuff on Record Store Day, we sell vintage, rare, hard to get LPs, okay? That's what we have for Record Store Day. Megadeth. Edwin Riviera on a waiting list. Put Edwin Riviera on a waiting list. And then Tim Floyd wants both cherries. So we have 2 left here. And Tim Floyd, I think you want both of these. The Devil and Folklore. I'll go ahead and sell both of those to Tim Floyd. Russell Flynn wants Hank. That is sold. That is sold to Russell Flynn. All right. Now, wow, can y'all believe this? Before we do the Great White, we have sold everything in this new vinyl bin. Everything is sold. And there's a waiting list, I think, for almost everything, too. The only thing left is Michael Bublé Christmas. Michael Bublé Christmas, one copy. We sold one already, two already. We sold three already, one waiting list, two. There's one left, $33.99. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and do Otis Rush and Albert King. Otis Rush and Albert King. Otis Rush, the last bit on Otis Rush, incredible blues records. You will not find these at Record Store Day. These are incredibly nice, original, amazing blues records we're selling tonight. Incredible stuff here. This is the real deal. Otis Rush, the last bid. This has got a lot of bids from a lot of people. I've got Gary Wellman at $70. Gary Wellman at $70. The bidder before him was Joe Gannon. Joe, if you're still watching, let me know if you want in. Gary has it for $70. It's a 69 US white label promo. Now, the other record was Albert King, Truckload of Lovin'. Albert King was an original 1976 US GSP. Albert King is a final call. I think we're still just on that opening bid. And that was $35 with Michael McCullen. Michael, if there's no other bids here in just a second, I'm going to sell that to you, okay? The Misfits. Oh, a Record Store Day Essential? I may can get that then. If it's a Record Store Day Essential, yeah, I may can get those. They allow me to get Record Store Day Essential. Okay. I may have misread that. Record Store Day Essential. Okay, I'll look into that. Yes. Record Store Day Essentials. Yes, I can get those. Those aren't really affiliated with Record Store. They're not affiliated with Record Store Day. It's, I think, it's a label that basically calls them essentials to get them kind of locked in with the other releases. But yeah, I'll look into it. If it's this week, if it comes out this week, then I may have already missed it, but I'll try my best to find it. All righty. So let's put up a new auction. And the next new auction is going to be, let's see what I got here in this Fred stuff that I found. I got some pretty interesting Fred stuff. Oh yeah, here's another really cool record. This is, I've had these before. This is Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, I Am the Greatest. This is the original mono promo from Columbia. A 2i, I Am the Greatest, Cassius Clay. A white label promo, superb condition, vinyl and jacket. That's going to go up for a $15 start. I Am the Greatest. That's an original 63 mono, white label promo. 63 mono. All right. Here is a huge, major pre-order. Hope everybody's ready. Let's go ahead and knock this out. We got crates from Paul, crates from Laura. I've got a John crate we're about to go through. A Fred Goodwin crate we're about to go through. If you know for sure you wasn't on this pre-order, I should have like 5 or 10 extras tonight. And then I've already ordered 10 more, okay? I should have extras tonight, and then I'll have 5 or 10 more. Everybody get ready. And let me start reading off names. First thing, before the feed gets too buried, I don't think I heard back from Joe Gannon. Let me make sure. I got to put up a new auction. This is sold then. Otis Rush to Gary Wellman for $70. Let me make sure before I officially drop the hammer, I didn't hear back from Joe Gannon. Did say out. Thank you. $70 on that. All right. And then Albert King got a new bid, I think, with Michael Nath. Michael McCullen came back in at 36, now 40. Michael has Albert King for 40. Let's do one of the big records from the front. The other night, actually, let's go ahead and do this because these have been pretty incredible. Whew. I think y'all remember this the other night, right? Well, this is a sealed one. We sold a promo copy the other night. This one's sealed. Who knows? It may be a promo too. We can't say that for sure, though. This is Lightning Hopkins, Freeform Patterns. Lightning Hopkins backed by the 13-4 Elevators. A sealed Original 1968 US stereo. Original jackets have white border on the front, whereas the repress has black wrapping around to the back. The vinyl on this will also be thicker than represses. There is definitely a chance that this could be a promo. Paul's absolutely correct. No sealed copies have come up since January of 2022, going on 3 years. This is a sealed copy of Lightning Hopkins, Freeform Patterns, on the very famous and collectible International Artist label, backed by members of the 13-4 Elevators, a $245 start. All right. Great White, Twice Shy. Indie exclusive red vinyl. This is the first time this album's been in print in years. Great White, Twice Shy features the Angel Song, House of Broken Love, and Once Bitten, Twice Shy. Red vinyl, $33.99. The first person was Brian Reynolds. If you hear your name twice, let me know, because this is a big one. Brian Reynolds, Devin Reese got one. Kelly Cook got one. Greg Preston got one. Autumn Betts got one. Tony Wade got one. There's one for Tony Wade. Also, we have Katie Gomez and Tiffany Long. Don Harrison and Scott Markheim. Let me pause right there. Are we sure that nobody wants Michael Bublé? It's $33.99. Let me pause right there. We got amazing crates to go through tonight. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button on Facebook. I'm about to start doing some bundling, okay? I'm actually going to do some bundling probably right in the middle of this bin. Also, disclaimer on this post, because this totally freaked a few people out when they got it in the mail. It's totally freaked out a few people. They thought I had sold them an opened record. This record does not come sealed. I repeat, this record does not come sealed. It comes in a loose sleeve. This record does not come sealed. It's brand new, I promise. They did not shrink wrap them. That totally blew a couple people's minds. These do not come sealed. They're just in a loose sleeve. David Campbell got one. Darren Wortman got one. Also, we have Dwayne Worley on one. Dwayne Worley, Scotty Hops and Pat Miller. Scotty Hops and Pat Miller. Those are sold and sold. Brooks Valder, Rick Hall. Brooks Valder, Rick Hall. This is for Great White, Once or Twice Shy. Tim Miller, Carla Brecky. Tim Miller, Carla Brecky. Michelle Phillips Woodard, Craig Ruth. Michelle Phillips Woodard, Craig Ruth. Don Nicole, Jamie Butler. Don Nicole, Jamie Butler. Scott Ranatan and Sean Druin. Scott and Sean. Scott Ranatan, Sean Druin. We have Chris Young and Jerry Stone. Chris Young and Jerry Stone. We have Eddie Carter and Kevin Jordan wants two. One for Eddie Carter, two for Kevin Jordan. Those are gone and gone. Jason Waldron, Stephen Reeves. Jason Waldron, Stephen Reeves. Jamie Diaz, David Eberly. Jamie Diaz, David Eberly. Sold and sold. If you hear your name called twice, let me know so we can retract. Kevin Knight, Angela Lewis. Kevin Knight, Angela Lewis. John Smetzer, Kenny Case Jr. John Smetzer, Kenny Case Jr. Tony Samuelson, Bill Walton. Tony Samuelson, Bill Walton. Kevin Brabble, Darren Wallace. Kevin Brabble, Darren Wallace. Glenn Kesey, James Rayner. Glenn Kesey, James Rayner. We have Jamie McCord, David Polkey. Jamie McCord, David Polkey. Walt Cruz, Justin Dale. Walt Cruz, Justin Dale. Manny Ray wants two. One for Manny Ray, two for Manny Ray. Richard Davis was next. Richard Davis was next. One for Richard Davis, one for Penny Conaway. Next is Ken Crooker and William Lee Murray. Ken Crooker and William Lee Murray. Jay Conde and Todd Kilgore. Jay Conde and Todd Kilgore. Tim Turner and J.J. Wilson. Tim Turner and John Joseph Wilson, also known as J.J. We have Paul Brothers and Scott Drum. Paul Brothers and Scott Drum. Kevin Carpenter, Trevin Carpenter, and Manny Ray said two. Manny's already commented he wanted two. I'm almost positive. So let me skip that. Manny, you don't get another two. I'm just going to skip you there. Clifford Umstead and Scott Fish. Clifford Umstead and Scott Fish. We have Brian Thurman getting two. Two for Brian Thurman. Rob Bobby wanting one. Crystal Newman wanting one. Rob Bobby, Crystal Newman wanting one. Dwayne Sevilla and Jackie Heath Long. Dwayne Sevilla and Jackie Heath Long. That is sold and sold. Also, we have one for Michael Carpenter, and Robert Matthews. Michael Carpenter and Robert Matthews. Next is Fred Cardinal and Sean Holford. Fred Cardinal and Sean Holford. Those are sold and sold. And now I have filled up a full crate. I have more. And I have another empty crate to start filling up. Thanks everybody that made pre-order. They just announced another one. They're doing Great White Hooked. They're doing Great White Hooked next. That's up for pre-order and a whole lot of records. Also, this goes to show you there's not enough OG Great Whites in the world. There's never enough, because look how many people pre-ordered this reissue. There's just not enough in the world for everybody. That's incredible. Ooh. Next is Paul Schessel. There's one for Paul Schessel. That's a definitely new buyer. Schissel. Also one for Jeff Hawes. So Paul and Jeff, those are sold and sold. And that was the last ones, okay? That was the last ones. Now, I've already ordered 10 more. These were in stock, and also they've been available. So they've also, they did Once Shy, I think. The first one, the one with the girl on the front. That one is still in stock. And I just ordered 10 more copies. Okay, that pre-order's done. If you heard your name, you got one. That should have been like 80 people maybe. That's a big one. Now, I left off. I put down a couple new auctions, and then I walked away, and then I said some final calls. Michael Nath had Albert King for 40. And if there's not another AK bid, I'm selling it to Michael. And then Michael McCullen bid 40, but Michael Nath was in first. Cassius Clay was a 1963 mono white label promo. Keelan Lee was the first bidder at 15. Okay, Scott Drum was first on a Great White. That's sold to Scott Drum. That's sold to Scott Drum. Next is Shannon Mashaka on Great White. That's sold to Shannon Mashaka. Next is Brian Barwick. Brian Barwick on Great White. Then the sealed Lightning Hopkins. We had bids for $245, $250. J.D. Conklin on Great White. Steve Phillips on Great White. Okay. Next is Lightning Hopkins $252. Lightning Hopkins $252. Okay. And then Stacy Metternich wants a Great White. Rob Fordham wants a Great White. Edwin Riviere on Great White. Lightning Hopkins $260. Bob Riger on a Great White. Peter Policino on Great White. And now we're sold out. I've already got 10 copies in. They will probably be delivered Friday, so they'll be in for this week. We can start a waiting list. The first person is Megan Anderson. No, never mind. Scott says put his back. He pre-ordered one, all right? So I'm putting Scott's back, and now we're going to give it to Megan Anderson. And now the first person on a waiting list is Greg Mossberger. I've already got 10. There's already 10 on the way. So, Greg, you'll be first on the waiting list. Now, I'm sure I called somebody's name out more than once. So, Monday, when they get their invoice, they're going to say, hey, I got 2 on here. And that's probably because they commented twice on the post. That actually happens quite often. There's multiple people that it gets popped back up in their feed, and then they accidentally comment twice, which is perfectly okay. I had a record spill over here. I had a crate fall over. Everything's A-okay, though. I fixed it. Don't worry, it wasn't the blues records. All right, so wow. Great White, also James Vasquez. And folks, we're good to go. I have one more short crate of new vinyl to do here in just a second. I pulled and cherry-picked some records myself for $14.99. And let's go through them. Actually, some of them are $9.99. So let's go through some of these. Should be an interesting crate. I checked them. I cleaned some of them. A lot of these were from Fred's collection. They were already good to go. Can you get Great White Once Bitten? Yes. You can go on a waiting list if you want them. You can go on a waiting list if you want them, okay? If you want one for Once Bitten. And make sure you're on the pre-order for Hooked. Make sure you're on the pre-order for Hooked. Okay? That's in our group, Whole Lot of Records. Make sure you're in on that. So, here we go. we're about to get back to normal pace. Those major pre-orders really kill the show, but we have to do it that way. Otherwise, we'll get about 1 million questions. Has it been shown? Most people who pre-ordered probably is watching, so now they know they already got one. And that way we can do a waiting list and get it all done at the same time. Those don't happen too often. All right, so did this just get one bid for $15? If so, I'm putting it away. Keelan Lee, I think you were the only bidder, unbelievably, for a white label promo. Keelan Lee, $15. Usually this does because it's Muhammad. I mean, it's an original Muhammad Ali record. But Keelan Lee got it, $15. I already said that twice. There was no other bids. It was a white label promo, $15. Okay. Now, Albert King, we need new auctions badly. We need new auctions badly. Michael Nath's at $45. Michael McCullough never has bid again, but I hadn't officially called that bid out. So Michael Nath has Albert King for $45, an original 66 US, near mint minus. And then here is an incredible record, okay? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets close to air horn. We'll see what happens, though. Thomas Hujar has this for $277. $277. It's a sealed, I repeat, sealed, verified, original, Lightning Hopkins, free-form patterns, a sealed copy. Thomas has it for $277. Next auction is going up right now, and that is going to be Muddy Waters, rare and unissued. Muddy Waters, rare and unissued. A 1984 US. Paul's graded the vinyl, EX Plus. Muddy Waters is a $25 start. Here we go. $9.99. This is called $64,000 Jazz. I wonder if Tracy Soinger's watching. Tracy, there might be some records in here up your alley. $64,000 Jazz, a Columbia 6i. That's a compilation, $9.99. A lot of these are $9.99, and then most of them's $14.99. I got 2 copies of the original Boogie Woogie Piano Giants. Maud Lux Lewis, Peter Johnson. That is $9.99. $9.99 on that. I've got 2 copies of it. I got 2 copies. Teresa Cunningham on the $64,000 Jazz. That's so to Teresa Cunningham. Thank you. $9.99. Muddy has bids for $25, $25, and $25. 1926. That's obviously a compilation. 1926 from RCA Victor on a purple label. Interesting. That's $9.99. And we have Hits of the 40s, Volume 2. I thought that was a pretty cool cover. Hits of the 40s, Volume 2, $9.99. And we have In Memoriam, Eddie Condon. And I thought that was an interesting cover with the Edison wax cylinders there. In Memoriam, Eddie Condon, $9.99 on that. And then the Charlie Pride Collection is a 2LP French pressing. I believe it's French. It's on RCA Camden. It's French or German. It's a 2LP, really nice, $9.99. And then we got 3 Highway 101 albums. Here's Highway 101 self-titled, $9.99. Here's Highway 101 2, that's $9.99. And Highway 101 Paint the Town, gold stamp promo, that's $9.99. All right, Albert King then is sold to Michael Nath. Michael, that's sold you for $45. This is going to be a great night of incredible stuff here. Muddy has been laid down, and Muddy has bids for $25, $25, $25, and $25. The first one, which is now the leader, Michael Nath has that for $25. Michael, you're the leader. Free-form patterns, sealed. High bid, Marianne at $300. Marianne at $300. Larry Smith on the Charlie Pride Collection. No, Keelan Lee was first. Keelan Lee first. Also, the $64,000 Jazz. Teresa was first on that. Michael second. Scott third. Gary Wellman fourth. Next is the Whites, Forever You. And yes, it's actually, those are autographs. It's signed by the Whites. Actually, it's got 4 signatures, and there's 3 people on the cover. It's even signed by a bonus person. The Whites, fully signed, $9.99. The Whites. Now, we're about to move over. No, there's another $9.99. Paul Newman in Winning. That's a Paul Newman film. Winning soundtrack. Music by Dave Grusin. Red Decca label. Paul Newman movie. Gatefold. Cool pictures from the film. Race car movie. $9.99 on that. The Whites was autographed. And that's sold to Michael McCullough for $9.99. Lightning Hopkins has new bids. So does Muddy Waters. And let's put up another auction. And this is actually a pretty collectible record. Honestly, if I was going to mark this, I would probably put $50 on it. I'm going to put it up for auction. This is Jim Brown, as in, yes, Jim Brown, that Jim Brown. This is a really cool record. It's called Jim Brown Tells It Like It Is. It's on a label called Mainline. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. This is Jim Brown. The vinyl looks new. Look at the dog-eared there where it was folded over for so long. That's how the sleeve originally looked. That's amazing. It's been stored like that long. Jim Brown is a $20, $25 start, whatever I said. There's a promo sticker on the back, and that's going up for a $20 start. That is now up for bid. All right. Jetstream on Paul Newman. That's sold to Jetstream. And we have Lightning Hopkins 315. And we have The Wind and the Lion soundtrack. Actually, this is also... Wait a minute. How much $9.99 is in here? Okay. I was about to say, I thought there was only like 5, but I guess I put out more than I thought. Okay, there's only about 5 left. The Wind and the Lion soundtrack. This is also $9.99. The Wind and the Lion soundtrack. Jerry Goldsmith, of course, with Sean Connery. We have Stan the Man's hit record. That's Stan Musial. This actually is a record, and it will tell you how to swing a baseball bat. It even includes the book with it. Stan the Man, $9.99. This is about a VG Plus record, by the way. That's about VG Plus. Stan the Man Musial. What's New Pussycat? Music by Burt Bacharach. Burt Bacharach, of course, that is Tom Jones on there as well, and Manfred Mann, and Dionne Warwick. Let me go ahead and grab these bundles. I've got 4 full crates of bundles. We're going to do 2 of them as auctions, and you'll see what I'm talking about in just a minute with bundles. Let me go ahead and get the first one, the first crate of records that shall be bundled. And I'm going to tell you basically how many, the price, and then I'm going to tell you who it is. Or I'm probably going to tell you who it is and how many, and then the price. And that way you know if you want it before you claim it, okay? So, for example, the first one I've got here is, let me do, we'll try this one first, because I think it's a pretty good value if you're looking for this kind of stuff. And they're really cool pressings. So this is 8 MGM music score deluxe packagings. It's like 2 and 3 movies in one. They're both double LPs, so this is 16 LPs essentially for $40. This is from Fred's collection. This is a $40 buy. Now, this is MGM. This is an MGM film score bundle for $40. This is what they look like. They're gatefolds, and most of them have books in them, or they're promos. So this is Showboat and Annie Get Your Gun. Seven Brides, Rosie Marie, Till the Clouds Roll By, 3 Little Words. They're all gatefolds. All these are promos too. Singing in the Rain, Easter Parade, Words and Music, Deep in My Heart, The Pirate, Pagan Love Song, Hit the Deck, Good News, etc., etc. You kind of see what's going on there. Those are all sold to Tracy Songer for $40. So all those are sold to Tracy for $40. That's like 16 LPs and I think 20 complete scores. Those are all sold to Tracy for $40. All right, now back up to the top. Tracy also claimed Stan Musial. Jeff H was second. Stan was put back by Tracy, so give that to Jeff H over on YouTube. Tracy Songer also wants What's New Pussycat. That's sold. And Muddy Waters had a high bid with Michael Nath for $45. Jim Brown has a bid for $20. Jim Brown has a bid for $20 with Jeff H. And now Lightning Hopkins at $350. So final call, Muddy Waters, $45 with Michael Nath. Jim Brown's at $20 with Jeff H. And Lightning Hopkins is a final call for $352. Next is Disney Meets the Wizard. Roger Erickson and his men, Percussive Stereo. A percussive record, they're doing Disney stuff. $9.99 on that. Also, we have Ferlin Husky, Country Tunes Sung from the Heart, and that's an early record on King, on this Black King label. No condition notes either. Ferlin Husky, $9.99. Tracy Songer on Disney, that's sold to Tracy. Also, we have Shug, as in Auburn, as in the head coach, $14.99. I was about to say his full name, but it kind of left me. or his last name, full name, whatever you want to call it, $14.99. We'll just say Shug the Auburn record, $14.99 on that. Furlan Husky sold to Robert Warner. Daniel Rosen second. Lightning Hopkins, $370. Muddy Waters, I think we're about to sell, and Jim Brown. Let me show one more record. Any Auburn fans? Now we're starting $14.99 for the first time. Victory at Sea, Volume 1. Victory at Sea is a beautiful copy. Look at that. Living Stereo, RCA Red Label, and I love these covers for Victory at Sea. Richard Rogers, Living Stereo, $14.99. Also, Shug also was the first $14.99 record. Moving on is Victory at Sea Volume 3. This one's really cool. This is the pictorial edition. Another Living Stereo. Of course, kind of documents World War II, music with it, $14.99. And that's another Living Stereo RCA Victor that's superb. Fred had beautiful records. That's a gatefold. That's $14.99. Sealed Lightning Hopkins is at $400. Muddy Waters is officially sold. Let's sell that to Michael Knapp for $45. The Jim Brown record sold for $20. That is also gone. And let's put up new auctions. Pretty cool stuff. And Jetstream, I have a volume 2, but it's pretty beat up. Let me know if you want both volumes. So what do we have up? We got Lightning Hopkins, so we can't do another Lightning. How about we jump over here and we do this right here? Oh my, this is from the Blues collection too. This is hitting right at my alley here. Never seen this one either. Led Zeppelin, live in Seattle, 1973, a vintage bootleg, Led Zeppelin, July 17th, 1973, on beautiful vinyl. Wow. A $125 start. A 2 LP, Led Zeppelin, live in Seattle, 1973, trademark of quality, beautiful, from that Blues collection, $125. Jetstream wants both Victory at Seas. This is going to be a great $14.99 crate. We have Sounds of Animals, audible communication of zoo and farm animals. Boy, I love bizarre stuff like that. It's on Folkways, 1955, Animal Sounds, $14.99. 500 Miles to Glory. This is the Indianapolis 500 record, $14.99. $14.99. And we have Woo Pig Suey, those Razorback years. This is the Big Red Album. Any Arkansas fans? That's pretty dang cool if you're an Arkansas fan. $14.99 on that, even though I'm definitely not a fan, especially after what happened this year. The Dynamic Young Dolphins. Any Miami Dolphins fans? Any Miami Dolphins fans? $14.99 on that. Stacy Metternich on the Animal Sounds. That's sold. And we have Casey at Bat, Peter and the Wolf. This is Johnny Bench and Tom Seaver, the Cincinnati Pops. Pretty cool there. And Johnny Bench and Tom Seaver actually participated here. $14.99 on that. Any Reds fans? Any Michigan fans? Any Michigan fans? Touchdown USA, the Big Ten, and other great college marches of the gridiron. The University of Michigan Band, William D. Rivielli, conductor. Vanguard, that's an older record too. $14.99. Michigan, and I've got two of them. And I have two beautiful copies of the Poso Seco Sinkers, which features Don Williams. And these may be the nicest copies I've ever seen from Fred's collection. They look like they're new. They're on Columbia 2i, Poso Seco Sinkers, jackets and LPs, $14.99 on that. $14.99 on that. Now, this next record in here, I'm going to auction because we need a third auction, and the last one was very popular. Here's another opportunity to bid on the Springfields. I'll start it at $15. Silver Threads, Golden Needles, the Springfields, and other 11 great Stong Silings. Once again, an early Springfields album with Dusty Springfield. This is going to be a $15 start. Silver Threads and other Golden Needles, and it looks like it's new. What other would you expect from Fred, a record like this? A folk record, pre-Dusty Springfield as a solo artist. There's where he wrote his name on the back. He bought it in 1981 in Knoxville. $15 start on that. All right, now back up at the top. The last thing was we're bidding on this amazing Lightning Hopkins. Jason was at 370. Thomas was at 372. Marianne bid 400. Led Zeppelin got bids for 125 and 125. Scott Drum put Casey. That was Casey at bat, which was the Johnny Bench, Peter and the Wolf record. That is sold to Scott Drum. James Vasquez wants one of the Big Ten records. Give that to James Vasquez. That was the University of Michigan. Led Zeppelin 135. Springfield 15. Thomas is out on Lightning Hopkins. Let me pause right there to offer another bundle. Another bundle, Tanner. Tanner just said another bundle. Here's the second one. $75. $75. $75. 16 albums. 16 albums by Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. 16 albums, $75. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Ragdoll. Golden Hits. More golden hits by the Four Seasons. Frankie Valli hits. The very best of Frankie Valli. The second vault of golden hits. The Four Seasons. 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 That is 16 Four Seasons albums. $75. All sold together. You'll have all the Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons you could ever. That's got to be close to their entire recordings if you buy all those together. $75. We're about to sell that for $40. We're about to sell Lightning Hopkins for $400. Led Zeppelin, no more bids. Kevin Crowd, 135. Robert, you don't want back in. And the Springfields just has one bid for $15. One bid for $15. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Are You Tough Enough? $14.99. Oh, what a bundle. I love the play on words there. We have Triumvirate, Spartacus. Triumvirate, Spartacus, $14.99. And Loretta Lynn, The Lady, the Legend, a 3 LP box compilation of Loretta Lynn music, $14.99. $14.99. The legendary Stanley Brothers, recorded live, sealed, $14.99. Sealed, $14.99. From Bear Family Records, Rockin' Rollin' Johnny Horton, no condition notes, $14.99. I love the floating head cover there. Boy, I need water. I need some water after that. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Deep breaths. Four Seasons. Four Seasons. Four Seasons. Four Seasons. I am totally shocked nobody bought that. It's going to take like a shock of electricity to bring me to reality. I got to take a drink of water. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Whew, that was needed. I thought I was about to faint. Okay, let's go back up to the top. Springfield's got a new bid for $20. Springfield's got a new bid for $20. Stephen A. Young gets the Loretta Lynn, $14.99. James Vasquez, second. Springfield's $25. Salty Dog, third. Daniel Rosen, first on the Stanley Brothers. Daryl Johnson on Johnny Horton. Zeppelin, $137. Micah McCullen, you were next on Stanley. Dwayne next on Johnny. Slicker next on Johnny. Moving on. We have Connie Francis and Hank Williams Jr. sing great country favorites. Sealed. This is sealed. $14.99. Never been opened. Marianne, congratulations. Marianne, you get the Lightning Hopkins sealed for $400. Sealed for $400. Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar. Are you with me? I've got one opportunity. I highly recommend you taking it. Jason Wellman, you're next. I've got one more. I've got one more. I've got another sealed copy. $400. It's available. If anybody wants it, there it is. Led Zeppelin, 145. 145 on Led Zeppelin. Springfield, J.D. Conklin out. Final call. Final call. Daryl Johnson, 25. Gary Wellman wants it for 400. If you don't, Thomas. Porter and Dolly. I have Porter and Dolly, $14.99. The best of Porter and Dolly sealed, $14.99. Porter and Dolly Burning the Midnight Oil, $14.99. And Loretta Lynn, I Like 'Em Country. So there's 1, 2, 3 Porter and Dolly albums. This one's called Porter Wayne and Dolly Rebecca. This one's the best of sealed. And this one's Burning the Midnight Oil. Those are all $14.99. Led Zeppelin. Kevin Crowell has it for $149. Robert Philippi, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell Silver Threads and Gold Needles to Daryl Johnson for $25. That is the Springfields. I figured that would do well. That is gone. James Vasquez, first on Loretta Lynn. That is sold to James Vasquez. Daniel Rosen, second. John Robb wants the sealed best of Porter and Dolly. What a great deal. The Led Zeppelin boot, Mitchell Richardson. Robert Phillippi's out. That's a final call to Kevin Crowell. Let's look at that one more time for those that may just be getting on. This is incredible. Led Zeppelin live in Seattle, a vintage original bootleg from 1973, and the vinyl is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Paul said beautiful. It's more like completely Near Mint Minus. Final for $145. Thomas might have hopped off. Thomas Hujar. Thomas, I'm going to do this going twice to you. Gary Wellman said he'll take it for $400 if you don't. He might have got off. Thomas, I have another sealed copy. Okay? Let's go ahead and put up another record. And the next record is going to be John Lee Hooker. Live at Sugar Hill. An original 1963 U.S. white label promo. Paul has a note here. Phenomenal copy. Phenomenal copy. EX plus. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Plus. EX plus. This is Lightning John Lee Hooker live, not Lightning, live at Sugar Hill. John Lee Hooker, nice jacket as well. It has an audition copy stamp on the back. Has an audition copy stamp on the back. Now, I've got a house rule being applied. For the next 2 minutes, if you want a Loretta Lynn album, you can't say Loretta Lynn. You can't put LL or Loretta or Lynn. You've got to comment the name of the album, okay? These are all clean, nice, and $14.99. Your Squaw is on the Warpath, sealed. An original sealed copy. Squaw. We have Porter and Dolly. This is not Loretta Lynn. There's another one, but it's also $14.99. It's also $14.99. Alone with You, Loretta Lynn. We have Blue Kentucky Girl. Blue Kentucky Girl. Here I Am Again. Singing with Feeling. And Don't Come Home a-Drinking with Lovin' on Your Mind. Let me stop right there. Let's go ahead and sell this for $400. Thomas Hujar might have got off. He missed out. This is sold for $400 to Gary Wellman. That's sold to Gary Wellman for $400. John Lee Hooker is a $95 start. John Lee Hooker is a $95 start. And the Led Zeppelin bootleg is officially sold. And Led Zeppelin is sold to Kevin Crowell for $145. That is sold for $145 to Kevin Crowell. Kevin Crowell, that is sold to you. Thomas might have got off, and he just missed out on another Lightning Hopkins for $400. That's why you can never leave the feed. Let's move down John Lee Hooker. It's a $95 start. I must have not said. First thing is Daniel Rosen on Squaw. That's sold to Daniel Rosen. These are all $14.99. Next is Robert Philippi was next. James Vasquez on Blue Kentucky Girl. That's sold to James Vasquez. Daniel Rosen was second. Daniel Rosen also on Home. That's sold to Daniel Rosen. We have a bid on John Lee Hooker for $95 and then another $95. We have ones on the way. More Loretta Lynn, $14.99. Writes them and sings them. Writes them and sings them. Love is the foundation. Love is the foundation. Wings upon your horns. Wings, and You're Looking at Country. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. Next auction is going to be the Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South. Like I said, this guy had some other really cool records as well, like this. Look how nice this is. One we don't get too often, and for some reason they're always beat. This has Midnight Rider on it too. The Allman Brothers Band, Idle Wide South. I've got one more silver dollar. Paul has this as an original 1970 OG Terre Haute. OG Terre Haute, a $35 start. It has a crisp original Atco sleeve to match. Textured cover, a $35 start. $35 start on Allman Brothers. Although Loretta still just Warpath. Just Warpath so far. Well, there might have been one other. But no, the rest of them are opened or EX or better. John Lee Hooker, 95, 95, 100, 100, 110, 120. Mitchell gets one on the way. That's sold to Mitchell Richardson. Next is Allman Brothers 35, 35. God Bless America Again. More Loretta Lynn. They Don't Make Them Like My Daddy. That one's $14.99. Also, we have Loretta. That's just self-titled. That is sealed. That one is sealed, and so is this one. Out of My Head and Back in My Mind. That's also sealed. There we have it. So there's the Loretta part. There's part of the Loretta Lynn collection. Okay, and these last two here were sealed. Lots of bids on Allman Brothers, and the last bid on John Lee Hooker was Jason Wellman at $120. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction. And the next auction is going to be Albert King and Otis Rush, Door to Door. Door to Door. An original 1969 US mono. An original, I repeat, an original 1969 US mono. The vinyl is superb. $35 start. $35 start. Albert King, Otis Rush, Door to Door, a $35 start. James Vasquez wants self-titled. This one here called Loretta. That's sold to James. How many records and price on the Four Seasons? The Four Seasons bundle was 16 records, $75. 16 records, $75. 16 records, $75 on the Four Seasons. Less than $5 a piece. Less than $5 a piece for all those four seasons. Okay. Let's see here. This one goes here. This one goes here. And speaking of bundles, I'm going to do another one. Jared, you will help my flow a ton if you buy that. Jared, I would greatly appreciate it. You will help my flow of bundling move so much smoother if we can get them all sold. I hope we can sell all of them. Let me jump to something a little bit different here. This bundle is $55. $55. This is a Lone Ranger bundle. These are all radio broadcast Lone Ranger records, all different from Fred's collection. $55. Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger. The 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 Lone Ranger. There's actually two of that same one. So there's a bonus in there. One, or a duplicate, not a bonus. Three, let me make sure I didn't count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8, $55. The Lone Ranger radio broadcast. So, $55. Jared McLaughlin, thank you. Four Seasons bundle sold to Jared. 16 Four Seasons records, all different, sold to Jared McLaughlin for $75. Sold. Those are gone. Those are sold. Lone Ranger also sold to Curtis Marachi. 8 Lone Rangers sold to Curtis for $55. That's another really cool bundle. That crate is full. Those are all gone. Thanks, everybody. That crate is full. I'm almost done with just the first bundle crate. We're not even done with this $14.99 crate. Let's get another crate to start filling up. And here we go. We got John Lee Hooker, an original 1963 U.S. white label promo. Okay, I don't know where we're at on this, but it's been up for a while and it's on that last lap. John Lee Hooker, white label promo and original, and Paul graded it an EX++++++ live at Sugar Hill. And the last bid on this, a white label promo, a phenomenal copy. John Lee Hooker is about to be sold. It's been a while. Jason Wellman has it for $120. He's had it for about 5 minutes, I think. We've got to sell it to him. I was just making sure everybody's done. Now in the middle is a really great album. Of course, it's the Allman Brothers. This is Idlewild South. It's an original 1970 Terre Haute. Beautiful copy. And the last bid on ABB that came in, which is Allman Brothers, I've got Mitchell Richardson at 60. I got Mitchell Richardson at 60. I've got Mitchell Richardson at 60 on the Allman Brothers. I hope that's correct. And then we got Albert King with Michael Nath. This is an original 69 U.S. mono. An original 1969 U.S. mono. Michael Nath is at 50. But Jetstream bid first. King Rush 50, and then Michael Nath 50. Jetstream was first. Allman Brothers 65, Allman Brothers 75. Bear Family Records from Germany. Bear Family Records. Don Gibson, Los Indios, Tabajaras. Don Gibson. I've got 3 Bear Family Don Gibsons. There's one. Here's Rockin' and Rollin' Volume 2 and Rockin' and Rollin' Volume 1. And Fred bought almost all of these at the Ernest Tubb Record Shop on Broadway in Nashville. They're all German pressings from Bear Family, and they're beautiful. That is Don Gibson. I've got 3 Bear Families. Rockin' and Rollin' Volume 1, Rockin' and Rollin' Volume 2, and then the Los Indios. Those are all $14.99. They look like they're new. All right, let's sell the John Lee Hooker. Thank you, Jason Wellman. A new buyer for this week, picking up some great stuff. And this is sold to you. Let's get that officially called and tagged so we can put up another high-end blues record. Jason Wellman, you get that for $120. That's sold to you for $120. Thank you. That is sold. Now, Allman Brothers get new bids, and so is the Albert King. It's now at 55. Jetstream says he's out. And now the Allman Brothers is a final call as well. Scott Landvatter says he's out. Brian Lacey has it for 75. Daniel Lacey wants both of these Don Gibsons. That is sold. Also, we have Marty Robbins, also Bear Family, Song of the Islands, a Bear Family pressing. Marty Robbins, this is how these look, like they're brand new. $14.99 on that. Also, we have In the Wild West Part 4, Marty Robbins. In the Wild West Volume 4, that is $14.99. And we have Gunsmoke. I've had a lot of these radio broadcasts. I don't think I've actually had a Gunsmoke one. And it says it's numbered 684 to 1000 from Radiola. Gunsmoke, $14.99. And the soundtrack to Smokey and the Bandit 2, $14.99. One more, the Super Bowl Shuffle, the Chicago Bears Shuffle and Crew, $14.99. So back up at the top, Allman Brothers 75, Albert King and Otis Rush 55. We're about to sell them. We sold both Don Gibson. Michael Ruttman wants Marty Robbins. That is sold. Actually, let me make sure which one you want, Michael. There was back-to-back. There was In the Wild West Volume 4 and Song of the Islands. So that is pending to Michael Ruttman for both of them. James Vasquez second. Tommy Flowers third. Tracy Songer on Smokey. That's sold to Tracy. Stephen A. Young on Gunsmoke. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Next is Mike Torrey's next on Smokey. John Smetzer gets the Bears. And we have Robert Phillippe on next on Gunsmoke. Then Curtis. Then Grant next on Bears. Then Michael next on Smokey. Then Mitchell next on Bears. Then Curtis next on Smoke. And Michael just wants Song of the Islands. So that's sold for $14.99. So, I mean, the first one to Volume 4 was Tommy Flowers, a.k.a. Chasing Hearts. Folks, it's time for new auctions. The Allman Brothers. Thanks for joining us on Wednesday night, Thanksgiving Eve. Hope nobody has to get up in the morning. You can stay all night right here with us. You're going to see some cool stuff. Brian Lacey gets the Allman Brothers for $75. That's sold for $75. Next, Michael Nath gets the 69 US Mono Albert King original pressing of Albert King and Otis Rush door to door. That is sold to CM over on YouTube for $55. That's sold to CM over on YouTube for $55. Michael Nath, thank you. That's gone. Let me get back down to the bottom. And we have Muhammad Ali, $14.99 on Muhammad Ali, and West Side Story, the original soundtrack recording, West Side Story, $14.99. Did you say my name for the two Don Gibsons? Two Don Gibsons is sold to Daniel Rosen. The Rockin' and Rollin' Don Gibsons are sold to Daniel Rosen. That is an original 1959 super duper clean copy of the original soundtrack to West Side Story. It is in phenomenal condition. That is sold to Tony Wade. There's another Muhammad Ali record, I'm the Greatest, $14.99. All right, we got all new auctions going up. First is a 3-record set of Robert Johnson, the complete recordings. This is pretty cool. Robert Johnson, the complete recordings. It's a sealed 1990 US mono remasters, 3 LP. I have never found anything more deeply soulful than Robert Johnson. That is a quote from Eric Clapton. A deluxe box set includes 41 of his known recorded songs. $75 start. Also bonus items. Commentary by Eric Clapton and Keith Richards. That sounds like a pretty dang cool set. $75 start. Also notes by Clapton and Richards. Photographs, commentary. Robert Johnson box is a $75 start. 1990 US sealed. Next auction going up right now is going to be Electric Mud. Wow, this one's always desirable. This is an original 1968 US pressing and Indianapolis press with book. This contains some fantastic photos, Paul says. It's in EX condition. Let's go ahead and start it for $65. It's on Cadet Concept. It's an original 1968. It also has a book. Paul was talking about this book. Has some pretty cool pictures in here. Him at like a beauty shop with his hair getting curled. Pretty cool. Muddy Waters. It has the book with it. It has the book with it. It has the original Cadet inner sleeve, which is white and crisp and nice. A gatefold jacket. Check out the gatefold. Wow. Just wow. Beautiful. Electric Mud. That's up for bid. That should get a lot of activity. If you're looking for a clean, original, complete, there is your opportunity. All righty. Now, we have bids on those auctions, and we have another bundle. The next bundle is 11 Bill Haley records for $50. 11 Bill Haley records for $50. Now, the one on top here is an original 1955, but it's in poor condition. Okay, it's in very low grade, as they normally are. These don't really exist in high grade. They are very tough to get. But 11 Bill Haley records for $50. Rock Around the Clock with Bill Haley and the Comets. Bill Haley 20 Greatest Hits. Bill Haley and the Comets Greatest Hits. Rock with Bill Haley and the Comets. That's an earlier one. Bill Haley's Golden Hits. Bill Haley and the Comets, Rock Around the Clock. King. Rock Around the Clock, Bill Haley and the Comets. 20 golden pieces of Bill Haley and the Comets. Bill Haley and the Comets, the King of Rock and Roll. And the Bill Haley Scrapbook. 11 Bill Haley records. 11. $50. Less than $5 each. Bill Haley bundle. 11 for $50. Now, the first thing I'm going to offer right now is the rest of the Loretta Lynn's, which were $14.99. If anybody wants the rest of them at $10, if you take all of them, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, 10 on the number. So 10 Loretta Lynn records for $100 if anybody wants the rest of them. They're all clean. One of them is sealed. They're all nice, and one of them sealed. Let's run through those one more time. Peter Mazzolino wants the Bill Haley bundle. That is sold to Peter Mazzolino. Bill Haley, those are sold to Peter Mazzolino. All 11 of those for $50. Update on our auctions right quick. Robert Johnson is a 1990 US mono remastered 3 LP, an incredible box. And Robert Johnson is at 85 with Bradley Edwards. 85 with Bradley Edwards, which I believe Bradley is a first-time buyer. Welcome. First-time bidder, perhaps. Next is Electric Mud. This is an original 1968 US. It is a beautiful top copy original. There's the book. There's the inner sleeve, gatefold, and the vinyl is EX. It's nice. It is really nice. Electric Mud. High bid is 77. Just came in. Loretta Lynn, 10 albums for 100. Let's run through these one more time very quickly. First is the original Boogie Woogie Piano Giants, Maud Lux Lewis, etc. $9.99. I've got one. I've got two. We have 1926, $9.99. Songs of 1926 and Hits of the 40s. Hits of the 40s, Volume 2. That's also $9.99. I've got In Memoriam, Eddie Condon. Also Highway 101, Highway 101, and Highway 101. Those are all $9.99. The Win and the Line soundtrack, and that's $9.99. And now the rest are $14.99. Shug is $14.99. 500 Miles to Glory, the Indianapolis 500. The Razorback record, Arkansas. The Miami Dolphins record. The Michigan, University of Michigan band doing Big Ten collegiate songs. The two Near Mint Minus, Pozo Seco Singers with Don Williams. Some folk music there, kind of before he went country in the 80s and 90s. Or I should say the late 70s, 80s, and 90s. Don Williams was in a folk band. We have the Fabulous Thunderbirds. That's a beautiful copy with the hit song Tough Enough. Triumvirat's $14.99. And no one bought the Hank Williams Jr., Connie Francis, a sealed early record. This is sealed. I believe this is like the 60s pressing. And it's sealed for $14.99. Stephen A. Young wants 500 Miles to Glory. Let's go ahead and pull that. That is sold. Stephen just claimed it, Carol. 500 Miles to Glory. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Let's get a third auction going. And the third auction is going to be Albert Collins, Trash Talking. We're about to go through a Paul crate next, okay? We're about to go through a Paul crate next. So everybody's on standby, all right? And then Laura's brought up a crate, and she'll probably be bringing up more later. So we still got Paul crate, Laura crates, Chad bundles, Blues auctions. Albert Collins, Trash Talking. Albert Collins, Trash Talking. And this is I just got my sticky notes confused. This is a 1969 U.S. original, and this is, wait a minute, I think it's for this one. Yeah, what does this one go to? Let me set that over here. Okay, yeah, this is a 1969, and it's another unbelievably top copy. EX++, $35 start, Albert Collins, Trash Talking. It does have a clip corner, but that is another superb copy. That is another superb copy. That's now up for bid. All right, now I left off with Robert Johnson, 95. Tracy Songer on Connie Francis. Scott Fellows second, Sean third, then Scott, and then Scott. Wow, so Tracy, Scott, Sean, Scott, and Scott. Wow. Mud 85, Mud 100, Robert Johnson 100, Albert Collins 35. And then we still got Porter and Dolly, Porter and Dolly, and Porter and Dolly. And those are all superb copies. That one's marked promo, not for sale. Superb vinyl. Those are still available, $14.99 each. Or I'll sell the last three for $30, 10, 10, and 10. One Bear family left, which was Don Gibson, the Muhammad Ali record, and then the rest of Loretta Lynn's, which those are Alone with You, Here I Am Again, Singing with Feeling, Writes Them and Sings Them, Love is the Foundation, Wings Upon Your Horns, You're Looking at Country, God Bless America, They Don't Make Them Like My Daddy, and then Out of My Head. That is all, that one's sealed. Those are $14.99 each. You can pick them, or if anybody wants the rest of them, I'll take 10 if you buy all of them, what's left there. All right. That was really fun. I have fun with Fred's records. I mean, when you're going through 30,000 albums, you have a lot of chances at variety. Let's grab this first crate that Paul has marked for us, shall we? Oh, I have another crate of new vinyl. Dang. Well, we'll knock that out in 1 second. Let's go ahead and do this one. I've already got it up here. I do have one more crate of new vinyl. Steve Plaw wants SG for something perhaps in here. SG, let me figure out what that was. SG was, what was SG, Steve Claw? SG, let me know what that was. All right. I've got like a third of a crate. I got another bundle. Forget SG. Okay, I got another bundle here. And this is 7 records by Jan and Dean for $50. 7 records by Jan and Dean for $50. I got Jan and Dean's Golden Hits, Command Performance, Jan and Dean Live in Person, Jan and Dean Dead Man's Curve, Jan and Dean Folk and Roll, Filet of Soul, Jan and Dean, the Jan and Dean Story from K-Tel. That is the K-Tel logo, isn't it? It looks like it. And the Jan and Dean Story, their greatest hits. 7 Jan and Dean records, $50 from Fred's collection. Jan and Dean, 7 for $50. 7 for $50. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to update these auctions. Okay? Robert Johnson's a final call to Michael Nath at 100. Muddy Waters is a final call to Thomas Hujar for $105. Albert Collins only has one bid with Michael McCullen. Wow, a 69 U.S. original Albert Collins. Superb. Just one bid for $35. Final call. Final call. Let's see what's in this crate right here. We have Johnny Littlejohn, So-Called Friends, a 1985 U.S. sealed, 1999. Texas Guitar Greats. Texas Guitar Greats, 1999. In shrink, no condition notes. Doug Sam, Jukebox Music. Jukebox Music. Sealed, 1989, $24.99. Adia and Cooper Terry Review. Adia and Cooper Terry Review, Feeling Good. An 83 Italian import, $14.99. The Temptations Greatest Hits. My Girl. Beauty's Only Skin Deep. Ain't Too Proud to Beg. $14.99. The Way You Do the Things You Do. Those are all great songs. $14.99. Muddy Waters, new bids, 110. Muddy Waters, 115. Albert Collins, Albert Collins, 37, new bid. Mud, 120. Mud, 125. Gary Wellman on TG. TG was Texas Guitar, sold to Gary Wellman. Albert Collins, 40. The Best of Wilson Pickett, Volume 2. An original 71 US in shrink wrap. And wow, beautiful, yes. Shrink wrapped, a 71 original, $24.99. Sandy Villa on Temptations. Peter second. Albert Collins, another 40. Robert Johnson is sold. And 1990 Mono 3LP box set. That is pretty cool. Michael is going to be tearing into that. That is sold to him for $100. $100. Now, Electric Mud is at $130, now $150. And let me try my next bundle because it's the last one in this crate. Then I'm going to go get some more stuff. I've got Herman's Hermits. 6 records for just $25. I've got the Best of Herman's Hermits. I've got Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter. The Herman's Hermits on tour. Both sides of Herman's Hermits. The Best of Herman's Hermits. And we have Blaze by Herman's Hermits. 6 Herman Hermits records from Fred's collection, $25. $25. 6 Herman's Hermits. 7 Jan and Dean's was $50. Carol Puckett wants the Herman's Hermits for $25. Thank you, Carol. Those are so to you. Anybody on Jan and Dean? Does anybody want to make an offer? No bundles left behind tonight, okay? No bundles left behind. You know what's crazy with Fred's collection? We could do bundles until the cows come home. You'll open up a tub, and it will be like 50 of the same artist, all different albums. And I'm like, holy moly, what do I do here? Do I mark them? Do I pick them and choose them? Do I put them all out at once? What do I do? What do I do? I've got 2 I plan on auctioning tonight. I've compiled 2 bundles. And I could have marked these individually and had no problem, but I'm going to auction them. This is 12 Patsy Cline records. 12 Patsy Cline records. 12 Patsy Cline records, $125 start. $125 start. This is Patsy Cline, a 12 LP bundle up for auction. Up for auction, okay? Up for auction. Here's Patsy Cline is the first one. These are all super nice. Here's Patsy Cline. The Patsy Cline story. Patsy Cline, today, tomorrow, forever. Patsy Cline, live at the Opry. Patsy Cline, songwriter's tribute. That's still her music. She's doing other people's songs. Stop, Look, and Listen. Patsy Cline's Golden Hits is sealed. That is sealed. Patsy Cline, her legendary recordings. Patsy Cline, Country Great. Patsy Cline, Today, Tomorrow, and Forever. Patsy Cline, Stop the World and Let Me Off. Patsy Cline, Always. 12 Patsy Cline LPs, $125 start. Now, we have Electric Mud and we have Albert Collins. Up at the top, I had Mud at 130, Mud at 150, Albert Collins at 47, Mud 155, Mud 155. We got an offer on Jan and Dean for 40. Carol Puckett needs to pass on Herman's Hermits. Carol Puckett, you just absolutely broke my heart. So the Herman's Hermits bundle still available, 6 for 25. Mud 155, Mud 155. Peter Mazzolino offered 40 on Jan and Dean. Sell Peter those 7 Jan and Deans for $40. Next is Michael McCullen out on Albert Collins. Scott Fellows, you were second on Jan and Dean. Now, does anybody want the Herman's Hermits bundle? 6 for $25. Next in this bin is Champion Jack Dupree. Rub a Little Boogie, 1945 to 1953. Sealed, $17.99. This is a 1982 UK. Michael Thomas says he'll take Herman's Hermits. Sell those 6 to Michael Thomas for $25. Thank you. Next, we have Willie Dixon Live Backstage Access. Montreux. I was like, what's that say? Mantrax? It says Montreux. Willie Dixon, sealed, $29.99. Holding out for something. No problem. That's okay. Jason Wellman on Champion Jack Dupree. So did Jason Wellman. Electric Mud. Just for clarification, Mud is at 155 with Mary Ann. Mary Ann came in first. Thomas, you're out. Rob Fordham, you're out. This is a beautiful original, complete, gatefold. Everything you would want. There it is. We have pretty much 3 people of all within $5. Albert Collins is a final call. Michael McCullen went out. A 69 US original. And the last bit on this was Rico Lorenzini at 47. Rico Lorenzini at 47. Rico Lorenzini at 47. 12 Patsy Cline albums that I typically would probably mark $20 each and they would sell immediately. All 12 of them, all different albums, $125 start. I figured I'd put up for auction. She's one of those artists in the country world that has retained a lot of popularity years after she's dead. We have Michael Osborne, Cold Hearted Girl. Michael Osborne is an 88 sealed, $9.99. James Harmon Band, Extra Napkins. James Harmon is sealed, $34.99. Willie Dixon, Montreux, Backstage, 85 US, $29.99. Sealed, Mud, 156. Mud, 175. Mud, 180. Mud, 200. Wow. Clarence, Guitar Sims, Born to Sing the Blues, 87 US, sealed, $49.99. Patsy Cline has a bid for $120. It was supposed to be $125, but I'll take $120. Peter's in at $120. Michael Nass says he'll take Willie Dixon. Chad needs a drink of water. Chad needs a drink of water. Chad is about to show another bundle. Chad is drinking some water. Chad is going to show another bundle. We have the man himself, Marty Robbins. 12 Marty Robbins albums, $60. 12 Marty Robbins albums, $60. 12 for $60. I repeat, 12 for $60. What's that equal? $5 each if you're buying them all. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Song of the Islands. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Marty Robbins. Those are all sold. 12 for $60. straight from the shelves of Fred Goodwin's collection, now to Rob Fordham's collection. 12 Marty Robbins sold to Rob for $60. Thank you. Those are gone. All right. Patsy Cline. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. These are sold to Peter Mazzolino. 12 Patsy Cline LPs sold for $120. Those are sold to Peter Mazzolino. Electric Mud is a final call for $200 to Gary Wellman. Let's go ahead and sell the Albert Collins. It's been a while. Folks, we've got a lot of auctions to get through. Holy moly, right? Let's all say it together. 1, 2, 3. Holy moly. Rico Lorenzini gets this for $47. Rico Lorenzini gets this for $47. That is gone. Next is another... No, let's mix it up a little bit. I've always loved this cover. I've never had an original. We had the Kraft reissue. I've never seen an original. An original 1968 U.S. pressing of Buddy Guy, A Man and the Blues. An original 68 U.S. stereo. Paul says it's a Pittman press, and it's beautiful vinyl. Boy, it is. Take a look at that. Would you look at it? This is a $45 start. He says there's some writing on the labels. Aha. There's a couple tracks circled with a star and a couple tracks circled with a star. So that's pretty much the only flaw. $45 start. There's the inner sleeve from Vanguard. On the back, just a little bit of cover wear. There's a stamp here that says FM and just a little bit of wear on the front. That's a $45 start. Offer Loretta Lynn 60. Boy, I can't do that. There was what, 10? I had them at 15, then 10. I can't do that. I would drop them another $1, which would be 90. That's probably my best price. Another $1 each. Okay, back to the bin. As y'all see, great stuff in here. Jim T. Nelson. GMT 99 Nelson. GMT 99 Nelson, watch that action. That is an 87 UK, 1999. Guitar Slim Jr., The Story of My Life, sealed, an 88 US, 1999. And The Temptations, Greatest Hits, Volume 2. The Temptations, Greatest Hits, Volume 2, in shrink, $29.99. Beautiful copy. Cloud 9, I Wish It Would Rain. Ball of Confusion. You're My Everything. Great music on that one, too. Little Johnny Taylor. Stuck in the Mud. An 88 US, sealed, $9.99. Are we still bidding on Mud? We are. Thomas is at $203. Rob has went out. Marianne was at $200. Marianne, you're back out. Buddy Guy has now hit 46 with Patrick Lear. Next auction is another bundle. I have, going up for a starting bid of $100, 9 Buck Owens. 9 Buck Owens. Buck Owens in the palm of your hand. Buck Owens, The Buck Owens Show, big in Vegas. Buck Owens live at the Nugget. Buck Owens live at the White House. Buck Owens in London. Buck Owens 20 Greatest Hits. The Best of Buck Owens Volume 3. Boy, this one was beautiful. I had to take it out of the sleeve and examine it. Buck Owens, I Don't Care. An original stereo copy from Capitol. It looks like the day it was made. And then Buck Owens, If It Takes People Like You to Make People Like Me. That is 9 Buck Owens, a $100 start. Next is Josie Sink Bell said she will take the Loretta Lynn bundle. That was 10 Loretta Lynn records left from the last crate at $90. Those are being pulled and those are being put over here with Josie's name. Josie Sink Bell. Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn. Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn. 99999, 999 and 9. Those are all sold. Buddy Guy, 5052. And we're about to sell Electric Mud. Marianne is out. Thomas has it for $203. Robin Ford is sealed, an 88 US, $24.99 on Robin Ford. Johnny Adams, Room of a View of the Blues. Johnny Adams, an 88 US sealed, $14.99. Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party. Johnny Copeland, sealed, $19.99. Al Copley, A Handful of Keys. Al Copley, sealed, $19.99 and 86 UK, $19.99. Gary Wellman, Mud, $205. Oh boy, we're still bidding. Gary is in at $205. He never did say out, and he was a bidder earlier. He's back in at $205. Michael Nath on JC for Johnny Copeland. That is sold, and I'm going to make that the last record in this crate. This crate is officially full. And boy, these crates get heavy when they're full of these bundles. Bundles are heavy. That's a lot of vintage vinyl being sold. Oh my gosh. That was the fourth full crate of the night. Whew, wow. Let me try to stretch right quick. That was incredible. I've got more bundles I'm about to show. I still got a half of a crate of bundles and a whole nother crate of bundles. And that's the ones I just made up. Later tonight is going to be Bundle Heaven. Okay, if you've ever been to Bundle Heaven, if you've never been to Bundle Heaven, you're going to be seeing Bundle Heaven tonight, okay? Lots of bundling going on. Next in this bin is Blues Collection. That looks like a compilation with Big Joe Turner, Johnny Otis, Eddie Cleanhead. That is sealed for $24.99. Also, we have BB Rock, Make It Move. That's an 85 Swedish import. That's actually hard rock, sealed $21.99. What happened on Buddy Guy? $52. Nobody bid on Buck Owens. 9 Buck Owens records for $100 buy it now. No bid on Buck. Buck is $100. Buck is $100. Next is Sam Price and his Texas Bluesicians. Do You Dig My Jive? Sealed for $19.99. An 85 Swedish import mono. Sealed $19.99. Tiny Bradshaw, Breaking Up the House. An 85 UK, $19.99. Tiny Bradshaw. Eddie C. Campbell, Let's Pick It. Eddie C. Campbell, 84 Netherlands, $24.99. And the Red Hot Blues of Phil Guy featuring Buddy Guy, an 82 UK import, only time released, $44.99. Any Elvis bundles? No, but I didn't mean to say it like that. No, but we found one scarce, pretty rare Elvis 45. Let me try to find it, and then I've got some Elvis picture sleeves around here somewhere. I got some Elvis picture sleeves around here. Let me see if I can track that stuff down. So John today has been going through the second trailer trying to pull out the books and everything we're putting out for $1 on Friday and Saturday. If you're local, make sure you're around to come up Friday and Saturday. There's going to be so many great $1 records. It's going to make your head spin, okay? It's going to make your head spin. So let's go ahead and put these Elvis records right here behind me. And now let's figure out where we left off. I said Buddy Guy 52, Mud 205, Mud 207, Buddy Guy 55, Buddy Guy 57, Buck Owens 80. Peter, let's do that $5 bump that I missed earlier. I left that off earlier. You bid $120. I'll get that $5 back from you right now. I'll sell those two for $85. Big bundle going on. Next is Pete Mays, I'm Ready. Pete Mays is an 86 Netherlands import, $19.99. Mud, $220. Still bidding on Buddy Guy, but Michael Nath is out. Thomas Hujar has that for $57. Great blues records coming up. The Great Jay Miller Studio Band featuring Lionel Prevost, Katie Webster, and Warren Storm. That's an 85 UK. That is $24.99. And we have Buck Owens, and Buck Owens is sold to Peter Mazzolino for $85. That is sold. Okay, next auction. We have Electric Mud. We have Buddy Guy. I have Lightning Hopkins, a 1967 US Stereo EX condition, a $35 start. A 1967 US Stereo EX condition, a $35 start. The legendary Lightning Hopkins, Blue Lightning. That's going up for a $35 start. Buddy Guy has a new bid. George Scher is at $60. George Scher is at $60. That is an original 68 US Stereo, beautiful vinyl, about a VG Plus cover. And Lightning is a 67 Stereo. Back up to the top. We're still bidding on Mud, but it was now it was $220. Thomas Hujar, you're out on Mud. $220 on that. $220 on that. What's up with the Richard Petty signed poster? I have to locate it. There's about 3 other concert posters and autographs that's somewhere in this store that I hadn't seen in about 2 months. And I have no idea where they're at. They're in a tub, on a shelf, in a box, in a pond, up in a attic. I have no idea where they're at. Next is Houston Jump, 1946 to 1951. Coming soon, though. Coming to a Coletco show near you. Houston Jump, $24.99. And Cousin Joe, Joseph from New Orleans, 1975 French import, $14.99. Our back room looks like the National Treasure room. You turn on the light and you start looking around back there and you're like, what is going on back here? Why do I have all this stuff? I ask myself that every day. I'm like, how did I get all this stuff? And like, where did it all come from? I don't really understand it. All right, here is a really cool bundle. This is an $85 buy it now, 17 Louvin Brothers albums. The first one is signed by Charlie Louvin, and it's a cool one. Weapon of Prayer, the Louvin Brothers. 17 Louvin Brothers, $85. Louvin Brothers. The Louvin Brothers radio favorites. How about the Louvin Brothers? The Louvin Brothers. 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 Wow. Brian just said, good Lord, that's a lot. It is. And it's only $85. I'm going to put them right here. Somebody buy them. Next, up at the top, we had Mud, Guy, and Hopkins. Electric, Buddy, and Lightning. A lot of electricity going through here. Electric and Lightning. The first thing I have is Lightning Hopkins, 35. Lightning Hopkins, 35. Lightning Hopkins, 35. Buddy Guy, 62. Lightning, 40. Lightning, 45. Lightning, 45. Lightning, 45. Mud is at 225. Lightning, 46. Lightning, 50. Daniel Rosen on the Louvin Brothers. One of them is autographed. And I didn't look at the backs. There may be one autographed on the back. Knowing Fred, probably. Those are sold to Daniel. 17 for $85. Sold to Daniel Rosen. Y'all heading out? Thank you as always. Those are gone. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all. Melanie and Brian said Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Okay. Now, let's pause and figure out what's going on, because I got to update all these auctions and let everybody know what's going on. The first thing is Electric Mud, okay? That's what's up for auction right now. We've been bidding on it for a while. This is an original 1968 U.S. pressing, an Indianapolis press. This thing is complete, and it's one of the nicer copies. Well, I'll say ever. I've never really got any before. First thing is, yes, it does have the original cadet inner sleeve. It even has the book. Pictures of Muddy getting his hair fixed. The vinyl is superb. And the last bid on this that came in was Thomas Hujar at $225. Thomas has it. Electric Mud for $225. Superb. Buddy Guy is an original 68 U.S. stereo Pitman on the Vanguard label, also with the original inner sleeve. This blues collection is insane. This is like the 4th night we've had Keynote, Primetime, Amazing auctions, and they've all been just about as equal in amazingness. Last bid on that was $67, also to Thomas Hujar. Lightning Hopkins just got a new bid with Brian Lacey for $52. On Jewel Records, Lightning Hopkins, Blue Lightning, a 67 U.S. stereo, also a high grade for a blues record, EX. All right, we're going through a straight price blues record crate here. Wow. First thing is Steel Groove Jumpin'. 16 classic R&B tracks from RCA's Groove label. An 87 UK compilation, $19.99. All 3 auctions have new bids. Trudy Lynn, Trudy Sings the Blues, an 89 US, $9.99. Professor Blues Review featuring Karen Carroll, Professor Strut, $14.99. A 1989 white label promo. I've Got a New Car. This is a 1980 UK, $14.99. Troy's Key and JJ Malone. We have Eddie C. Campbell, Mind Trouble, an 86 Netherlands, $39.99. Phil Guy featuring Buddy Guy, Bad Luck Boy, an 87 UK, the only time it's ever been pressed on vinyl, $59.99. And Eddie Guitar Burns, Treat Me Like I Treat You, an 86 Belgium import, $24.99. Electric Mud, $235. Gary Wellman, you've been outbid again. Thomas also has the high bid on Buddy Guy at 72. George Scherer, Daryl Johnson, y'all are out. Brian Lacey has Lightning Hopkins for 56. 56 on Lightning Hopkins. Buddy Guy, 72. Buddy Guy, 80. Lightning Hopkins, 60. Wow. Moving on. King Curtis, That's All Right. King Curtis is an 83 UK, $9.99. Brownie McGee, A Rainy Day. Brownie McGee is an 89 German import, $14.99. And Cripple Clarence Lofton and Walter Davis, sealed, $24.99. We have Buddy Guy 80, Lightning Hopkins 60, Lightning Hopkins 65. We have an out on Mud. Final call, Thomas Hujar 235. Jared Inc on KC for King Curtis. Buddy Guy 82. Blues from the Western States, 1927 to 1949. Sealed, $29.99. George Jones wants Cliff Davis. Cliff Davis. Cliff Davis. Cliff Davis. I have Cripple Clarence and Walter Davis. Maybe that's what you wanted. And then Blues from the Western States. That's also sold to George Jones. We're about to sell Electric Mud. I'm going to go ahead and pull the next auction right now. I know Carol's watching, and there's a Rolling Stones record in here. So let me put it up. I think it's just a U.S. original, really nice copy, which I'm sure Carol already has. But since I've seen the Stones, I thought I'd grab it. George Jones wants Walter Davis. Okay, so George got that one, and the other one I just pulled. Let's go ahead and sell this so I can put up a new auction. Boy, that was a battle. I figured that one. This is always a big blues record everybody wants. Electric Mud. And what better one than complete, original, and essentially no condition notes. Wow. 265. High grade, complete. I mean, that's really cool. This is the kind of stuff when I sell it, I'm like, why am I not keeping this for my personal collection? Because we're not going to get that too many more times over a course of a long time. We have Buddy Guy at 82. We have Lightning Hopkins at 70, all still getting bids. And the next is the OG Rolling Stones, Some Girls. Paul says this is a 1978 U.S. original, Richmond, uncensored cover with all the faces. As y'all know, they used a couple of faces on here without copyright. Essentially, one being Lucille Ball. They had to retract it. It does have a little bit of wear right there. Other than that, it's really nice. It's EX Plus. EX Plus, a $45 start. It says Sterling TJ and the Dead Wax. That's a beautiful, original, uncensored Rolling Stone Some Girls. That is going up for a $45 start. $45 start on the Rolling Stones. All right, now let's do one more bundle. And the next bundle I have prepared is right now. And this is a guy that goes by the name of Johnny Horton. $45, 9 albums. 9 Johnny Horton albums, $45. Johnny Horton, On the Road. Johnny Horton Makes History. Johnny Horton, self-titled on Dot. Honky Tonk Man, Johnny Horton. Johnny Horton's Greatest Hits, The Spectacular Johnny Horton, Country Style with Billy Barton, Honky Tonk Man. We have The World of Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans, Sink the Bismarck, North to Alaska, Johnny Reb. Those are sold to Robert Philippi. 9 Johnny Horton albums, $45. Those are sold. New bids, Buddy Guy, $85. Lightning Hopkins, $75. Stones, $45. And we have Dwayne Caldwell. You were second on Johnny Horton. Let me go grab the other crate of bundles. We still got another Paul crate to go through, another Lore crate to go through, another crate of new vinyl to go through, and the first bundles I made is this crate right here, and I thought these were the best. I really did. And these are the ones I have made up, and like I said a little bit later tonight, we have unloaded tub after tub of Fred Goodwin stuff. So if you can stay late after we go through everything, I'll bring up the stuff that I already that I don't have marked, and we'll price it on the fly. We'll have $5 records, $7 records, bundle records, whatever. Finishing up this bin, we have the Virtuoso guitar of Scrapper Blackwell, sealed $29.99, 1928 to 1934. Wow. Roosevelt Sykes, the Country Blues Piano Ace, 1929-1932. That's sealed for $24.99. St. Louis Blues, 1929-1935, The Depression. St. Louis Blues, The Depression, sealed $34.99. That's on Yazoo. All these are like Yazoo compilations. Okay, are we done on Buddy Guy? Marianne, you hadn't bid in a while. Thomas has it for $88. Lightning Hopkins is at $75 with Daryl Johnson. George Scherer hasn't set out. And then no one's bid against John on the Stones. John Kaiser has that for $45. Anybody else? Everything's went quiet all of a sudden. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Moving on. We have Big Mama Thornton, The Way It Is. A 69 US EX condition, $32.99. EX condition, $32.99. We have Charlie Parker, Bird Lives. Charlie Parker is in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. US mono. It's a non-gatefold reissue. Charlie Parker, Bird Lives. Buddy Guy, $92. I think my feed froze there for a second because Thomas bid against himself unless there was a comment. I'm not for sure what just happened, but I may have missed some stuff because my comment feed was stuck at Dwayne Caldwell's Horton for almost 3 minutes without a comment. Nothing happened for almost 3 minutes. Brian Lacey said out on Lightning Hopkins, and then the next comment was George Jones wants all the Yazoos. Yazoo, Yazoo, Yazoo. And I think there was even one earlier, but I'll just give you those 3 for right now. Yazoos are sold to George Jones. Sold, sold, sold. Yazoo, Yazoo, Yazoo. We have Buddy Guy, 92. Lightning Hopkins, 80. Buddy Guy, 100. Gary Wellman wants Big Mama Thornton. That's sold to Gary Wellman. We have Buddy Guy, 102. Big Mama's already sold. And we have, there's Charlie Parker. And we have Chicken Fat, Mel Brown, and Impulse Discovery, as in Impulse the label, a 72 US EX, $69.99. Japanese, I have about a half of a crate here, but I doubt we ever get to them. We're going to be selling blues records for at least another hour, hour and a half, plus Fred records I hadn't even put up. I have them, but once again, I've already sold 2 tonight. I sold Culture Club and something else. It'd be one of those deals where I don't know if I'll get to them or not. Coco Taylor, live from Chicago. Coco is EX $17.99. And from New Orleans to Chicago, champion Jack Dupree. I always love that cover. It looks like a lightning strike, but it's a road map from Chicago to New Orleans. EX edition, $17.99. Champion Jack Dupree. Okay, Buddy Guy, Lightning Hopkins, and we're going to go ahead and sell John Kaiser, the Stones. I left that up for a long time. OG cover. That's sold to John Kaiser for $45. John, that's sold to you. Thank you. Now, the last thing was Buddy Guy still getting bids. Marianne and Thomas are at war. Thomas has it for 107. Lightning Hopkins, Daryl went out, and that's after George Scherer bid 80. George Scherer bid 80. So George Scherer has Lightning Hopkins for 80. Final call. Jetstream, first on Coco. Coco, Dupree, Jack Dupree, so to Marianne. We have Wild Jimmy Sparrow, the Hard Grind Blues Man. EX Condition, $22.99. An 84 UK. We have Lil Joe Blue, It's My Turn Now, an 84 US, EX, $36.99. Lightning Hopkins, 90. Buddy Guy, 110. Marianne is leading both auctions. Next bundle, 15 Tom Jones records, $75. 15 Tom Jones records, $75. 15 Tom Jones records, do the math, $5 a piece. Tom Jones, It's Not Unusual, a classic. Atomic Jones, Caesar's Palace, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Jones Tom, Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Seal Tom Jones, Tom Jones, Tom Jones. I have 15 different Tom Jones records for $75. 15 Tom Jones records, $75. They're available. If Brent doesn't want them, Tracy wants them, Jamie Wills wants them. No, Tracy asked, is that Tom Jones? It is sold to Jamie Wills, I guess, unless Brent or Tracy doesn't want them. That is Tom Jones. That is a stack, folks. That is quite incredible. 15 different Tom Jones. Buddy Guy. That's unusual. Wow, I love the play on words tonight with the bundles. Y'all have had some good lines. The other one was, oh, what a bundle, when we did the 4 seasons. That's been my favorite quote of the night. That is unusual. It's not unusual for somebody to tell me where we're at on Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy's at 115 with Thomas Hujar. Marianne, you're out. George Scherer's at 95 on Lightning Hopkins. Just wasn't sure how many. 15. 15. Tracy McFadden. Jamie Wills, I think you get the Tom Jones bundle. That is sold to Jamie Wills. 15. 5 each. 75. Buddy Guy, 125. Houston Shuffle, Texas R&B, 55 to 66, an 84 UK import compilation mono, EX, $22.99. We have Amos Milburn and his Chicken Shackers, Just One More Drink, EX, $12.99. We have Fort Worth Shuffle, EX, $22.99. And we have what? EX, $22.99. Doak Brothers Band. This is EX, $22.99. Now, Marianne is back in as the high bidder. Moving on to our next auction. We have in our crate, Barbara Lynn, Skip James. Let's do this one. Devil Got My Woman. Boy, what a cover. That looks pretty cool. Devil Got My Woman, Skip James. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Whoa. This is a 1968 U.S., as in the United States of America, a white label promo. Let me repeat, a white label promo. I have another note from Paul. The other note from Paul is rare, exclamation point. Never has sold on Discogs. The last one sold on eBay in 2018. Folks, that was 6 years ago. 6 years ago. EX Condition, a $95 start. This is a white label promo of Skip James, Devil Got My Woman. Look how nice this LP is. Skip James is a $95 start. It even has the original Vanguard inner sleeve. There's the back cover. There's the front cover. Nice. A little bit of a stain back here on the back cover. 1968. A $95 start. Never has sold on Discogs. It's been 6 going on 7 years since one came through eBay. On Discogs, 9 people have it in their collection, or so they say they do. 86 people have it in their want list. The last comment was info on Chicken Fat for Patrick Lear. Good old Chicken Fat was Chicken Fat Mel Brown and Impulse Discovery. This is a 72 US EX condition, $69.99. Chicken Fat Mel Brown, a gatefold. Lightning Hopkins, 105. Buddy Guy, 130. Buddy Guy's at 130. Lightning Hopkins is at 105. I can't go through this whole crate again. There's just way too much left, and we have so much more to go through. But the first thing I'm going to offer right now, without further ado, is 5 Loretta Lynn records for just $20. These are check condition. These are VG plus. There may be one VG, but 5 Loretta Lynn records for $20. Loretta, Loretta, Loretta Lynn, Loretta Lynn, and Loretta Lynn. And there's some earlier ones in here, but they're still nice. They're just check condition. 5 for $20, including her Christmas record. Those are sold to Robert Philippi. Those are sold to Robert Philippi. Thank you. Those are sold. All right. Pass for now, no problem. Buddy Guy still getting bids. Buddy Guy still getting bids. And Lightning Hopkins. George Scherer has it at 105. Marianne, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Skip James is at is a $95 start. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. If something catches your eye or ear, you can ask me about it and I will tell you. Johnny Littlejohn was sealed. Doug Sam, Jukebox Music. Adia and Cooper Terry Review. The Best of Wilson Pickett in Shrink, beautiful copy. Michael Osborne. George, if I find something Yazoo, I'll pull it for you. James Harmon. Clarence Guitar Sims. Jimmy T99 Nelson. Guitar Slim Jr. The Temptations, Greatest Hits Volume 2 in Shrink. Little Johnny Taylor. Robin Ford. Johnny Adams, Room of a View of the Blues. Al Copley. Blues Collection Comp. B.B. Rock, Sam Price and his Texas Bluesicians. Not musicians, he's bluesicians. Tiny Bradshaw, Eddie C. Campbell, Phil Guy, Pete Mays, The Great J. Miller Studio Band, Houston Jump, Cousin Joe, Steel Groove Jumpin', Trudy Lynn, Professor Blues Review, I've Got a New Car, Eddie C. Campbell, Phil Guy featuring Buddy Guy, Eddie Guitar Burns, Brownie McGee Rainy Day, Charlie Parker, Wild Jimmy Sparrow, Lil Joe Blue, Houston Shuffle, Amos Milburn, Fort Worth Shuffle, Doke or D-O-K-E, however that's read, Brothers Band, and Chicken Fat. All right? Now, Buddy Guy, 132. Marianne, you're out. Buddy Guy's at 132. Lightning Hopkins was at 105 with George Scherer. Marianne's out. Skip James has bids for 95 and 95. Marianne was first. Rico, you're out. How much was for Wilson Pickett? Wilson Pickett, The Best of Wilson Pickett Volume 2 in Shrink, 1971, $24.99. How much was the J. Miller Studio? The Great J. Miller Studio Band featuring Lionel Prevost, Katie Webster, and Warren Storm, 1961 to 63, is an 85 UK import compilation, $24.99. Skip James, 96. Buddy Guy, 135. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. Can I see the Robin Ford? You can. Robin Ford is called Talk to Your Daughter, sealed with hot sticker, an 88 US original, $24.99. Skip James, 100. We're about to sell Lightning Hopkins. We got a lot of blues, and folks, we got a lot more to sell. I have going up right now the third and final crate of the night of new vinyl, and there's only about a half of a crate. Let me actually figure out what I've done with it. Here it is. And there's actually some Aerosmith in here, okay? So when we found out that Brad Whitford of Aerosmith is local and he may be visiting our store more often to shop for comics, he's a comic book collector, we went ahead and bought some Aerosmith albums in case he comes in here. But I told him, I said, well, let's go ahead and try to sell them because some of these I bet people want to buy. And then if we need to order more, we will. But we've already found a few originals. I told John to start setting the Aerosmith albums aside for the next time Brad comes in here so we get some signed, okay? Now, the last thing is Russell Flynn says, pick it, I'll take it. Pick it, I'll take it. Let me figure out what I just did with that crate. Wilson Pickett is sold. Let's go ahead and pull that. And I'm about to do another bundle, and it's going to be hopefully another one that sells. So that's sold to Russell Flynn. And now we can go ahead and sell Lightning Hopkins. Boy, there was battle for that one. We have more Lightning. We have a lot of cool stuff to auction. George Sherritt gets that one for $105. These are such high grade. These never come through. We never get this many blues records. We might get like one or two a collection. They're typically reissues. Finding these original blues albums like this is like impossible. I never get them in collections. Y'all know how far we travel, how much we spend on advertising. We buy record collections, how much we're willing to spend on record collections, and we just never get stuff like this in. It is few and far between, and if you do find them, they look like somebody took an ice pick and did this. Okay, they's like, I'm going to listen to this record. Let me take an ice pick and just plow through it right quick. Finding these in this kind of grade is highly unusual, especially OG pressings and white label promos. Just absolutely insane. Buddy Guy is at 145 with Thomas Hujar. Skip James is at 115 with Brian Lacey. We have a new slot for a new auction, and the new auction is going to be what better than Lightning Hopkins, a 1963 U.S. stereo. I repeat, a 1963 U.S. stereo, and it's in unbelievably high-grade condition. There is no condition notes on this record. I want you to look at it. Just take a look at it. It is near mint minus on the World Pacific label. A beautiful jacket, front and back. Lightning Hopkins. It's called First Meeting with Brownie McGee, Sonny Terry, and Big Joe Williams. That is a $35 start. Skip James is a promo. It's been almost 7 years since we have found one that has sold on Discogs or eBay. None have ever sold on Discogs. PopSock showed one selling back in 2018. 2018. So 6 years ago, and that one sold for $124. And that was 6 years ago. This one should bring 200 or more, in my opinion. Right now, it's at 120. Buddy Guy is an original 1968. Once again, no condition notes on the vinyl. I've never had that before. I've had craft reissues. First time I've ever had that. Buddy Guy is at 145 of Thomas Hujar. 145 of Thomas Hujar. New vinyl. We have the best of Michael Bublé. 2 LP, 21 of his greatest hits. First time I've ever had this. Bublé is $44.99. I've got a short but sweet Creative new vinyl. I've got a new release. I don't know if Jerry Stone's still watching, but Jerry, it is finally in. This is Don Henley. This is called I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley was a pre-order. Let's pull that up on Facebook. Speaking of pre-order, make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. Have y'all heard about all the massive pre-orders? The massive, I think I just said massive pre-orders that's been announced? Oh my goodness, make sure you're in on those. First thing is Don Henley. This is a classic album. It has his hit song Dirty Laundry. This is his debut iconic album. This is Don Henley of the Eagles, I Can't Stand Still. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 copies. I've got 5 copies. I've got 5 copies, and there was 3 people on a pre-order. Stacy Brown, Jerry Stone, and Bill Samus. 1, 2, 3. Those are all gone. I've got 2 extra copies. Here's where we're at on our auctions. Skip James, 120. Skip James, 120. Lightning Hopkins, 70. Rico bumped it up. We was at 35, and then all of a last thing I was saying is that's the first time I believe that's ever been reissued, and it is $33.99. We have the new soundtrack from the new Wicked movie, $49.99 for Wicked, the soundtrack. $49.99, music and lyrics by Steven Schwartz. Music from the motion picture featuring Defying Gravity and Popular, performed by Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande, that is $49.99. That's the new Wicked soundtrack. 2 LP, Wicked is $49.99. And now here's the Aerosmith albums. Let me know the name of the album. They're all new and sealed, remastered. Toys in the Attic, $36.99. Self-Titled, $36.99. Get Your Wings, $36.99. Draw the Line, $36.99. Greatest Hits, $33.99. And Rocks, $36.99. All righty. So, Lightning Hopkins is at 80 with George Scherer. 80 with George Scherer. Skip James. Marianne, 131. Buddy Guy, 156. So, Thomas, you're out on Buddy Guy. Skip James is at 131 with Mary. Whoever's out on that, you're out. And then Lightning Hopkins, George Scherer's at 80. George Scherer's at 80. Make sure I didn't miss any claims in there. Paul Brothers on a Wicked soundtrack. Thank you, Paul. Penny Conaway on Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Can't go wrong there. Scott Markheim on Aerosmith's Self-Titled. Dream On. Make It. I like that one. Walking the Dog. And James Vasquez, I've only got one Greatest Hits unless you want to go on a waiting list. I've only got one Greatest Hits, but I can put you on a waiting list. All right, so that crate has Aerosmith Rocks, Toys in the Attic. That's got Sweet Emotion on it. Get Your Wings and Draw the Line. We've got 2 new Wicked soundtracks, $49.99. 2 new Don Henleys, Building the Perfect Beast. And we've got the best of Michael Bublé, $44.99. And Thomas Hujar says he's in on Skip James. The new high bid on Skip James is now $132. Brian Lacey's out. Buddy Guy's at $158. And Lightning Hopkins is at $95. Penny Conaway wants Toys in the Attic. Put James Vasquez on the Greatest Hits waiting list unless he says otherwise. He says he's good with that. Lisa Davidson on a Wicked. There's now 1 Wicked left. And I'm going to bring over a new bin. And this one's really full. And the first thing I'm going to do when I bring over a new empty crate is offer a new bundle. I'm going to offer a new bundle that I have not shown tonight. Okay? And let me go ahead and show that. But first, I need a new empty crate. This is the biggest bundle of the night. This is the biggest bundle of the night. First, Melissa Bailey wants Toys in the Attic, which Penny's already claimed. Melissa, I can put you on a waiting list. Buddy Guy, 160. Lightning Hopkins, 110. Skip James, 133. Those are all still getting bids. Here's the biggest bundle of the night. Are y'all ready? The price is $150. It's the biggest bundle by quantity and price. $150 for 30 Tony Bennett albums. 30 Tony Bennett albums, $150. They're all by the artist. He goes by the name Tony Bennett. $150. Tony Bennett. I think y'all get the idea. Tony Bennett. Y'all see what's going on here? Tony Bennett. Tony. Bennett. Tony. Bennett. Tony Bennett. That is 30 Tony Bennett records for $150. Wow. Okay, Now, we have Melissa Bailey on the waiting list for Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. Buddy Guy, 161. Skip James, 135. Skip James, 135. Skip James, 136. Skip James, 136. Skip James, 140. Lightning Hopkins, 120. Buddy Guy, 162. Skip James, 141. Skip James, 141. Buddy Guy, 162. Lightning Hopkins, 120. 30 Tony Bennett albums. 30 Tony Bennett albums. Also, tonight, we did something incredible that I didn't really acknowledge. We sold every new vinyl LP except that one Michael Bublé Christmas album. Just FYI. It was a wipeout with lots of waiting list. Okay. I need somebody to buy Tony Bennett, and then I'll do the next bundle. We can't let the streak break. Where are you, Jetstream? That should be right up Jetstream's alley. How about a crate of Laura records? We're about to go through some stuff Laura marked. A Melvin's bundle. Somebody asked earlier for Metallica. Yeah, that wouldn't sell either. Tony Bennett wouldn't sell. You know what else wouldn't sell? A Melvin's bundle, because 30 Melvin's records would be like $8,700, and nobody would buy them. 10 OG Metallica records would be $5,700. All right. Next thing we have. I can bundle. Next time we get 10 OG Iron Maiden records, I'll bundle them together. It'll be a starting bid of like $3,000. We'll sell them all together. Okay, next thing we have is My Girlfriend's Dead. And it looks like she's also nude. Ian North. This is EX edition, $11.99. We have Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is a 77 US Indianapolis. This is a reissue. Lou Reed is EX $21.99. EX $21.99. And we have Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is VG Plus $14.99. There's Jetstream. Jetstream. 30 Tony Bennett records for $150. I mentioned your name. 30 Tony Bennett records for $150. Okay, Buddy Guy, Thomas Hujar. Thomas Hujar, 165. Boy, we're still bidding on all these. And let me tell y'all what we still have left to bid. Barbara Lynn, Gene Clark, Albert Collins, Freddie King, Lightning Hopkins, Johnny Taylor, Lightning Hopkins, John Lee Hooker, Big Bill Broomsey, John Lee Hooker, Lightning Hopkins, Albert King, T-Bone Walker, Lightning Hopkins, Little Walter, Buddy Guy, Albert King, Muddy Waters, Allman Brothers, Howlin' Wolf, Fleetwood Mac, Otis Spann, Jeremy Spencer, and Fleetwood Mac. That's still in the auction bin, plus other stuff that I hadn't even mentioned. Wow. Now, we have Buddy Guy, 160. Skip James, 150. Buddy Guy, 166. Skip James, 150. And this Lightning Hopkins, I'm moving it to a final call. Rico Lorenzini went out. The last bid on this was George Scher at 120. George Scher on this for 120. All right. Jetstream says, let me rewind, check out the covers. Okay. He's checking that out. You just missed them. I said Tony Bennett 30 times in a row. Let me know if you want them. They're $5. You got to take them all. 150. Moving on. Aretha Franklin, Soul 69. This is a 69 US Monarch OG. EX $44.99. EX $44.99. We're about to sell the Lightning Hopkins. They're still bidding on Buddy. They're still bidding on Skip. Cat Street, the best of Black Cats. Japanese Rockabilly, no Obi. EX edition, $11.99. Moving on. Give me 1 second. First thing I'm going to do is take a drink of water. I was about to say, where's my bottle of water? Right here. Okay, I'm back. Next thing I have is James Vasquez on Fortner. We're going through a crate of new arrivals. We have another Paul crate after this. Let's go ahead and sell the Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is officially sold, and this is gone to George Sheriff for $120. George, thank you. That's sold to you for $120. Skip James at 151, Buddy Guy 168. Next auction. Next auction is going to be Barbara Lynn. You'll lose a good thing. Barbara Lynn is an original 1962 U.S. Mono Philly Soul, Philadelphia Soul VG++ EX. Paul says it plays great. The best copy listed right now is VG for $150. A VG copy. Ours is a VG++, almost an EX, aka a really nice copy. $95 start. $95 start. Wow. So the cheapest one right now is a lower grade record for $150. We're going to start ours for $95. Barbara Lynn. Barbara Lynn. Also, we have 13 Stompy hits. The Strikes, Beat Session, Big Beat Performances. Japanese Garage, EX Edition, $11.99. The Doors, Greatest Hits. The Doors, Break On Through to the Other Side. This is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. VG Plus condition, $17.99. Dirty Heads, this is EX, $21.99. Phantoms of Summer, the Acoustic Sessions. Home, EX, $21.99. And The Nearness of You, Frank Sinatra, VG Plus, $11.99. Are we done on Buddy Guy? Thomas Ujar, are you still out there? Marianne's leading both auctions. An extremely rare Skip James, Devil Got My Woman. One has not sold in almost 7 years. It's a white label promo EX, a nice copy. Marianne has it for $151. $151. Thomas is back in on Buddy Guy at $169. We have Jared Inc. on DH. DH, Dirty Heads. Brandon Lack, you were second. Alice from YouTube, now on Facebook. Alice has it on Sinatra. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, VG Condition, $9.99. And Genesis, Trespass. Boy, this feels like a nice copy. It's very heavy. Wow, it's on Impulse. What in the world? I don't know. I've never seen that like that. EX, $21.99. Has anybody ever seen that on that layout? I've never seen that before. I kind of collect Genesis records like that. I never did know that existed. EX, $21.99. I mean, I'm a fan, and I thought I had everything. I'd seen everything. Next is another bundle. Another bundle. Okay? The Tony Bennett's still pending, the Jetstream. Here's what I'm going to do. I've got 8 records by the Stanley Brothers for $55. 8 Stanley Brother records for $55, including Ralph Stanley, the Stanley Brothers, and that's sealed. The famous songs of the Stanley Brothers. The Stanley Sound Around the World. Hootenanny with the Stanley Brothers. Ralph Stanley is sealed. That's never been open. Folk Song Festival. Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys. Those are all nice. A couple of them were sealed. They're all sold to Daniel Rosen. Those are sold to Daniel Rosen for $55. Those are sold. They're gone. Next is Doors' Greatest Hits was what? VG Plus condition, $17.99. Buddy Guy, $170. First on Genesis was Rico Lorenzini. Then John Kaiser. Buddy Guy, $171. Jim Sedal, third on Genesis. Daniel got Stanley Brothers. Robert Phillips was second. Are we done on Skip James? Thomas, you hadn't officially said out. Marianne has it for $151. Just going to make sure. And Brooks says, I'll take it. I'm going to go ahead and make the Barbara Lynn a buy it now. No bid. Barbara Lynn. Let me just figure out what I've done with the sticky note. I'm not for sure what happened to it. I know it was a 95. I know it was a $95 buy now. I just don't know what happened to it, which is unfortunate because it has all the really critical details of it. Let me see what I may have put it somewhere else. I don't see it though, unfortunately. I know it's $95. It may be tucked somewhere around here. Let's see. So there is the cover. Dang it. Sticky note. The sticky notes disappeared. But there's that. Okay. Scott Fellows says he has Skip James. Scott says he has bid on Skip James. That didn't come through, Scott, but it's through now. That never did appear on my screen. Scott, you have Skip James at 153. Marianne, you're out. Thomas is out on Skip James. He's back in on Buddy Guy. And what's the price on Bowie? And then Patrick Fu says he wants it. Tony Lewis was first, though. Tony, this is in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Okay, next auction. Next auction. We've got Guy James, so let's do John Lee Hooker. Marianne's backing on Skip James at 155. We've got John Lee Hooker. If you miss, I'm got him. What? What did that say? If you miss M, I got him. M. Apostrophe I-M. If you miss him, I got him. John Lee Hooker featuring Earl Hooker. Wow. An original. 1970 U.S. with promo sticker. No promo label for this release. That means there is no promo label. The vinyl is a very nice EX. A $35 start. There's the original Blues Way ABC Impulse inner sleeve. Cool inner sleeve. There's the not for sale promo sticker. Not for sale promotion copy. John Lee Hooker. Let the bidding begin. A $35 start. Marianne, you're out on Skip James. Tony Lewis wants the David Bowie. They're still battling out over Buddy Guy. Thomas has it at $174. Thomas has it at $174. Let's resume the action. Everybody still with me? No takers on the 50 Tony Bennett's. I've got one more bundle in this crate to do, and the next bundle is $70 for 14 Porter Wagner albums. 14 Porter Wagner albums, $70. A Slice of Life, Sing Some Love Songs, Ballads of Love, Simple as I Am, The Farmer, Sealed, Porter Wagner Sings His Owns, The Bottom of the Barrel, You Gotta Have a License, The Thin Man from West Plains, Collector Series Sealed, Soul of a Convict, The Carroll County Accident, Tore Down is sealed, and a nice copy of I'm Daydreaming Tonight. That is 14 Porter Wagner albums for $70. That is exactly $5 each. $70, 14 on that. 14 for 70 for Porter. All right, now, okay, Skip James, 155. The other bidder was Scott Fellows, 155, then 160. John Lee Hooker, 35, 44, 50. Buddy Guy, 175. Hooker, 175. I took David Bowie first. You claimed it first, but he asked the price first, which means he has dibs. Hooker, 80. Skip James, 181. Buddy Guy, 177. Hooker, 95. The Blues World of Eric Clapton. EX condition, $27.99. The Blues World of Eric Clapton. Hooker's at 100. The Impressions, the vintage years. This is EX Condition, $17.99. Impressions with Curtis Mayfield. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Waiting for the Sun, $34.99. $34.99 for The Doors. The Black Keys, Dropout Boogie, sealed, $19.99. Daniel, hang around late tonight. I'll sell you a bunch of country bundles. I have a feeling Tracy Songer will be watching too. The Black Keys, Dropout Boogie. We have 30 Foot Fall, 10 Years and Still Falling, on Milky Clear Vinyl, $19.99. The Spiders, album number 2. This is a Japanese Garage album, $19.99. Joe Gannon gets the Barbara Lynn for a $95 buy it now. Thank you, Joe Gannon. That's so to you. Let's do another update on these auctions. Boy, Buddy Guy has been, they've been bidding on Buddy Guy probably for what, an hour? I think it's been up for an hour. They've been going back and forth. Buddy Guy, I've even forgot even what it was. This is an original pressing, OG, a 1968 US stereo. It's a Pitman. The vinyl is in superb condition. No condition notes whatsoever. It does have a little bit of writing, just a couple circles and some stars next to some favorite tracks by somebody. It has the original inner sleeve. The cover, just a little bit of shelf wear. Nice. Buddy Guy. Never had this before, and the vinyl is superb. The high bid on Buddy Guy right now is $177. It's been war. They've been going back and forth on that for like an hour. Back and forth. Skip James is possibly one of the rarest records we're going to have tonight. Devil Got My Woman. There hasn't been one, one has never sold. They have never sold on Discogs. It's going on 7 years since one has sold on eBay. Skip James, also EX Vinyl. It's a white label promo. It's a white label promo. A promo copy. The promo copy is what I'm referring to. And Scott Fellows has it for $162. John Lee Hooker's down here on the end. If you miss them, I got them. And that just got a new bid for $110. Now, T wants the Black Keys. T, if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, and I need to get you registered, okay? I'll wait till you say first-time buyer before I go any further. So, Buddy Guy, Marianne, you're out. You're also out on Skip James, but Marianne just came in. George is leading the John Lee Hooker. Rico Lorenzini, you're out. Rico Lorenzini, you're out. Just FYI, that's where we're at on all of our records, okay? That's where we're at on those 3 auctions. We still got plenty more to go. Alto Sax for you. No Obi, a Japanese pressing, $19.99. Marianne's backing on Skip James, and so is Scott Fellows. But Buddy Guy's the one in question. Thomas has it for $177. And it's a final call. We're down to Mary, and then we're going to sell it. I have a feeling we may not be done. Blind Melon, a music on vinyl pressing. Blind Melon, a music on vinyl pressing. That's $29.99. $29.99 for Blind Melon. That has their hit song No Rain on it. Josie and the Pussycats. Sealed, $39.99. This is a Mondo pressing. New bid on Buddy Guy. New bid on Skip James. Out on John Lee Hooker. So a final call to George for $110. Now, let's go here to YouTube, and we have a first-time buyer by T. T, thank you. And when you fill out this form, let me know when you're done filling it out. And make sure you put your actual name and your YouTube handle. So let us know when you put your name that you go by T on YouTube. Make sure you include your handle there. All right? I would greatly appreciate that. I would greatly appreciate that. And just let me know when that's done so I know I can double check it and make sure it came through and you're good to go. $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. Folks, we're going through a crate of new arrivals right now. This is a crate the Lord's prepared. We have another crate of Paul from Paul coming up next. And let me get back to business, okay? Wow, what a night. It's already 10:12. We got a ton of blues records still to auction. I hope y'all can stay up late. I can only really keep up with 2, 3, maybe 4 auctions at a time. We've been bidding on a couple of these for a long time. We're still going too. Buddy Guy, 180. We have Mega Fauna Maximalist. That's a prog record, $9.99. Buddy Guy's at 180. Skip James, Marianne, You're Out. Scott Fellows has it for 175. You're Out. Skip James at 175. 21 Pilots, Blurry Face. 21 Pilots is $24.99. Also, we have the Vandals, Internet Dating Super Studs. The Vandals is on white vinyl, $14.99. John Lee Hooker, though, we can sell it. John Lee Hooker is officially sold to George Share for $110. All right, that is gone. These are OG records. They're beautiful. They're incredible. This stuff is just like, I wish I had all in about a month, I wish I had all this back so we could sell it again. Next is Albert King at the Blues Festival live. A U.S. press, unknown year, probably from the 70s, only time pressed to vinyl. Paul says it's borderline being between VG and VG+. Albert King at the Blues Festival live. It's a U.S. press. We don't know what year. It's the only time it was ever pressed to vinyl. It's a $25 start. The grade is between VG and VG+. There's Albert. There we have it. Buddy Guy, 180, 180. Skip James, 190. Shane Devers in on the Buddy Guy at 200. And Richard Zeinert wants the Mega Fauna. That is sold to Richard Zeinert. New bid on Buddy Guy. It's now at 200. We have Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner is $19.99. No condition notes on Foreigner. No condition notes. $19.99 on Double Vision. Texas. Texis. I don't know if that's how you say it or not. Blue and yellow vinyl, $24.99. Buddy Guy, 202 with Thomas. Buddy Guy is still rolling. Skip James is still rolling. Skip James is at 190 with Scott Fellows. Marianne, you've been outbid. Next LP in here is the Black Keys Cholahoma. This is $39.99. It's the 2013 U.S. It's a reissue, but it's a Newberry Comics exclusive on colored vinyl, orange and black. That is $39.99. Skip James is at 200. And we have Sonny Stitt bopping in Baltimore live at the Left Bank. Sonny Stitt is a record store day, limited numbered, 1804 of 25, $24.99. Buddy Guy, 200. Buddy Guy, 225. Skip James, 200. Albert King, no bid. Final call. Final call for a $25 start. Final call for a $25 start. No show tomorrow. No show tomorrow. No show. No show. I'll be asleep on my couch after I've ingested an entire chocolate pie. And I will be knocked out. I won't even know what day it is when I wake up. Skip James, 201. Skip James, 210. One bid on Albert King for 25. Now another bid on Albert King for 25. Going once, going twice. Let's go through another crate. Or let's go through this crate one more time. I'll be able to go through these pretty fast. We got another crate from Paul coming up. We're going to get into some discount half off here pretty soon. Let me get a big stack of empty crates going. Don't forget, we're going to reopen the store. We've been closed since Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tomorrow we're closed for Thanksgiving, of course. And then we'll be back Friday. The store will open for a $1 sale and everything 20% off. Comic book and toys in the back in Charles's booth. 50% off comic books. 50% off toys. You'll be want to taking part in those deals. Laura says she'll have another crate ready as well, so don't go anywhere. So we got a Paul crate coming up. We're going to recap Laura's crate now. Laura's marking more records. And as y'all heard earlier, I got like an incredible amount of blues still going. We have right now, Marianne's out on Buddy Guy. The last bid was Shane Devers at $225. Thomas is also out. Skip James. Scott Fellows has it for $225. Scott Fellows, $225. Marianne, you're out on Skip James. Albert King is at $30 with Michael McCullen. George Scherer, you're out. Gary Wellman, you're out. Michael McCullen, $30. All right. Now we have Albert King, $35. Gene Clark on deck. We have My Girlfriend's Dead, Ian North, EX $11.99. We had Lou Reed, EX $21.99. Rock and Roll Animal. Aretha, EX $44.99. Cat Street, The Best of Black Cats, EX $11.99. Japanese. 13 Stompy Hits, EX $11.99. The Blues World of Eric Clapton, EX $27.99. The Impressions, EX $17.99. Well, Shane entered the bidding on Buddy Guy. Marianne and Thomas went out. We're about to sell it to Shane. Buddy Guy, we're about to sell it. It's a final call, $225. Albert King's now at $40. They're still bidding on Skip James. The Doors, $34.99. Waiting for the Sun. 30-Foot Fall, 10 Years and Still Falling, $19.99. The Spiders album number 2, $19.99. Alto Sax for You, $19.99. Blind Melon, Music on Vinyl Press, $29.99. Josie and the Pussycats, sealed, $39.99 on Mondo Pressing. 21 Pilots is $24.99. The Vandals is $14.99. Foreigner Double Vision's $19.99. Texas is $24.99. Black Keys is $39.99. And Sonny Stitt was $24.99. Ethan Bonhart wants Blind Melon. All right. Buddy Guy, you have found a new home. Boy, that was some action on that. I'd like to rewind and figure out when I put that up for anybody that's watching on YouTube. It is now 10:19. I bet that's been at least 45 minutes. That was an auction. That thing started at 45. We ended at 225. Shane Devers, beautiful copy. Skip James, we have, I think, our last bid was placed. Marianne has it for $230. Essentially, where records are being kept, no pun intended, Discogs and eBay, where we have databases we can access. Unless one of these sold in a record store somewhere across the world or somewhere on another auction website, to our knowledge, it's been 7 years since one of these have sold, specifically on eBay or Discogs. It's been a long time since one's come through. It could be a long time before you see one again. It's a final call to Marianne for $230. We're about to sell it. Albert King is at $40 with Gary Wellman. We're about to sell it. Wow. A couple of these bins and crates and bundles have almost exhausted me. Bins and crates and bundles, oh my. Plus all the Great Whites. We sold 95 copies of Great White tonight. Wow, 95 copies of Great White also going out the door. I've emptied another bin, and we have another Paul crate to go through. And we definitely have the blue buyers on. The blue buyers are buying the blues. No other bids on Skip James. I think we found a home for it. Marianne, that's going to you for $230. I'm about to have to drink a V8. I know it. That last one kicked in good. I think y'all could hear me earlier. I mean, I was rolling. We're still bidding on Albert King. That might be our next hour-long auction. George Scherer has that at at 44. And now at 45. Gene Clark. Here we go. Gene Clark. Paul has this as an original 1967 US stereo. VG Plus. He says, yes, I know this is not a blues record, but it was in the blues collection, and it is great and and fairly rare. Rest in peace, Gene Clark. I think Paul's a fan for sure. Original 1967 US stereo, VG Plus. That's true. This doesn't come through very often. That's a very conservative grade at VG Plus. I hope everybody can see the vinyl. We've graded all these records VG Plus, even the ones we say EX++ near mint minus. That's conservative because they look like they're new. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the back cover. It has a demonstration not for sale stamp. There's the front cover. Gene Clark with the Gosden Brothers. The Gosden Brothers. That's a $95 start. $95 start. Okay? Now, we've been showing a lot of bundles tonight. I'm going to give an opportunity. I really didn't want to discount it because I thought $5 each. However, when you times that by 30, it adds up to $150. I've got 30 Tony Bennett albums for $150. Somebody please buy them or make offer. We're going to sell them tonight. 30 Tony Bennett albums. If anybody wants them, $150. OBO. And then let's try to sell Porter. We got to have a country buyer on for these. I've got 14 different Porter Wagoner albums. You got to take them all. I'm at 70. And now I have another Bear Family box set. Is this Bear Family? We found this one today. We didn't know we had it. I've got John Wayne's West in music and poster art. A very rare and desirable box set. CD, $249.99. The last one complete and nice like this sold overseas for almost $300. It has a heck of a book with it. It has a gigantic hardback book. This is $249.99. John Wayne. It has this huge book which shows posters and film information, all the movie posters, including foreign ones. As a movie poster collector and dealer, I think this book was incredible. Has all these posters, and then there's like 20,000 CDs. How many's in here? There's a bunch. There is 10 CDs and a DVD. If you're a Bear Family box set collector, you probably need that. It has a huge hardback book. There's one flaw. The flaw is the box is torn. It's a I could see why. The book is very heavy. It's a massive book. Huge. And that's called John Wayne's West in music, which is 9 CDs and DVD, and poster art. So essentially, the score and soundtrack music to all those films, and then a whole hardback book with pictures of the movie posters. John Wayne, an American legend, $249.99. And if you look those up, there's one for sale right now, I think, for $400 overseas. And that's on Discogs. Let me try to look that up one more time. But before I go through this crate, I just want to check it one more time. Yeah, right now there's one for sale for $364.05. $364.05, okay? There we have it. No offers on Porter, none on Tony. I'm going to put those back here behind me so they're out of the way. Make offers. I'm going to sell them to somebody tonight. I'll show them again later. Albert King is sold to Michael Nath for $45. All right. Gene Clark, final call for a $95 start. Final call. Let's put up more blues. We got plenty more. Next is Albert Collins. There's got to be a change. Albert Collins, there's got to be a change. An original 1971. An original 1971 U.S. original. Fantastic gatefold. A fantastic gatefold photo, I think Paul said. VG plus EX, no poster, $35 start. So there's the inner sleeve. Let's see what the gatefold is. Ah, that is really cool. That is a $35 start. There's got to be a change. All right, and let's put up one more. Let's put up one more. And we have, going up right now, Muddy Waters, the original Hoochie Coochie Man. This is a 1984 Swiss import, made in Germany, VG plus. Something inexplicable happened to side 2 label. Looks like he got heat damage when he got pressed. That is going to be a $15 start. Nothing's wrong with the vinyl other than it being just VG plus. The label's kind of messed up. Glossy cover. Muddy Waters is a $15 start. All right. $35 on Albert Collins. Gene Clark is a final call for a $95 start. Let's go through this bin. Give me 1 second. Make sure everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. I'm going to go check some stats right quick. Let's see what we're looking like over here. We have 108 people watching and only 54 likes. Unacceptable. Everybody go hit the like button right now on YouTube before I get started on this bin. Just go hit the like button on YouTube. Facebook. Right now, we have 168 likes. There's 96 people watching, 168 likes. That's more like it. But I bet there's people watching that didn't like the post. Okay? Laura says someone exploded the label with their mind. It looks like somebody went like avacadabra on it. We have Studebaker John and the Hawks rocking the blues. Sealed 1985 US. This is $29.99. Studebaker John and the Hawks rocking the blues. $29.99. Bobby Bland, Touch of the Blues. Bobby Bland is an original 68 US stereo, $34.99. Henry Gray, Lucky Man. Henry Gray is sealed, $14.99. And 88 US, sealed, $14.99. Canned Heat Cookbook, the best of Canned Heat, an 80s pressing, sealed, $24.99. And Byther Smith and the Night Riders, Housefire, sealed, in 88 US, $27.99. Quick time out before I do anything, before I say the next bid, before I pull the next record. Let me go ahead and grab a V8 energy drink out of the fridge over here. So, let me go do that right now. Welcome, everybody. I just asked very nice if everybody hit the like button. Why, you may ask? That helps me with reaching people already following our page. There's people who follow our page that have no idea we sell live here every night. Can you believe that? We find out about them all the time. They'll be like, I didn't even know you sold live on Facebook. I've been following your page for years. And then that just blows my mind because we're here 7 nights a week, 7, 8 hours sometimes a night selling records live on Facebook and YouTube. So welcome. We've had an epic night of bundling, auctions, and we still got plenty more stuff to do. Still got new arrivals, plenty of auctions, and we'll probably hit a couple discount crates. Later tonight, we'll be going through some Fred stuff. I was told by my family I better get some sleep so I'm not a zombie tomorrow during Thanksgiving. So I'm not going to go like till 4 a.m. or anything, but we'll be here till a reasonable hour, like, into the early morning. Just joking. Okay. Albert Collins, 36. Albert Collins, 45. Muddy Waters, 15. Muddy Waters, 15. Gene Clark info. I was just about to make it a buy now. Charlie, you got lucky. An original 67 US stereo. An original 67 US stereo. VG Plus condition. Final call to get a bid in for $95. Michael Swanger on SJ. SJ, Studebaker John, sold to Michael Swanger. Michael Nath on Bobby Bland, sold to Michael Nath. George Thayer on Canned Heat, sold. That leaves Henry Gray. That leaves Byther Smith. Also, we have Over Easy, Whispering Smith. Over Easy is a U.S. reissue, sealed, $19.99. Blues, live in Baltimore at the Speakeasy. That is a U.S. reissue, sealed, $24.99. Also, we have High and Low Down. This is Lightning Slim, a U.S. reissue, sealed, $24.99. This is New Arrivals, sticker price, a Paul crate, all blues, and from the Blues collection. It may not be all blues, but it's from the Blues collection. Let's do some final calls. Rico has Albert Collins for 45. Patrick Lear, you were the other bidder. You technically hadn't set out. That's a final call for 45. Nobody bid on Gene Clark. Let's go ahead and make that a $95 buy now. Gene Clark with the Gosden Brothers, 67 US stereo, VG Plus, a nice VG Plus, and that's a $95 buy now. And then Charlie says, do you know what pressing? This is an original 67 US stereo, and it looks like it is it has the 0. What is that, Jacksonville? Jacksonville, maybe? It's the 0. I'm going to phone a friend back in the back to Laura. Laura, what is the 0? That is Jacksonville, maybe. And then we have Muddy Waters. I think we're still tied on Muddy Waters. Russell bid 15 and Thomas Hujar bid 15. Thomas, you never did bid again. Russell Flynn was first. Final call on Muddy Waters for $15. Gene Clark's available for $95. Next is Michael Nath on H&L, high and low. So to Michael Nath, light and slim. We have the Real Blues. This is an Excello. This is a compilation, a U.S. reissue, sealed, $24.99. Muddy Waters is at $20. Muddy Waters at $20. Laura says that's Jacksonville. That is a Jacksonville press. Jumpin' Johnny and the Blues Party. That is sealed for $14.99. Also, we have the Leon Thomas Blues Band. That is sealed in 88 U.S., $14.99. And we have Dogman Anthology. That's an 88 U.S. sealed, $14.99. Dogman and the Shepherds. Muddy Waters at $25. Let's go ahead and sell the Albert Collins. The Albert Collins is sold to Rico Lorenzini for $45. Thank you, Rico. We need 2 new auctions minimum going up right now. 2 new auctions minimum. Laura says that's Jacksonville. Thank you. So they have to work with those identification marks every day. They work with them every day in the back. They probably have most of them memorized. But you see right there that little 0 next to where the matrix starts? That's one of the identifying marks where you can tell what pressing plant it is. There's a 0 for Jacksonville. There's a T1 for Terre Haute. There's sometimes a small P for Pittman. It goes on. And probably Paul, John, and Laura has that entire chart memorized by this point because they spend all day when they're working here looking up all these matrices and dead wax. We do all the hard work for you. If we didn't do all the research and do all this, there would be a million questions every night. What pressing plant, where is it made, what year, and we wouldn't sell hardly anything. So we have to have everybody here on staff working on all these, getting them ready, tagging them, researching them, looking them up, reading them, examining them. It's almost like a detective work to figure out some of these. Here's our next auction. This is a Euro import, unknown year, the only time it's ever been pressed on vinyl. Freddie King, live in Germany. Paul says it's a Euro import, unknown year, only time on vinyl. It is mostly sealed. It's live in Hamburg and Bremen, Germany in 1975. 45 on that. Shane, you're out on Muddy Waters. Thomas, you're out on Muddy Waters. Continuing with this band, we have Big Band Blues, Tiny Tim, Jimmy Rushing, and Ernie Fields. Sealed, 87 UK, $14.99. Freddie King has a bid for $45. We have Dave Kelly, Wheeling. Dave Kelly's a 79 Italian, $19.99 for Dave Kelly. Andy J. Forrest, that's called Hog Wild, an 83 Italian, $19.99. And we have Kings of the Blues, a Miss Canali of Blues, a Miss Canali, that's sealed 87 UK, 1999. 1999. Also, Mark Fallon said, good evening, Coletco friends and family. Welcome, Mark Fallon. I can't wait for you to get your Metallica record and tell me how much you enjoy it. Next auction going up is called Lightning Strikes Again. Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is a U.S. compilation. This is a year unknown, probably late 70s, early 80s. It is a sealed 2 LP compilation of Lightning Hopkins music. $35 start on that. Muddy Waters, $35. Another $45 bid on Freddie King. Now a $55 bid on Freddie King. And now a $60 bid on Freddie King. Next LP is Mike Morgan and the Crawl. That's called Raw and Ready. 1990 US, $9.99. Carrie Bell's Blues Harp featuring Eddie Taylor, Pinetop Perkins, and Jimmy Dawkins. Sealed, a 70s reissue, $19.99. Freddie King's at $60. Gary Wellman out. Michael McCullen out. Shane's leading Muddy Waters for $35. Michael Naff's out. The other bidder on Muddy Waters was Thomas Hujar. Final call to Shane for $35. Lightning has one bid for $35. And we have a fresh delivery of records that was just placed behind me. I'm also about to chug this orange pineapple Venergy V8. What did I just say? Venergy? Venergy. That is V8 energy. I just combined 2 words. Holy moly. I'm about to start fasting for tomorrow. I'm not eating anything tonight after the sale. The only thing I'm going to be eating is V8 energy because I have a lot of food to consume tomorrow. Quick timeout. how much caffeine? It says 1 V8 Energy Plus has more caffeine than a cup of or no, it has the same caffeine as an energy drink or just a little below a cup of coffee. So I've essentially drank 3 cups of coffee since I've been live. That's not too bad. Or 3 energy drinks worth of caffeine. Whew. All right, so first, that's not too bad. Not for me. I think caffeine's kind of like the way alcohol works. If you're kind of a bigger body, it takes a lot more, right? I mean, I think I'm weighing in at like 315 right now. So I think I have to have like 3 cups of coffee is probably the equivalent of 1. So I'm also going to go ahead and get a bottle of water because if I don't do it now, I'll need it later. All righty. Here we go. So yeah, like 3 monsters is like 1 for the average person, right? I have to have a lot more. Okay. Now, we left off by saying Freddie King was at 45. Muddy Waters, no. I said Freddie King was at 60. Lightning Hopkins, 35. And Michael Swanger wants Carrie Bell. That's so to Michael Swanger. Freddie King out. Freddie King out. Thomas Hujar out. And then we have Lightning Hopkins, 37. Lightning Hopkins, 40. Lightning Hopkins, 43. Lightning Hopkins, 45. Brownie McGee and Sonny Terry climbing up. 1984 U.S. sealed, $29.99. I have Kings of the Boogie, canned heat. That is a sealed 81 U.S., $29.99. James Cotton, mighty long time. James Cotton's a 91 U.S. sealed, $39.99. And Wilson Pickett, Don't Knock My Love, an original 71 Richmond, $29.99. Wilson Pickett, do you drink coffee? Do I drink coffee? Do you drink coffee? Only at Waffle House. Only at Waffle House. Thomas Hujar on Terry. Terry, sold to Thomas. Thomas gets Terry. Michael on JC. James Cotton, sold to Michael. Thomas Hujar on canned heat, sold to Thomas Hujar. Gone. Muddy Waters, sold. Muddy Waters is sold. This is sold to Shane Devers. Muddy Waters is sold to Shane Devers for $35. That's gone, sold, put it away. See you later, Muddy. Going to Shane. See ya. Bye. Lightning Hopkins. First, Freddie King. Freddie King. I hadn't said a bit in a while. It is a final call. Nath. Michael Nath, 60. Lightning. It was at 48. 50. Out with Henry. Final call for 50. Next. Out of the Blues, or of the Blues. Of the Blues. George Harmonica Smith. 1999 to 87 import. By the way, that's also Michael Nath on Lightning. And Roy Brown, Hard Times. A 1973 sealed original. 1999. 73 sealed original. Next auction. Let me flip through the auction bin right quick. And I got something sort of bluesy. It has an electric guitar. They have a sort of a bluesy voice. And that's the Allman Brothers Band. I'm talking about Greg Allman, his brother, and this incredible all-star lineup of musicians that made up the Allman Brothers Band. This is their debut. This is their debut album, and it's an original 1969 Terre Haute pressing. An extremely clean copy. It took me forever to find one. Mine's probably this nice. However, this one's looking good to me for sure. That's the Allman Brothers debut album, a textured gatefold original, a $35 start. Wow, $35 start. Moving on, we had, I guess I've already pulled all that. Did I pull Terry, JC, and Heat? I guess I did. Did I pull all those? Heat, yeah, okay. I'm caught up. Next is Nappy Brown, Thanks for Nothing. Nappy Brown, wow, an original 69 US. A 69 US original, sealed, $69.99. Allman Brothers, 35, 45. Lau Fuelson, Baby, Won't You Jump With Me? That is a 99 Swedish import mono, sealed, $24.99. Freddie King, sold, Michael Nath. That's sold to Michael Nath for 60. He also gets Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is also sold to Michael Nath for 50. And the Allman Brothers Band, a great debut. Mark Fallon bought a copy from us that was signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. That's correct. I had about, at one time, 15 Allman Brothers albums signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. And there was a few that was signed by maybe Butch Trucks as well. Yes. And I have an Eat a Peach signed by everybody. Except, well, yeah, no, I have an Eat a Peach signed by everybody, I think. Except Dwayne played on that album, but he didn't sign it. It's technically the first album without Dwayne, but I've got to auction that next week. I have a beautiful Eat a Peach, I think signed by everybody that played on the album, minus Dwayne. An incredible piece. I also have a Pet Sound signed by the Beach Boys that we're going to sell next week. An autographed Pet Sounds. Okay, so Allman Brothers, 35, 35, 35, 45. Allman Brothers, 50. Allman Brothers, 50. And Rico put B question mark. B question mark. What was B? Also, we have the 50s Juke Joint Blues. That is sealed in 87 UK, 1999. Next auction is Lightning Hopkins and the Blues. Oh boy, here we go. Another one. Another one. A 1963 US stereo. Extremely clean, Lightning Hopkins. A $45 start. Look at the LP. It's beautiful. A $45 start. The jacket is beautiful. There's that same FM stamp that was on the back of, what was that on the back of? It was on the back of maybe the Buddy Guy album earlier. Yeah, that's that same FM stamp that was on the back of that Buddy Guy album. Lightning Hopkins and the Blues. A 63 US stereo, a $45 start. Wild. Crazy. All right, moving on. Next record in here is Gene Phillips and his Rhythm Aces. An 86 UK sealed, $14.99. Metropolitan All-Star, Metropolitan Blues All-Star, sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. And we have Bobby Radcliffe, Early in the Morning. That's an 85 US sealed, $24.99. Next auction. Let me see what else in here I want to do. Lightning Hopkins, we just put him up. John Lee Hooker, maybe. What was back here on the back? Buddy Guy, Albert King. Ooh, I like that name. Another Albert King. Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Fleetwood. Ooh, let's see what's going on here. Fleetwood Mac. I forgot about this record tucked almost in the back. I never have seen this before. Jumping in the Shadows. Jumping at Shadows. Fleetwood Mac. Live Boston, 1969. This is an 85 US. It's live in Boston. It's not billed as an unofficial, so it's definitely official. 85 US, live in Boston, Fleetwood Mac. The vinyl is near mint minus. Paul has no condition notes on it. It's in shrink, and that's Fleetwood Mac, Jumping at Shadows. Now, don't buy this thinking you're going to hear Stevie Nicks. If you buy this and think you're going to hear Stevie Nicks' voice, you're going to be greatly disappointed. If you think you're going to hear Christine McVie or Lindsey Buckingham, you're also going to be disappointed. This is the early Fleetwood Mac. This is when they were a British blues band. That's when they were a British blues band with Mick Fleetwood, Peter Green, etc. This still should be Peter Green, I think, right? Peter Green, Jeremy Spencer, Danny Kerwin, Fleetwood Mac, or Mick Fleetwood, and then John McVie, which went on to marry Christine McVie, or Christine, oh boy, what was her last name? Christine, it's something weird. Christine. Nobody tell me. Do not comment it. Christine. I have no idea. Okay. We have Bobby Radcliffe, Early in the Morning. We have another, well, I was about to say, Deja Vu, $24.99. $24.99. The Sound of Wilson Pickett. Wow. An original 67 Terre Haute, $29.99. Christine Perfect. Yeah, perfect. What a interesting last name. Perfect. The Sound of Wilson Pickett is $29.99. The Sound of Wilson Pickett is $29.99. Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Jim. I knew y'all could help me out there. Christine Perfect. I almost said Christine White for some reason. Or I thought of something else, but I didn't even say it because it wasn't correct. I was thinking Christine Green, but I was like, it's not Green or White. I'm thinking Peter Green. Okay, so Moving on. Luther Allison Power Wire Blues. Luther Allison is sealed, $29.99. And we have Eddie Shaw, King of the Road. That is sealed, $9.99. And the Harmonica Blues of Sonny Terry, Dr. Ross, Hammy Nixon, and Sonny Boy Williamson, sealed, $24.99. I got a lot of updating to do. The Allman Brothers, Scott Beebe, about 4 minutes ago, Scott Beebe bid 50. Okay? And then Rico bid 57. And then Scott bid 55. Rico had bid 57. And then Lightning took off at 50 with Scott Fellows, 50 with Mark Fallon, 45 with Thomas Hujar, 60 with Mark Fallon, 60 with J.D. Conklin, 75 with J.D. Conklin. Fleetwood Mac is a $15 start. $15 start on Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac Boston, we have Lightning Hopkins 76, Allman Brothers 60. Allman Brothers 60, Lightning Hopkins 76. Gary Wellman wants Wilson Pickett. Gary Wellman wants Wilson Pickett. Michael Nath on L.A. Luther Allison. George Scherer, you were second on Luther Allison. Allman Brothers 70. Lightning Hopkins 80. Patrick's in on Fleetwood Mac at 15. Lightning 80. Allman 17. Fleetwood Mac 15. The Yardbirds Greatest Hits. Wow. A 3 LP box set sealed. Mostly sealed. Paul puts mostly sealed when there's a break in the shrink. $49.99. An 83 German 3 LP box set. The Yardbirds Greatest Hits. Otis Rush, So Many Roads, live in concert. Sealed, a 78 US, $34.99. Blind Willie McTell, Jazz Heritage Series. That is an 83 US sealed, $29.99. Somebody already had the Allman Brothers at 75. Who had the Allman Brothers at 75? Somebody already had it at 75? If so, it's not on my screen. I'm going to look again. Nope. I don't see a 75 on my screen. If you had bid, you need to bid again. Right now, I've got it at John Kaiser. He just bid 75. John Kaiser bid 75. Fleetwood Mac 20. Fleetwood Mac 25. Scott Fellows on Yardbirds. Sold. Thomas Hujar wants Blind Willie McTell. Allman Brothers 73. Allman Brothers 85. Folks, we're talking about their debut album, an OG first pressing in beautiful condition. An original 69 Atco. Textured cover. Very little signs of wear on the jacket. Beautiful. Now, Lightning hadn't had a bid in a while, and Thomas bid 80. Thomas bid 80, and he outbid Scott Fellows. So, Scott, let me know if you want back in on Lightning Hopkins. Next is Bill Dicey, Caught in the Act, recorded live at Dan Litch Incorporated. Sealed, $39.99. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for 30 with Michael Nath. Yardbirds is already sold. Big Brother and the Holding Company live. You may recognize her. Her name is Janis Joplin. An 84 US sealed. That's a Rhino reissue from the late 80s. Not TA9 to be exact. $34.99. $34.99. Quick timeout. I'm going to step over here. And don't forget, we got a Laura crate that was dropped off just a second ago. I'm actually going to step over here, and I think I have my first couple bundles over here that I don't actually have ready. So let me see what I can come up with. I do have some stuff over here that's not really sorted yet that I was going to show. And let me see if I can find those. Maybe they're right in here. We kind of have them everywhere all of a sudden. I think this may be the next. Yeah, let me find these right here. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I may have to move some stuff. Let me do that. I'll do that. I have to do that later. I'm trying to jump ahead, and I'll just have to do that later when we have more time to do it. It's going to take a while to count all those, get them out anyway. Anyway, so last thing I said was Allman Brothers 85, Fleetwood Mac 30, Fleetwood Mac out, Lightning out. Rob Fordham wants live. That was $34.99. That's so to Rob Fordham. Michael, you're second. Scott's out on Allman Brothers. We've got Hey Jude, Wilson Pickett, an original 69 Terre Haute in shrink wrap. A tough $39.99. And We have George Smith, No Time for Jive. This is 87 German import white vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Okay, so the Allman Brothers out. That means that Rob Fordham has it for $85. I've already done a final call on Lightning Hopkins, so let me grab that and let's put up some new auctions. And Lightning Hopkins was with Thomas for $80. Thomas Hujar, $80. Yes, that sold to Thomas for $80. Thank you, Thomas. And then the Fleetwood Mac was also a final call, correct? And I'm going to go back to the top and figure out who had that. And Fleetwood Mac was Michael Naff's at 30. He's had that for 3 minutes, and I know I already set a final call. So that's sold to Michael Naff for 30. Jumping at Shadows, Fleetwood Mac live. I just posted a Start Your Ear Off Right. Did everybody see that? I just posted a Start Your Ear Off Right exclusive. Gary, how much is Fleetwood Mac? We just sold it for $30. We just sold it at auction to Michael for $30. All right. I was going to try to pull that up right quick. Okay. And then now this is sold to Rob. I was going to wait and make sure we had a clean slate there. That's sold to Rob Fordham for $85. Rob, that is sold to you for $85. All right. We have a whole new auction to do, okay? Whole new auctions. Let's start two. Let's get two rolling. Let's get two rolling, and then I'll put up another one. John Lee Hooker and Albert King. John Lee Hooker is called Whiskey and Women. W-I-M-M-E-N. Women. This is a 73 US 2LP compilation, a $25 start. It is sealed. 1973, $25 start. Albert King, Laundromat Blues. Laundromat Blues is an 84 UK, sealed, a $25 start. Laundromat Blues, Albert King. Finishing up here, we have Leroy Jody Pearson, Rusty Nail. Leroy Jody Pearson, Rusty Nail, sealed, $14.99. Sealed, $14.99. Going Back Home, Smoky Hog, 84 UK mono, sealed, $24.99. Frank Hovington, Lonesome Road Blues, 79 US, $34.99. Blue Monday, Murder by Love, 86 US, sealed, $14.99. John Lee Hooker, 25. Excuse me. It was supposed to be a $25 start. The opening bid was $30. Albert King, $40. Albert King, $30. John Lee Hooker, $25. Michael Nath is leading both auctions, $30 and $40. Going once, going twice. Next auction is Little Johnny Taylor. And Paul had this near up the front all night, meaning it was probably one of the better auctions. And this is an original, I repeat, an original 1963 US mono Indianapolis Press EX Plus vinyl, a superb copy, a $45 start. Little Johnny Taylor, an original 1963 US mono Indianapolis Press EX Plus condition, a $45 start. Little Johnny Taylor. That's going up for a $45 start. Now, finishing up this bin, we have West Side Heat, Chicago Bound, 86 US sealed, $9.99. We have Honor Among Thieves, When the World Runs Fast, an 87 US Psych Hard Rock. Wow. Psych Hard Rock, sealed, $9.99. Up Wilson, On My Way, an 88 UK import. That's Texas Blues, $19.99. Harmonica Blues Kings, Big Walter Horton and Alfred Harmonica Blues King Harris. That's an 86 US compilation, sealed, $29.99. and Luther Guitar Jr. Johnson and Magic Rockers doing the Sugar 2, sealed $22.99. Sealed $22.99. I want everybody to know that there is a pre-order up, and let me go ahead and post it, and then I'll tell you about it. Let me do this right now. I'm posting it in the chat for the viewers on Facebook right now. Anybody can jump in right now if you're watching for the first time. This is a pre-order that is up in Whole Lotta Records, and it's Fleetwood Mac. It is Fleetwood Mac live at the record plant, December 15th, 1974. A Start Your Ear Off Ride exclusive 2LP red vinyl, due out January 3rd, 2015. So that's a new Start Your Ear Off Ride. It's Fleetwood Mac live, and I accidentally posted that as me. I don't know if anybody can even click on that. Let me go back and post it as Coletco. And you should still be able to click on it, though. But if you're not in a Whole Lotta Records, I don't know if that works if it doesn't as Coletco. Maybe you can. I don't know. Can y'all click on that? I guess you can, yeah. That should take you straight to it. I also posted it. That's me. I'm Chad Williams. And then Coletco, of course, is our business here. I'm the owner and proprietor, founder, and CEO. We don't have titles around here, though, but I do call myself the CEO occasionally. 8 member requests. There we go. I just accepted a lot of member requests. Okay. 2025. Yes, 2025. Okay. Now, so, of course, as I expected, we've laid down 3 auctions. And let's update some bids, okay? And I'm about to chug a bottle of water. We're about to go through this crate here in just a second. Before I do anything else, this is also my time since I just clicked on Facebook. I'll remind everybody 2 things. 2 very important things you can do for us. You can hit the like button on Facebook and make sure you follow our page or like it. There's really no such thing as liking anymore. They do this follow thing. If you're on YouTube, make sure you've subscribed. And on both, make sure you have set up notifications for when we go live, okay? Because if you turn on notifications on Facebook, you'll get notified, or especially YouTube, when we go live. But it's pretty easy. It's 7 nights a week at 7. 6 nights of records, and Sunday we typically do comics and toys with Brian, and we do coins and knives with me, Chad. And we've been doing coins and knives about every other week. Sorry, I had walked back over here. I got distracted again looking forward to what we're going to be doing later. So here we go. Make sure you're in our group. Anything you pre-order will be combined. If you pre-order something, it will be combined with whatever comes in that week and invoiced, and whatever you buy during the live sale. So if you buy stuff during the live sale, Scott, you've been approved. If you buy something during the live sale and a pre-order comes in, they'll be invoiced together on Monday. Okay, sorry. That was kind of a quick little break there to explain everything. And that remind everybody about the pre-orders. Also, Rush, Test for Echo is up. Rush, Roll the Bones. I posted some really cool stuff, okay? Great Whites are all in. Everybody got one. So John Lee Hooker's our first auction here. This is a 1973 sealed copy, 2 record set, and Michael Naff just bid $60. Albert King, we just had Rico go out. Michael Naff has that for $67. And Johnny Taylor was a $45 start, a 63 US Mono original. Make sure I didn't miss any bids here on Johnny Taylor, 63 US Mono original. On my chat, I do not see a JT anywhere. No one has bid on JT. Final call for a $45 start. Now, we're not going to go through this crate again in detail. I'm just going to read title and album if I can very quickly, and then we're going to go through another crate of new stuff, okay? If you hear something or see something you're interested in, just ask and I'll tell you about it. Henry Gray, Lucky Man. Byther Smith and the Night Riders, House Fire. We have Over Easy, Whispering Smith. We have Blues Live in Baton Rouge. We have The Real Blues, Jumpin' Johnny and the Blues Party, Leon Thomas Blues Band. So yeah, recently Rush announced on their website that they were reissuing the following albums: Test for Echo, Roll the Bones, Counterparts, and Presto. That's the Atlantic era. Those are out of print. That's from 1989 up through the 90s and 2000s. Those are very difficult to get. There's not really originals unless you count the QRP pressings, which are hundreds of dollars. There are originals of some of them, I guess. Roll the Bones. They're very difficult to get, though. Long story short, they're very difficult to get, even if there is OGs. I know there for sure is for Presto and Roll the Bones. They're being reissued. Everything, the contents of that box, those LPs, they're being reissued individually. So there's going to be Roll the Bones, Presto, Test for Echo, and Counterparts. All reissued. And both of them are up right now. Let me show those, because these are big announcements. So let me make sure everybody knows. There's Test for Echo. Let me click on my name here. If you click on my name inside the group, you can scroll down through my name and see all the pre-orders. There's Grateful Dead. That's a Start Your Ear Off Right, yellow vinyl. Also, there's Test for Echo. There's Fleetwood Mac live at the record plant. I'm really looking forward to this. Steven Wilson remix of Yes, Fragile with an alternate cover and green vinyl. Also, Roll the Bones, 50 pre-order. Dream Theater, yes. Those are big. Dream Theater. And then we're getting into some older stuff here. But still, Great White Hooked. Testament, Practice What You Preach. Charlie Brown, Blue Oyster Cult. Snoop Dogg, new album. It just keeps going and going. Fastway, Buck Cherry. And you can comment at any time, okay? And I'll try my best to get you one. I'll also try my best to keep up with it. It gets pretty complicated. Okay, John Lee Hooker, 77. Let's go ahead and finish up here. Dog Man and His Shepherds. We have Big Band Blues, Dave Kelly, Willing, Andy J. Forrest, Hog Wild, Kings of the Blues, Mike Morgan and the Crawl, Wilson Pickett, Don't Knock My Love, Out of the Blues, George Harmonica Smith and his blues band, Roy Brown, Hard Times, an original sealed, Nappy Brown, Thanks for Nothing. That's an original 69 U.S. sealed, $69.99. Lal Filson, Baby Won't You Jump With Me, the 50s Juke Joint Blues, and Gene Phillips and his Rhythm Aces. Let me pause right there. Nobody bid on Johnny Taylor. He's a $45 buy it now. An original 63 U.S. mono, Indianapolis press, EX Plus condition, just $45. And that's an original 63 mono, no conditions. $45 on that. We have Albert King. He is sold. Rico went out. And Michael Nath, Albert King goes to you for $67. You also get Johnny Taylor for $45. And John Lee Hooker's at $77. Michael Nath's out. Thomas is out. Or excuse me, JD's out. And George Scherer, it's up to you. It's between you and Thomas. Thomas has it for $77. Also in here, we had Metropolitan Blues All-Stars. Bobby Radcliffe, Eddie Shaw, King of the Road, their Harmonica Blues of, Otis Rush, Bill Dicey, Hey Jude, Wilson Pickett, George Smith, No Time for Jive, Leroy Jody Pearson, Smokey Hogg, we have Frank Hovington, we have Blue Monday, we have West Side Heat, we have Honor Among Thieves, Up Wilson, On My Way, Harmonica Blues Kings, and Luther Guitar Jr. Johnson. Next auction, Lightning Hopkins strikes again. A 1975 U.S. A 1975 U.S. sealed. A 1975 U.S. sealed. That is a $45 start. John Lee Hooker, I'm waiting for one person to say out, and that is George Scherer. Thomas has it for $77. Lightning's a $45 start. Let's go through this other crate that I have right over here. We've went through what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've been through 5 crates, and there's only a crate and a half left. So we've sold a lot out of the new arrivals bins tonight, and we have more to go through righty now, folks. More up right now. Put up T-Bone. We got a request for T-Bone. We got check condition. We have non-check condition. Let's see what we have in here. Let's see what kind of gems have been brought up. We have a request for T-Bone. I got Big Bill. I got Lightning. I got T-Bone, Little Walker, Buddy Guy, Albert King. I got Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Otis Spann. I got a Jeremy Spencer and a Fleetwood Mac. Jeremy Spencer, of course, in the early Fleetwood Mac. All righty here. Folks, we have Every Day I Have the Blues. T-Bone Walker. Every Day I Have the Blues. This is an original 1969 U.S. Pitman. An original 1969 Pitman. A conservative grade of VG+. This is on the Flying Dutchman Blues Time label. That is T-Bone Walker. Nice jacket. Really nice jacket. A $45 start. I have lost George Scherer. I got to sell this. George Thomas Hujar, you get John Lee Hooker for $77. Lightning Hopkins is a final call. No one has bid. And we have Every Day I Have the Blues. Howlin' Wolf coming up next. Let's go ahead and start this crate of new arrivals. Patrick's in on T-Bone at 45. T-Bone. I need a stretch. Whew. Oh boy. Whew. I'm doing like a kicker stretch. Oh boy, that felt good. All right. Tom Rush, Take a Little Walk with Me, in mono on Electra, EX edition, $17.99. We have a bid on Lightning for 45, T-Bone 45.50, and we have a request for Howlin' Wolf going up right now. Original Folk Blues, Howlin' Wolf. What a cool cover. That is a 1967 U.S. mono. Paul says this is borderline between VG and VG Plus, right on the border. It's on a Kent label. It's on a white Kent label. I don't know if that's significant. A 67 U.S. mono. VG Plus has a little has some staining on the back. A $25 start. Margaret Gerhold on Tom Rush. That's so to Margaret. CCR, you may know them as Creedence Clearwater Revival. Green River is in EX Plus condition, $33.99. EX Plus condition, $33.99. A classic, CCR. George Jones, country and western, #1 male singer. George Jones is in mono, EX edition, $14.99. Digits. Digits is in VG Plus, $11.99. Little Miscarriage. Is that what it's actually called? Yes. Rob Fordham on CCR. Then Gary Wellman. Howlin' Wolf 40. Howlin' Wolf 40. Lightning Hopkins 48. T-Bone. Patrick Lear 55. So new bids on all of our auctions. We got Lightning, T-Bone, and Howlin' all up for bid. Blind Faith in Shrink VG Plus $19.99. The second cover, it's a Presswell. That's Clapton, Steve Winwood, Ginger Baker. I'm wasted and I can't find my way back home. The Rolling Stones, Still Life, American Concert 1981, EX $27.99. Shane Devers on George Jones. That's so to Shane Devers. And Rush, Moving Pictures. An 81 U.S. Terre Haute EX condition, $37.99. And it should be, it probably is. Is it? Possibly. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. This one is not. This is a 85 and 81, which is a U.S. original Terre Haute pressing of Moving Pictures. Today's Tom Sawyer, Mean Stride. That is Rush, Moving Pictures. We have ZZ Top, DeGuelo, VG Plus $21.99, and Folsom Prison Blues, Johnny Cash, Doing My Time, Flat and Scruggs, and Other Prison Songs. VG condition, $9.99. Other Prison Songs by the famous country music stars. Okay, so update. I just seen a new bid come in on Lightning and Howlin'. Thomas has these two at 50. Now Michael has Howlin' at 55. T-Bone, we have an out from Thomas, and that means it's a final call to Patrick for $55. $55. All right. Moving on, we have Sweet Bottom, Turn Me Loose. Sweet Bottom is in EX edition, $11.99. Sandy Villa on Blind Faith. That is sold to Sandy Villa. Blind Faith is sold. Purple Rain, Prince. There is some cover damage here on the spine. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. $17.99 on Prince. And Willie Nelson Stardust, Shrink and Hop, VG $9.99. Russell Flynn on cash sold. Patrick Lear, you get T-Bone. T-Bone is sold to Patrick Lear. T-Bone Walker, $55. Thank you, Patrick. Ask and you received. That is sold to you. So we have Howlin' Wolf 55, Howlin' Wolf 56, Howlin' Wolf 60, Howlin' Wolf 65. Alice gets Prince. Gary Wellman, you're second. And I haven't said a bit in a moment on Lightning. Thomas has this at 50. And this is a 75 US sealed. And the last bidder for him was Michael Swanger. So, Michael, if you're still watching, that's a final call of Thomas. So, if you want back in, just let me know. Let me shift that down. Let me shift that down. And let's put up another auction. And let's see what's going on. I'm very curious about this Fleetwood Mac. It's back here in the back. It's Kiln House. It's a 76 US. It's a repress reissue from 76. It's a nice copy, though, in shrink. No condition notes. Fleetwood Mac is a $25 start. Well, yeah, it looks like it was a sealed record that was recently opened. I don't know this for sure, but this guy, this is the kind of guy that looks like he bought a lot of sealed stuff to open, and it looks like he stocked up on a lot of sealed stuff. Y'all seen how many sealed records was in some of these blues bins? I think he bought sealed records and opened them, like original sealeds, like this. I mean, it is in such nice condition. Fleetwood Mac is a $25 start. Okay, moving on. Miles Davis, that's called You're Under Arrest. Yeah, EX condition, $27.99. Miles Davis, EX, $27.99. Pretty clean copy. Pretty clean copy at EX. Also, we have the Yardbirds. Nice, live. Actually, is that what it's billed as? It's $33.99. No, just the Yardbirds. Gatefold, featuring performances by Jeff Beck, Clapton, Jimmy Page. Yeah, that's a good one. EX, $33.99. And War, The World is a Ghetto. VG condition, $9.99. War, World is a Ghetto. VG, $9.99. Jeff Beck Truth with Rod Stewart on vocals. Boy, these are some great albums in here. This is the kind of stuff I've always thought was incredible. Like this right here. This has I Ain't Superstitious on it. Wow, that's a good one. I Ain't Superstitious. Shapes of Things. Morning Dew. There you have it. Jeff Beck Truth. Rod Stewart on lead vocals. Incredible. John Kaiser on Yardbirds. That's sold to John Kaiser. We have John Kaiser also getting Jeff Beck. I Ain't Superstitious as featured in the movie Casino. Casino. Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins. We can sell this. Thomas Ujar, 50. I lost Michael Swanger somewhere. Thomas, that's sold to you for 50. Thank you. That is sold. We have Margaret Gerhold, second on Jeff Beck. Cheryl on War. Jared, second on War. Howlin'. I saw Michael Nath go out. Thomas has that for 70. Final call on Howlin' Wolf and Fleetwood Mac. Just got a new bid. I was actually about to go ahead and sell it. I was picking it up. But we have a new bid with Debbie for 26. Next record is John Fogerty. In Shrink, that's called Center Field. Put Me In, Coach. I'm ready to play today. VG, $9.99. And Sweet Home Alabama. No, Sweet Home Chicago. The Blues of Magic Sam, Luther Allison, Big Mojo, Eddie Shaw, Louis Meyer, and Lefty Lopez. Laura putting out a blues record. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Next auction going up right now, and this is called Albert King. Albert King, I Wanna Get Funky. I Wanna Get Funky. And he is blowing some smoke and playing some smoke. This is Albert King on the Stax label. If you see Stax, you know it's going to be good. A 74 US Monarch. A 74 US Monarch. EX condition. A $25 start. Albert King, I Wanna Get Funky. That is nice. Going up right now. Fleetwood Mac, 27. Fleetwood Mac, 28. Don Nicole wants JF, John Fogerty. Sold to Don Nicole. Gary Wellman. Before Don was Michael on Sweet Home Chicago. Michael Nath on Sweet Home Chicago. And then Don put IF, and then Don corrected to JF for John Fogerty. Gary Wellman, second on Sweet Home Chicago. Fleetwood Mac, 29. Fleetwood Mac, 30. Albert King, 26, 30, and 30. That means Howlin' Wolf has officially sold the Thomas Hujar. That is sold for $70. Laura says she's got to keep y'all guessing. Got to keep you on the edge of the seat. Wide variety. We've had jazz, blues, rock, country, new wave, Rush. The Greg Amantor. The Greg Amantor, $34.99. $34.99. Greg Amantor. These are no condition notes on these, so nice copies. Cream, Wheels of Fire, in the white room with black curtains at the station. Wheels of Fire, $34.99. Rob Fordham on Greg Allman. Fleetwood Mac has a new high bid of 31 and 32. And Albert King is a final call with Patrick Lear for 35. Michael McCullen, you're out. Rico, you're out. If y'all want back in, now is the time. Now is the time. Next auction going up is going to be Little Walter. Little Walter, Boss Blues Harmonica. Little Walter. Little Walter is a 1972 US EX Plus condition. It's a 2 LP chess compilation. Superb. No condition notes whatsoever. $25 start. Albert King 40, Albert King 40. John Kaiser on Cream. John Kaiser gets Cream. Next is Sick, Tired, Dissolution. Exactly. Hardcore, grindcore. Another genre. White vinyl with orange and purple splatter. $14.99. $14.99. Ooh, pretty interesting there on the color. And this is hardcore, grindcore, $14.99. Now, I am, okay, good. I already have, I was about to say, I got to get a bottle of water. I already had one over here next to me chilling to room temperature. I don't like it too cold. I'll break my teeth. Oh, what a night. Late November back in 2024, Collectco was live selling records, and we're having a great time. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. It's 20 minutes after 11, 192 people still on. It is Big Blues Night. Big Blues Night. The last bid on Fleetwood Mac was $33 with John Kaiser. The last bid on Albert King was $50 with Mary Ann. Little Walter has one bid with Gary Wellman for $30. Feel, F-E-E-L, Wild, what is that? Clear vinyl with colorful splatter. This is Adriatic, right? Adriatic? Sorry. If it doesn't want to come out just like naturally, I'm going to struggle. Or I'm going to say something that just doesn't sound right. I miss the days when I used to have Ed up here. And Ed was my pinch pronunciator. Coffin Break, Crawl. Coffin Break is a 91 USOG. USOG, $29.99. So, Fleetwood Mac, I said we was at, I think, 33. Now 35. Now 34. Now 35 again. Albert King 51, Michael Nathal. Albert King 52. Wow, that's a cool cover. This is Green Day Revolution Radio. That's embossed too. Green Day is $19.99. Flyover. Purple vinyl with rainbow splatter. Experimental trance. Wow, trance music. $14.99. Georgia Satellites in Shrink with Hype. Keep your hands to yourself. Just $9.99. Really good price on that. Georgia Satellites and Hootie and the Blowfish. I don't say that too often. Live at Nick's Fat City. I think that's Record Store Day, isn't it? Yeah. 2020 Record Store Day. I remember when that came out, I had a lot of people wanting it. It was recorded live during the Crack Rear View Tour, which was their major album. There's Darius Rutger. That's Hootie and the Blowfish, live, $19.99. And we have, Laura has threw me several curveballs in here. This is Praska Viper, Prague from Prague. Wow, $9.99, Prague from Prague. Okay, so Fleetwood Mac was at 35 of John Kaiser. Albert King, 52. Fleetwood Mac, 36. Fleetwood Mac, 36. John Kaiser on JS for Georgia Satellites. Todd Kilgore on GD for Green Day. Michael McCullough next on Georgia Satellites. Craig next on Green Day. And then J.D. Conklin on Hootie and the Blowfish. I think that means I can sell Little Walter. It just got one bid. And that is sold to Gary Wellman for 30. Albert King is now at 52 with Marianne. Michael McCullen, you're out on the Albert King. Marianne has it for 52. And Gary Wellman just bid 40 on Fleetwood Mac. Not much left in here. Let's go through it one more time. And I'm also going to put up another auction. Have y'all ever heard of this man? He goes by the name of Muddy Waters, Unk and Funk. Muddy Waters is a 1984 US EX condition. A $15 start. That's called Unk and Funk. $15 on Muddy Waters. Fleetwood Mac 40, Fleetwood Mac 41. And how much is the Praska? The Praska, the PRAZSKYVYPER, is no condition notes. $9.99. That's Prog Rock from Prague. Okay, here's a record that, here's a couple records that, I found this one behind the counter. I was going to auction it, but I'm just going to go ahead and make it a buy it now. It's been behind the counter since Halloween night. And I was going to auction it, but I've never got around to it, so buy it now. OG Outfield, featuring the song, Josie's on Your Love. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away. That's an OG. A little bit of cover damage. The Outfield is VG Plus, $24.99. David Baber wants the Prague from Prague. Okay? Here's another record from Fred's collection. I've cleaned it. I've checked it. And I'm going to mark it $49.99. This is $49.99. This is the soundtrack for Willie Dynamite. Music score composed and conducted by J.J. Johnson. And then it also has Martha Reeves on it. That's a pretty desirable soundtrack. Willie Dynamite, $49.99. It's a really nice copy. $49.99 on Willie Dynamite. Okay? This is going to be $24.99. I have one of these myself. I actually found one sealed, and I opened it. Of course, y'all know I'm a golf fan. I'm a Masters fan, and I'm an Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus fan. So this is Golf Instructions from Driver Through Putter by Arnold Palmer. It's a really cool record. It's from the 60s, and it's $24.99. It also includes a 24-page book. So when you put it on, he teaches you basically how to golf, how to hold a club, how to stand, how to swing, all the stuff you want to do, all the stuff you don't want to do. It's a pretty cool record. Cool collectible, cool golf collectible, cool novelty record. Arnold Palmer is $24.99. Willie Dynamite, $49.99. This is a cool record from Fred's collection. It's probably about the only John D. Loudermilk record that people want, mostly because of the cover. And Paul says there's a pretty crazy song on here called Going to Hell on a Sled. This is $29.99. It's from Fred's collection. It's in about EX condition. Pretty desirable record, though. John D. Loudermilk. Check out that cover. The Open Mind of John D. Loudermilk. That's $29.99. John D. Loudermilk. It's been cleaned. It's about EX. And then this is, I was going to auction it, and I think I actually may, because I'm about to sell one of these other auctions, I think. Yeah, I'll auction this next one. Hopefully there's some Tennessee Vols on. Let's see, Muddy Waters, 15. So I left off with David Baber getting that last record. And then Muddy Waters, 15. Muddy Waters, 25. Jeff Sapia gets the Outfield. Thank you, Jeff. That's so to you. Fleetwood Mac still getting bids at 45. Albert King, 60. Michael McCullen went out. Muddy Waters, 30. Fleetwood Mac, 46. Then Scott Fellows wants the Arnold Palmer record. Let's make sure we put that in a sleeve for him. So Scott Fellows gets the Arnold Palmer record. That's $24.99. That was really cool. And then Rob Fordham wants the John Loudermilk. We got some other John Loudermilks that is unprocessed, but they're over here in a tub where I pulled this out of. John Loudermilk sold to Rob for $29.99. Michael Ruckman was second, and that has really filled up this crate. So let me go swap out crates. But before I do that, let me go ahead and sell this Albert King, because that was the next auction I was going to end. And Albert King is sold after Michael went out to Rico Lorenzini for $60. All right, now I have really filled up another crate. I have not recapped Laura's bin yet. And folks, we just got a lot of more cool stuff to show. I've got these pretty packed in here tight. So let me go swap these out and put these right over here. Now, Friday night, I plan on doing some Black Friday sales on new vinyl. Some of our old stock that hadn't sold. We are at probably, usually this time of year, we have a ton. But when Tennessee beat Alabama again this year, I had probably the biggest sell ever, just spontaneously for no reason on new vinyl. And there was a lot of people watching, and we sold pretty much our entire new vinyl inventory. Everything I had left could fit into a half of a crate. Muddy Waters now at 50 and Fleetwood Mac at 47. So I don't know if there's any Tennessee Vols fans watching, but I already have this. There's about 2 or 3 different ones, but this doesn't come through too often. And right now, there's not a lot for sale, or if any. I don't think there's none for sale on eBay. Stadium Echoes, the University of Tennessee Pride of the Southland Marching Band, W.J. Julian, director. This is got Rocky Top on it, Down to the Field, Vols Fight, Spirit of the Hill, Tennessee Waltz, the Alma Maters on here. Really cool, and more. It's got a lot of stuff on it. This is Pride of the Southland Band. There's an old shot of Neyland before it was a complete bowl. Now this entire top part's a bowl. All these buildings are gone. This is a $15 start. $15 start, Stadium Echoes, 1982, Pride of the Southland Marching Band. That's up for bid. Pretty cool record. That's up for bid for a $15 start. And if you missed it earlier, we put out some other collegiate band. I still got some left, and I have some I hadn't put out yet, like Michigan, Ohio State, some other big college football team bands, okay? So that's a $15 start. Fleetwood Mac's at 50, and Muddy Waters is at 50 with Shane. And the last bidder was Thomas. Let's recap this bin very quickly. We have Digits, and that one was called Little Miss Carnage. Little Miscarriage. Little Miscarriage. That's VG Plus $11.99. We got a Tile Stadium Echoes for $15 and $15. The Rolling Stones Still Life EX Condition, $27.99. Rush Moving Pictures and OG Terre Haute EX $37.99. ZZ Top De Guelo VG Plus $21.99. Sweet Bottom Turn Me Loose. Sweet Bottom is EX $11.99. Willie Nelson Stardust is VG $9.99. Miles Davis You're Under Arrest EX $17.99. Miles Davis still available. Also, Sick, Tired, Dissolution. That's $14.99. Also, Feel, Wild, Adriatic, I think. Adriatic. Coffin Break, Crawl was $29.99. And Flyover was $14.99. Purple Vinyl, Rainbow Splatter, $14.99. All right. So I have lost Debbie Winston on Fleetwood Mac. I also lost Thomas Hujar. No, he might have set out. He did. So go ahead and sell this for $50. Now, Michael, technically Scott Fellows bid first. I know you put Stadium Echoes, but Scott was the first one to actually place a bid. So I got to say y'all are tied, but Scott is leading at 15. Final call, or going once, going twice. And then Debbie, if you hadn't bid or set out by the time I come back, I've got to sell Fleetwood Mac to John for $50. I hadn't heard back from you in about 3 minutes. I got to sell it. David said, was Prosky from 88 or a reissue? I don't know. I'll have to go over here and check. Let me see if I can find it. It should be right here in the back of the crate. Laura has Prague from Prague. I don't have a year on it. No year was mentioned, but if I need to, I can bring it back over here and show it. Okay. I walk back over here, and there's a new bid on Fleetwood Mac. Debbie at 48. John was at 50. John was at 50. Now Debbie's at 51. Okay, they're still bidding. They are still bidding on Fleetwood Mac, and it looks like they're still bidding on Stadium Echoes. Don't worry, I have more auctions, and we're also going to do some half-off bins. I'm going to find somewhere I left off. And Scott says he'll give it to Michael. Michael's bid 16, going once, going twice. Third auction, still stuff coming out of the Blues bin. We still got Lightning Hopkins. Sealed. Sealed. This is a 1972 U.S. reissue of Soul Blues. It is sealed on Prestige for $45. John Kaiser, you have been outbid on Fleetwood Mac. Debbie almost missed it, but now she's back in. And out of that little batch of records I just showed, the only one left is Willie Dynamite for $49.99. All right. Now, he says give it to Debbie. All right. We have some people being very generous. Let me kind of dig around over here and try to find this next crate we're about to do for half off, okay? All righty. And I was going to say, usually at some point I'll recap new vinyl, but there wasn't much to recap. Everything sold, literally. I think there's one Bublé Christmas. Well, no, there was that other bin, but those first couple, we got, y'all obliterated those. I see a Nectar album. I'm going to try to find, let me see when some of these were priced. I'm about to try to do some half off. And that's a Christmas bin. Don't want to go through that right now. There'll be a time and place for that at some point. Kansas, Iggy Pop, Spirit. This probably wouldn't be too bad of a half off bin here. I need one that'll probably, I want one that'll get like obliterated, hopefully. I don't know. Let's go through this. I mean, yeah, we'll go through it and see what's going on. More bundles for sure. Country bundles for sure. Hold on one second. Let me move this around. Okay, so Fleetwood Mac is sold to Debbie Winston for $51. This is sold to Debbie Winston for $51. Superb copy. Stadium Echoes is sold for $16. The Neyland Stadium record. I was going to probably mark it 19 or 24, so that went underperformed. I was hoping that would get a little bit more activity, but that's okay. That is sold. Y'all wish you'd bought it after they win the national championship this year. That's sold to Michael McCullen for $16. And then Soul Blues, Lightning Hopkins. No one has bid. It's a 72 U.S. sealed, $45 start. No one has bid. Chad, if the Gene Clark LP is still available, I'm very interested, but I'm only finding Terre Haute, Santa Maria, or Pittman pressings on Discogs. Don't want to show down, but was the Matrix. Okay. Sometimes there's not a pressing plant. Sometimes they don't mention, or it's no pressing plant mentioned. I said it was a Jacksonville, didn't I? Okay. There's a 0, like for Jacksonville right there. See the 0? There's the 0 for Jacksonville, or the O. Okay, then there's XSM. XSM. 116 273 1-E, and then over here is a BH, almost at the other side of the label. So right here where my thumb starts is the O or 0, and then XSM dash 116293. And then right there is an 1-E, and then over here is BH. Okay, the other side, Laura says, actually, that might be a custom matrix O. Very well could be. Same matrix, and then a 1-E. And then over here, this has an H1. No, it has an III or a 111. An III or a 111. So evidently, these were only pressed at Terre Haute, Santa Maria, or Pittman. Let's see here. All right. Okay. So if we figure out 3, I bet it's this one right here. No, that's 1 second. Format, vinyl, country, US. Okay, sorry, we're trying to do some investigating work here. Terre Haute, Pittman, Terre Haute, Pittman, Terre Haute, Radio, Santa Maria, special edition, reissue. It's not a reissue, Terre Haute. So notes, IDs, LXP, O, T stamped. O stamped and T stamped. I don't think this has a T on it though. Maybe. I don't know. Boy, this stuff's very complicated sometimes. Pittman, IDs, no P. It's not a Pittman. It's not a Pittman. It might be a Terre Haute. Let's look up Santa Maria. Notes, credits, IDs. OS 5 XP O2B. It's not that. Yeah, I bet it's that first one. I bet it's that Terre Haute right here. It says IDs. It says OXSM 1E LLC IIT. Yeah, it's this one right here. This is it right here. It's the 67 US Terre Haute. It's this one right here. It's a Terre Haute. Right here. 0 XSM 11693 1E-LLC and 111112. I think that's it. Yeah. Whew. Okay. There it is. I think that's the only record Paul didn't put a pressing plant on out of the entire crate. So that always happens though. The one record, I don't think he put the pressing plant. We had to figure it out. An original 67. Paul, this is all your fault. It's an original 67 stereo. VG Plus, conservative VG Plus, $95. VG Plus, $95. Which is, looks like from what I'm seeing, very much in line for what it should be. A VG Plus sold for $150, and a VG Plus sold for $80. That's why he said start it at $95. It wouldn't have surprised me if it would have brought $150 earlier. All right, Lightning Hopkins. Lightning Hopkins is at 48. Oh, so back to regular scheduled programming. Gene Clark is sold to Charlie for $95. That is sold to Charlie, $95. We have Lightning Hopkins, Oh So Adventure, You're Out. Also, we need to show David Baber that other record. I think... So the key is, on auctions, we try to do the most detailed research. We also try to on our priced records, but if y'all want to see more records, the faster they can mark stuff, the less information it's going to have. Because sometimes we can mark records like we see some records every day, and we just clean them and price them, and we may not actually give the pressing plant. We will on more unusual stuff, but like CCR, Boston, Foreigner, maybe even Fleetwood Mac, the later stuff, we see those every day. We clean them and we price them. We're not going to actually put, if it's a whatever for a Foreigner record, a Jacksonville, I mean, that's almost unnecessary. But we try to for the auctions and the higher end stuff because it matters. Some people collect all of them. Some people's looking for specific pressing plants. Some people say records sound better pressed from other pressing plants for certain releases. So you'll see one pressing plant sell for more, one sell for less. And David, here's your record in question. It is on this black patent label. Black patent label. And it is CPE 2519/BE, which was Prasky Viper $9.99, Prague from Prague. Lightning Hopkins 50, Lightning Hopkins 55. Or what I used to tell people when we first started doing this, I said, well, why don't you just buy it and then you can be surprised what it is later. Some people's like, well, no, I'd like to actually know where it came from, Chad. I'm like, okay, we'll start taking. I used to not even do that. John used to not even do it. And I think we really started doing it when Paul started working here. We really started going to details on pressings because people started asking. It's become a thing. It's become a thing recently. If you've been collecting records for a long time, 20, 30 years ago, people didn't even care about the matrix numbers. That wasn't even a thing 30 years ago. This matrix number stuff, that started happening really since Discogs has become popular. 30 years ago, people didn't even ask or look at matrix numbers. It was really only used to help find out if something was a bootleg or not. Okay. We have a half-off bin. We have the J. Giles Band Bloodshot. Red vinyl, $13.50. J. Giles Band Bloodshot, $13.50 on J. Giles Band. $13.50. And the reason nobody looked at matrix numbers is because there was no database. There was no database where you can archive all that. If there was a book printed with all the matrix numbers, they would be this thick and there would be 3,000 volumes with all the matrix numbers. So that's where the internet really changed that, especially with Discogs in the last 10 years. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $5 on Atlanta Rhythm Section. J. Giles is $13.50. That was on red vinyl. Oso's out on Lightning Hopkins. Michael Nath has it for $55. We still got blues auctions. Folks, the show's nowhere even close to being over. We have a 1970 U.S. original. This is Otis Spann, Is the Blues. A 1970 U.S. No condition notes, a $15 start. The Nighthawks, Jackson Kings, Full House. That is now $7.50. Debbie Winstead on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Debbie Winstead on Atlanta Rhythm Section. We're going through a half off. The price, I'll tell you, is the half off price. No more, no less. Next is Chess. Chess is an 84 German pressing with book. Price, $13.50. Chess is $13.50. Also, Oak Ridge Boys Greatest Hits, $5. $5. Norman Connors, Love from the Sun. Norman Connors is $10. Preston Rose, Nighthawks. Nighthawks sold to Preston Rose. Thank you. Tony Lewis, Chess, going through a half-off bin. Chess sold to Tony Lewis, Thank you. Roger Miller, Roy Orbison, and Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. That's a comp off a budget label. We have Ron Salisbury and JC Power Outlet, an 1972 Religious Acid Rock. Wow, Religious Acid Rock, $10. That's a weird combination. Soul Blues, Lightning Hopkins. This is sold to Michael Nath for $55. Otis Spann is a $15 start. Next auction in here, let me see what I got else in here tucked away. And I'm about to put up some other stuff I never got around to. I have Big Bill. I got a Buddy Guy somewhere. Here we go. Buddy Guy. Let me grab this one right quick. This is Buddy Guy. He is fantastic in-person performance recorded live. So Buddy Guy is at 87 sealed. Paul has a note here. The last sealed copy sold for $100. Only one is listed for $197. Wow. So there's only currently one sealed copy for almost $200. We're going to start this one at $75. We're going to start that one at $75. We have the Magic Markers, a 2006 purple vinyl. That's lo-fi, $750. Michael Nath is in on Otis for $15. Buddy Guy was a sealed copy from 87 for a $75 start. We have Mel Carter, Easy Listening. Mel Carter is $7.50. And Fast Relief from TV Commercials. Is this TV Commercials? 25 spoofs of TV. Okay, so it's spoofs, I think. $10 on TV Commercials. Moxie 2 is a 76 Terre Haute pressing. That's hard rock. Moxie is $10. This is called The Broadcasters 13 Ghost. The Broadcasters is $5. And Moanin' J.D. Hall. Moanin' is an 87 disco. Price is now $25. That's $25 off. Next auction is Jeremy Spencer. Jeremy Spencer. This looks interesting. Yes, Jeremy Spencer from Fleetwood Mac. Pretty cool here. I've never seen this. An original 1970 UK. Paul says it might as well be a Fleetwood Mac record. Mick Fleetwood plays on here. John McVie plays on here. Danny Curran plays on here. Peter Green plays on here. So that's the complete Fleetwood Mac lineup. A really cool Reprise. By the way, when you see that label there, Reprise, that label was Frank Sinatra's label. A lot of really good stuff on Reprise. Some people call it Reprise. That is a UK pressing of Jeremy Spencer, self-titled. No condition notes, a $45 start. There's the back cover. Here's the gatefold. Mick Fleetwood, John McVie, Danny Curran, Peter Green, Jeremy Spencer, and Stephen Gregory. Yeah, why not just call it Fleetwood Mac? That's going to go up for a $45 start. Never seen that. Never had it before. Patrick Moxie was $10. Also, I read your comment earlier about the Champion Jack Dupree. That's interesting. I kind of remember that, but I don't. I'd like to see a picture of it to refresh my memory. All right, moving on. We have Yaz, Nobody's Diary, State Farm. That is, I believe, a 12-inch single. Yeah, Yaz is $5. Yaz, $5. We have Mel and Tim. Mel and Tim's on a Stax label. This was $65. It's a 73 Sonic press. Now it's $32.50. $32.50 on Mel and Tim. Beautiful vinyl from Stax. Jeremy Spencer, $45.50, now $55. Moxie is Canadian hard rock, first album without Tommy Bolin. Otis Spann is sold for $15, and that is sold to one bid to Michael Nath, right? Yeah, Michael Nath gets that for $15. Buddy Guy is a $75 start. This is Buddy Guy, 87 sealed. Last sealed copy, I think Paul said so for over $100. There's only one listed for almost $200. And we have Gary Willman on Mail. Gary Willman on Mail and Tim. This is a half-off crate. Yes, half off. No more, no less. A half-off crate. Yes, that is correct. All right, let me pull this up over here. And we have Marlon Green, Tiptoe Past the Dragon. Marlon Green is a 72 folk rock sealed. $10. Patrick Lear on Moxie. That's so to Patrick Lear. Thank you. We have Jim Sturgis, Sun Run. Jim Sturgis is a 1978 electronic That is $20. By the way, Jeremy Spencer's at 55. Gary Wellman, let me know if you want back in. Buddy Guy is a $75 start. We have Blue Bull Noise, Boule. That's a funk record from Canada, 1976 sealed, $10 on that. And Billy Bunn's Soul, Heart and Soul, 1994 sealed, that's also $10. And Donna Rhodes, I See Love, a 71 Terre Haute, $10. Next auction is Big Bill Brunsey, an original 1962 US with insert EX Plus condition, a $35 start. It's Moxie like Foxy. Moxie, Foxy. How do you say it that then? Foxy, Moxie, Foxy, Moxie, Moxie. I think you're trying to tell me Moxie. Moxie? Moxie, Moxie, Moxie. That makes more sense. Moxie would be Moxie, right? I guess Moxie could be said that way too. This is an original 1962 with insert. It's Big Bill Brunsey sings folk songs. A new album from previously unissued masters. That's one of those really cool Folkway records. A $35 start. Let me show y'all. Y'all know I collect a lot of historical records. I found something I had never seen before. And it's Tennessee related. And it's historical and political related. And I had never seen this before. And I'm definitely going to keep it. I collect a lot of historical and records like this. This is the Nashville Sit-In Story. The Nashville Sit-In Story from Folkways. It has an insert booklet with it. 1960. The Nashville Sit-In Story. I had never seen this before. And it is from 1960. I thought that was pretty remarkable. Is there anything else in here? I think that's it. Yep, there's more stuff. I hadn't even got to look at it. What else is in here? Wow, there's a guide to community action, Highlander Folk School, Monteagle, Tennessee, for public school integration. And what else is in here? A Highlander Folk School, Monteagle, Tennessee, 1960 summer program. The place of the white Southern and the current struggle for justice. Wow. Interesting. Lot of Folkways records out there. I had never seen that one before. First song is We Shall Overcome. First song is We Shall Overcome. Okay. Back up to the top. Buddy Guy's a $75 buy it now. Buddy Guy's a $75 buy it now. This is Buddy Guy, $75 buy it now, no bid. Jeremy Spencer, Rico Lorenzini bid $75. Michael Nath went out. And Big Bill Brunsey has one bid for $35. Continuing with this half-off bin, this is Robert Gordon with Link Ray. Robert Gordon is $10. Robert Gordon with Link Ray. Supercharger, live, 1992. Supercharger is a 2004 sealed garage Supercharger. That is $12.50. The sit-in record, I am going to keep that for sure. I'm definitely going to keep that. I may sell it at a later date, but right now it is not for sale. Billy Bragg talking with the text man about poetry. Billy Bragg is $15. We have a 1979 red vinyl pressing. This is now $17.50. What is this called? What a wild cover. Reheated Chocolate Tangos, Brian Lands or Brian Sands. a 12-inch 45 RPM, $17.50. New bid on Jeremy Spencer for $90. Rico, you're out. We're about to sell Big Bill for $35 to Michael Swanger. The Beach Boys. The Beach Boys is a compilation. Now just $7.50. We have West Diggs, East Dig. That's now $10. West Diggs, East Dig. The 7 players. Can't Help But Shake, the Headless Horseman. 89 Garage Seal. That's $12.50. Holly Golightly, 24 Seductive Songs for the Singles. A 2001 UK Garage, $15. And Nectar, Remember the Future. Nectar has some black Sharpie on the cover. Somebody tried to take a black Sharpie and touch it up. Price is $10 on Nectar. Jeremy Spencer has a new bid for $95. All right. So we're about to bring over, I'm about to figure out what to do next. Another half off. I think we have some people itching for some country bundles. But not only that, they're just, Fred Goodwin records. I'm thinking about possibly going ahead and going through some of that stuff. It is midnight. But give me 1 second before I say anything else. I have told you all about the Rush pre-orders. I think I've told you all about most of the pre-orders. Let me jump over here and make sure. And I think we can go through a lot of really good Fred stuff. I mean, like some $6.99, possibly some $6.99 stuff that's never been shown, and $10 records, etc., etc. Rob Fordham gets Nectar. Gary Wellman wants Holly Golightly. And let's go ahead and sell the Big Bill Brunsey to Michael Swanger for $35. Gary and Rico still battling over Jeremy Spencer. Rico has it for $95. I knew that one would do good. I don't know if move this empty crate here. Daniel says, please with some of that stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would be great late night stuff. I think we might sell more of this kind of stuff than anything tonight. Also, I wonder if Tracy Songer's watching. This kind of stuff's interesting. This is a whole Fred Goodwin crate. Let me make sure that's everything in here I want to do. We'll sell everything in here for $6.99. And if somebody claims something, I'll check it and make sure it's at least EX. And I reserve the right to veto something because there's a very good chance something might have got slipped in that definitely should not be $6.99. So I reserve the right to veto, just FYI. Jeremy Spencer, 105. And did the Billy Bragg sell? What's the album showing? This is called Can't Help But Shake, the Headless Horseman. 1989 Garage, sealed, $12.50. Billy Bragg. Yeah, let's read through those one more time. Billy Bragg is $15. It was $29.99 from 1986. Also, Rico, you're out on Jeremy Spencer. Never mind, Rico's right back in. And let me just read these half-off titles one more time. Jay Giles was Red Vinyl, $13.50. Oak Ridge Boys was $5. Norman Connors was $10. Miller, as in Roger Miller, Roy Orbison, Jerry Lee Lewis, that was $5. Ron Salisbury was $10. Magic Markers was $7.50. Mel Carter was $7.50. This is Fast Relief from TV commercials, $10. The Broadcasters was $5. Moan and J.D. Hall was $25. Yaz was $5. Marlon Green was sealed, $10. We have Jim Sturgis for $20. We have the Funk album from Canada for $10. Billy Soul Bonds was $10. Donna Rhodes was $10. Robert Gordon was $10. Supercharger was $12.50. Sealed Garage. This was Reheated Chocolate Tangos for $17.50. The Beach Boys was $7.50. West Diggs, East Dig, that's $10. Headless Horseman and Daniel Rosen gets Billy Bragg for $15. Details on Buddy Guy. This is Buddy Guy is the only auction available right now. This is the only thing that did not sell. An 87 US sealed, It was a $75 buy it now, $75. Last sold for $100. Only one listed. It's $197.98. Jeremy Spencer is at $125 of Rico. Gary Wellman, let me know if you want back in. Debbie Winstead wants BB for Beach Boys. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. Everything in here was already half off. If you decide you want something else, let me know. Let's go through a $6.99 crate. It's going to be Fred Goodwin stuff that has never been gone through before. And if you do want something, I'll check it because these have not been checked. There's a good chance I can look at a disc and it will be like new. Probably most of them, like EX or better. I'll glance at it. If I think it's passable, I'll go ahead and give it to you. Okay? I mean, for $6.99, a quick check, if I think it's good. If I look at it and it looks really bad, I'll say you don't want that, and I won't sell it to you, okay? Jeremy Spencer's at $145. We've obliterated most of the blues records, but I do have a few more items I was going to try to sell for auction tonight. I have a pristine OG pressing of Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA, and it's in shrink with hype, the inner sleeve, and I think it has an insert. I don't know if there's any late night Bruce fans watching, but here's Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. It has the original inner sleeve. The vinyl is really nice, and it has the insert with it. Wait a minute. This may not be the record I thought it was. This is more like VG Plus condition. This is more like VG Plus condition. I'm pretty sure I have two of these, though. I'm pretty sure I have two of these. So how about we start this for $5 then? How about we start Bruce for $5? He's like in maybe even VG Plus condition. There is the inner sleeve and insert, shrink and hype. Not the record, or not either the record I thought it was, or not the grade I thought it was. I don't know which one. But $5 on that. We got an offer on Buddy Guy for $65. I hate to, but go ahead and sell that to Oso for $65. That is sold, and Jeremy Spencer's at $167. Everything in here is going to be $6.99. We have Brian Hyland, Stay and Love Me All Summer. Brian Hyland. We have Brian Hyland, Tragedy, 1,000,000 to 1. Brian Hyland. Brian Hyland, The Joker Went Wild, Run, Run, Look and See. Doing the Twist with Joe Houston on Crown Records. We have Dale and Grace, I'm Leaving It Up to You, and 11 other hit songs. Dale and Grace. Johnny Crawford, A Young Man's Fancy. Johnny Crawford. Johnny Crawford. Johnny Crawford, his greatest hits. Also, Dave Baby Cortez, The Happy Organ. Dave Baby. Jeremy Spencer is at $167. Gary Wellman, You're Out. Bruce Springsteen's at $5 with Brandon Lack. Dwayne Eddy, Twangy Guitar and Silky Strings. This looks like a nice copy. It looks like it's a Camden, UK. It's in a polyline sleeve. That is, it's got a couple fingerprints on it. But I think for the most part, it is. It's a nice copy. It's going to need cleaning. Some of these I may say will need a cleaning. They're straight from Fred's shelves, okay? So they just came off a shelf in literally a house down the road from us, about 40 minutes, 30 minutes. There's no telling. That might have been the first time that disc has been looked at since 1983. Who knows? We have Tommy Flowers on JC for Johnny Crawford, his greatest hits. Let me do a quick peek on that. Johnny Crawford's, it's on the Delphi label. Sleeve feels pretty crisp. And Tommy, side 1 passes, side 2 passes. It's about an EX record. Let's go ahead and sell that to Tommy Flowers. Johnny Crawford, $6.99. We have Jeremy Spencer at $175. Larry Smith wants Dwayne Eddy. That's sold to Larry for $6.99. I have another Dwayne Eddy. This is Twangin' the Golden Hits. This is an RCA title. Fred loved these RCA records and Capitol records. The cover is nice, feels very crisp. It's in an RCA polyline bag. The vinyl on this one's about VG Plus. Side 2's much better. Side 1 looked like VG Plus. Side 2 probably EX. The Kid from the Rifleman. That's right, isn't it? I forgot about that. Also, Twainsville, Dwayne Eddy. Fred also did that to some of these sleeves. He would take a sleeve, and I don't know where he got these from, but they have almost like a flap, and he would tape them on the inside of the jackets. It does not damage anything except maybe the inside of the jacket, but it very much preserves some of these covers. There's another Dwayne Eddy. These are all $6.99. And You Belong to Me, the Duprees. This is in a very interesting sleeve. I remember these are like, let me take it out of this thing. This is in a, like a, it's almost in like a top, it's almost in like a top loader. It's like a 5 mil. Jason, let me know which Dwayne Eddy you want. This is a very bad sleeve. Plus, it's very, very tarnished. But that's an older record for sure, the Duprees. The cover is trash. This is a prime example of a record from this era that just never exists in good condition. So if you ever see us put something like that out, it's unusual. This is on the co-ed. This is like a VG minus. It's like a maybe VG. The cover's in really bad shape. $6.99 on that one. Jason, there's Twangsville and Twang and the Golden Hits if you want those. Just a disc here. What do we have? Dobie Gray, Drift Away. Give Me the Beat Boys. Jason Boxall wants the hits. That's sold to Jason for $6.99. The VG Bruce Springsteen is sold for $5 to Brandon Lack. Brandon, that's sold to you for $5. Are we done on Jeremy Spencer? Rico went out. That's after Gary Wellman bid $175. All righty, Gary Wellman on $175 on Jeremy Spencer. We can probably go ahead and sell that. Jeremy Spencer, $175. Gary Wellman. JD's gonna pass on the Duprees, and Gary Wellman, Dobie Gray. It's just a disc, but I think it's really nice. Yeah, it's just a disc, but it's an original Decca press, and boy, I don't know where the jacket is, but the disc is beautiful. I'll sell it to you for $5 if you want it. Just a loose disc. It's got some good music on it. Dobie Gray, including Drift Away. Leslie Gore, Girl Talk. Let's see how nice this is or how bad it is. Leslie Gore, Mercury inner sleeve. The jacket has a little bit of a seam split going on the bottom. The vinyl is in VG or worse condition. Some of these 60s records are just not easy to get in good condition. There's Leslie Gore, though. Johnny Hallyday. Johnny Hallyday Success. That's a French pressing. Johnny Hallyday. The Happenings. The Happenings. We have By George Hamilton. If you see something you want, I can check it. Halliday Story, 61 to 66. They're all $6.99 as long as they're nice. Johnny Hallyday, that's another French import. Johnny Hallyday, Rockin' a Memphis. Leslie Gore, California Nights. Leslie Gore, Girl Talk. There's a different pressing, it looks like. Leslie Gore, The Sound of Young Love. Leslie Gore, that's a French-looking 2LP Greatest Hits comp. I bet that's in good condition. Bottle of Wine, The Fireballs. Sugar Shack, Jimmy Gilmer. Gary and the Pacemakers, Ferry Cross to Mercy. Windjammer soundtrack. Yeah, there's some really cool soundtracks we found. Windjammer, original music score, Martin Gould. Wish You Were Here, Leyland Hayward and Joshua Logan. The Woman in Red, Stevie Wonder. Lauren Bacall, Woman of the Year. Wild on the Beach. Sonny and Cher, The Astronaut, Sandy Nelson. What a Way to Go, Nelson Riddle. Henry Mancini, What Did You Do in the War, Daddy? And The Lovin' Spoonful, Woody Allen's What's Up, Tiger Lily. All the blues auctions are sold, but I do have other auctions. All the blues auctions are sold, but I'm going to catch your attention with this right here. From Japan, Bob Dylan at Budokan with Obi. I don't think I've had this before as a Japanese pressing. This is a 2LP Japanese pressing of Bob Dylan at Budokan. Do not tell David Johnson we're bringing out new Japanese stuff at 12:11 unless he's happened to be awake right now. All the auctions are sold. All the advertised auctions are sold. There's no leftovers. Everything's sold. Bob Dylan is an unbelievably nice copy. 2LP Japanese gatefold Obi with book and insert. It is going to be a $45 start. Bob Dylan at Budokan. 2LP, $45 start. We have Motley Crue, Shout, Shout, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue. The vinyl is about VG Plus condition. It's a 1983. It's a US SRC pressing. It is a $25 start. $25 start. Okay, first was Jason Boxall on Fireballs. Jason, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check this. It's $6.99. I'm going to tell you the grade. If it's nice, I'm going to go ahead and just put it in your crate. If not, I'm going to tell you the condition. That thing was super clean. The Fireballs, the soda Jason Boxall for $6.99. Next is GP, which was Gary and the Pacemakers. Gary and the Pacemakers. Jason was first on this one. Lori Records. If it's nice, I'm going to put it in your bin. Jason, this is going to pass. I'd say it's right at EX. That is sold to you for $6.99. Next is Tony Lewis put BOW, and then Pacemakers, and then Tracy Songers on Beach, which was right here. Beach, Wild on the Beach, Tracy Songers. Let me check it right quick. Beautiful. That sold to Tracy for $6.99. J.D. Conklin, you were second. Tracy Songers wants What a Way, which was next. What a Way to Go. That was next. Nelson Riddle, 20th Century Records. It looks like it's going to be new. It is. What a Way to Go. Sell that to Tracy Songers for $6.99. Love a Spoonful was next to Jason Boxall. That was next with Jason Boxall. And that was LS for Love a Spoonful and the soundtrack to What's Up, Tiger Lily. Let's check this for Jason. So far, we've hit a streak of nice stuff. This also appears it's going to be nice. Well taken care of. Clean, crisp inner sleeve, turned the right way. Yes, you can just kind of start looking at these from the covers and how crisp and nice the inner sleeves are. They haven't been handled much, some of them. Jason gets that for $6.99. And then Bob Dylan got bids for $45, Motley Crue $25, Motley Crue $25, Motley Crue $26, and Bottle of Wine. So you were second on Bottle of Wine. All right, anybody else on anything in here? That was a little good introductory bin. Jason Boxall wants What Did You Do in the War, Daddy? I sold a bunch of those movie posters. Henry Mancini, RCA Victor, crisp inner sleeve. The vinyl is going to need a cleaning. It's got a couple of it's going to need cleaning, but everything looks nice on it. That is sold to, side 2 is beautiful. That's how it's going to clean up and look. So Jason, also a very nice jacket. Henry Mancini, 1966. That's sold to you for $6.99. Outer sleeves, yes. Put down Brandon Lack for a pack of outer sleeves. A pack of 100, one pack of 100 outer sleeves is $29.99. All right, so here's what's left in here. Lauren Bacall, Woman of the Year. Woman in Red, Wish You Were Here, Windjammer, Sugar Shack, Leslie Gore, The Johnny Holiday, 3 or 4 by him, The Happenings, another Leslie Gore, low-grade copy of The Duprees, Dwayne Eddy, Baby Dave Cortez, Johnny Crawford, Dell and Grace, Joe Houston, Brian Holland. For example, if anybody wants all 3 Brian Hollands, I'll sell them for $15. 5, 5, and 5 if you buy all 3 Brian Hollands. 15, 5, 5, and 5 on those. Russell Flynn has Motley Crue at 28. Michael Peavler, you're out. It was a pretty solid VG Plus copy. Plus, I know y'all are going to play it loud. And right now, just one bit on Bob Dylan. I'm about to sell it to J.D. Conklin for $45. Jason Boxall said he'll take the Brian Holland. Sell these to Jason Boxall, 5, 5, and 5. Anybody else want anything? I was about to offer the same thing on the Leslie Gore. There's 1, 2, 3. 3 Leslie Gores for 5, 5, and 5. If anybody wants those, it's 2. This is a 2LP. Looks like a French compilation. Let's take a peek at it. I bet it's nice. Gatefold, The Sound of Love. It has that font that typically... Oh, yeah, nice. It's not French, though. I guess that's U.S. It doesn't... I looked earlier. It doesn't have It's My Party, which is surprising, right? I mean, that's her big song. Hey now, live and learn, say goodbye, look of love. You've come back, little girl, go home. I died inside, wonder boy, moving on. It's just about that time. Young love, won't you love anymore? Sorry, with any other girl, too young, that's what I'll do. Only last night. To know him is to love him. I can tell we know we're in love, and will you love me tomorrow? It's my party. Not on that one. It's my party. I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. There's Leslie Gore. And then that one's pretty cool cover. California Nights. That's got a cool cover on it. California Nights. So 5, 5, and 5 if anybody wants those. Or $6.99 on The Sound of Young Love, which I wouldn't say is the greatest hits. It doesn't really say greatest hits. It's 20 great selections, I guess, about love. But It's My Party's about love, too. It's her party. She'll cry if she wants to. I think what happened was some guy started dancing with some other girl at her party, and then she started crying. Typical 60s, like something you'd see in a TV show or something. All right. Let's see here. Okay, this is going to be a bin of country. Boy, I'm going to have to like tub some of it up. Let me count out some of these bundles, okay? Let me bring them to y'all because I've got to thin some of this out. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me make sure I don't have anything else. Maybe that's it. Nope, here's the others. I thought there was more. 10, 11, 12, 13. Let me see if there's any more. This is all going to be from the same artist. And I think that's it. Yeah, there's there's 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got 13 for 50. 13 for 50, less than $5 each. I've got 13 Janie C. Riley albums. Janie C. Riley, When Love Has Gone Away. Janie C. Riley, the songs of Janie C. Riley. Janie C. Riley's greatest hits. Janie C. Riley, The Girl Most Likely. Janie C. Riley, Country Girl. Janie C. Riley, Down to Earth, featuring One Night With You. Janie C. Riley, Generation Gap. Janie C. Riley, Harper Valley, PTA. Janie C. Riley, Good Enough to Be Your Wife. Sock Soul, Things Go Better with Love. Give Myself a Party, and Country Gold. Those are all sold to Jason Boxall. There should be 13 there. Sell him the Janie C. Riley collection for $50. Thank you, Jason. Those are sold to you. Now, up at the top, let me figure out what happened. J.D. Conklin, let me go ahead and sell you the Dylan for $45. Let's please put that in a new sleeve for him. Sell that. Actually, let me put it. I'm going to put it in this sleeve, which is, I think, what Motley Crue is in. But Dylan, I'm going to put it in there for right now. So that is sold to JD. And then Motley Crue, Michael Peveler has it for $30. Final call. Tony Lewis wants Just the Greatest Hits. Sure. So this is sold to Tony Lewis for $6.99, which is this record here. That's sold for $6.99. Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow was a big hit. Yes, I know that one too. And let's do some more, okay? Also, Jason, you might not have been watching earlier, but this is the only 2 bundles. We sold 4 completely full crates of bundles. Here's the only 2 that didn't sell. First was Porter Wagner. 14 Porter Wagners for $70. And for anybody else that wasn't watching earlier, first come, first serve. Porter Wagner, I'm Daydreaming Tonight. Porter Wagner, Tore Down, Sealed. The Carroll County Accident. These are all from Fred's collection. Soul of a Convict. Collector Series, Sealed. The Thin Man from West Plains. You Gotta Have a License. The Bottom of the Bottle. Sings His Own. The Farmer, Sealed. Simple as I Am. Ballads of Love. Sing Some Love Songs. A Slice of Life. That is 14 Porters for $7. Let's go ahead and sell the Motley Crue to Michael Peveler for $30. Let's make sure we put that in a new sleeve for him. All righty, a late night auction. I typically would not be selling something like this at 12:21 a.m. here in Tennessee on Thanksgiving Eve. But here is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, with the original inner sleeve. It's an SRC original Rat retail copy. Lay it down. Rat is a $25 start, a U.S. original. And then the other big bundle was 30 Tony Bennett albums for just $150. 30 Tony Bennett albums, $150. $5 each, 30 of them for $150. 30 Tony Bennett albums for $150. That's a big bundle, folks. 30 Tony Bennett's for $150. Let me go count out another bundle. All right, I'm trying to bundle all the big stuff out of this tub, and then I'll bring over the random, like, leftovers. But I think I have enough here for another big bundle. Let me figure out where he starts at. I think he starts right here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, that's a good record. Let me set that out. 6. Not that one. Not that one. 7, 8, 9, 10. Not that one. Not that one. There's a break here. There we go. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think there's 21. Is there 21? Looks like there's 21. No, there's 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 on the number. 30 on the number. They're all different too from what I just seen. Let me set another crate up here so I have something. Also, somebody asked for new vinyl. It's all gone, essentially. We sold everything. There was 3 crates. One full crate was Great Whites. The other crate was mostly Great Whites. And then the only thing left out of that was Michael Bublé, greatest or Christmas album. And then there's 5 other LPs right here. Let me put this blues crate back up here. I need a good tower. All right. So I've got 30 Charlie Rich albums for $150. 30 Charlie Rich albums for $150. We have Sealed, Nobody But You, The Fool Strikes Again, I Still Believe in Love, The Best Years, a 2-record set, Lonely Weekends on the Sun label, Volume 1, Charlie Charlie, sings country and western, sings the songs of Hank Williams and others. There's a promo sticker that sings the country and western. Son's Best of Charlie Rich, She Loved Everybody But Me, a sealed copy. The Silver Fox, Every Time You Touch Me, I Get High. Behind Closed Doors, Volume 2, Greatest Hits, I Do My Swinging at Home, Set Me Free, Very Special Love Songs, Silver Linings, The Early Years, A Time for Tears, Take Me, Everything You Wanted to Hear by Charlie Rich Was Afraid to Ask. That's a promo. There Won't Be Any More, Now Everybody Knows, She Loved Everybody But Me, Tomorrow Night, and Collector Series. All right, let me see what I missed since I walked away. Rat 25, Rat 25, Rat 26, thank you, Patrick. Rat 30, Rat 31, Rat 35, Rat 36, Rat 40. Now, does anybody want to make an offer on Charlie Rich, all 30 albums? Before I start breaking up Tony Bennett, I would really love to sell all of them to somebody. There's 30 albums there if you want to make an offer. 150 OBO. Same thing for Porter Wagner. Otherwise, I'm going to start running out of table space. I need to take these and put them in a crate. That way we can start bringing over something else. I know that's a lot of Charlie Rich, but, I mean, if you're a fan or a collector, that's a big chunk. You maybe already have some. That's a good way to get a lot more. me see what else I have in here. And then I'm going to try to crate up the rest and just bring them over after I pull out. I'm going to try to pull out all the stuff there's a lot of. Let me see what's in these tubs over here. Give me 1 second. Got to do some organization. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. That would be great. I hadn't asked that all night. Get everybody woke up. Make sure I know where viewers are from. So make sure you let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to try to figure out what the next move is. Let me see what this is. Okay. Sorry. Got distracted over here looking at this too. Which way is the front of this tub? I can't tell which way is the front of this tub. Is this the front of the tub? The problem is I'm not selling enough to Tracy Songer. She bought an entire crate last night. I got to find Tracy Songer some stuff. Where are you, Tracy Songer stuff? Let me find Tracy Songer. Tracy Songer. Tracy Songer. I have not seen any of these. What is this? Jack who? Some of these are turned the wrong way. I can't figure out what's all in here. Hold on a second. Cattle records. I wish I might have to start rolling the card over here. I've got new light bulbs, so I'm going to see if I can get. All right, sorry. I'm over here trying to figure out what to show next and maybe how to get the cart over here. I think it's going to be easier to me to bring the cart over here. So, okay. Thank y'all. And let's see where we left off. Rat 40. Rat 35. John Kaiser had Rat for 40. We got viewers in Ohio, Indiana, Iowa, San Antonio, Texas, Ohio, Massachusetts, California, North Dakota, Texas, Denver, Kansas City. Laura's viewing from inside the store in Nebraska. Texas, Ohio, Los Angeles, Idaho, no George Strait. We have Patrick was at the library, but they kicked him out. They couldn't watch YouTube in his underwear. That sounds about right. Hank Williams Jr. and Hank Sr. Those are probably not something we're going to come by. Maybe, but those kind of artists, far as country stuff over here and Fred stuff, it's going to be a lot of classic country. And, you know, this kind of late night stuff is probably not going to be the upper tier. However, there's going to be, if we do run across it, there's probably going to be a good chance it's going to be greatly bundled. Let me mute my mic right quick while I finish off this water. All right, we're about to go on a field trip across the other side of this part of the room. Let me go ahead and officially end this rat auction. And let me roll over here. And I guess about the easiest thing to do is show y'all some of these tubs. Keep in mind, we bought 30,000 albums for y'all to kind of realize how many that is. That would be 30,000 albums. So y'all see how in a good night we go through what? In a good busy night, I may go through 12 crates. 12 crates. But we bought 30,000 albums from Fred. So that's like 600 crates. That's probably 600 crates of albums. If we pack them where we can flip through them and have them priced and sleeved, it'll fit about 50 where we can flip through them. That's 600 crates. So if we're really cooking and we put out 8 crates of new arrivals, that's going to take 75 shows to go through everything just to show them. And that's not pricing them or looking them up or cleaning them. So that's 2 whole months, and that's like really putting out a lot of stuff. That's 8 crates, okay? We only showed, how many crates did we show tonight? We went through essentially about 6, okay? And I did a math for 8. So we bought, it would take us 2 months at 6 or 7 hours a night to go through all these just once. That kind of lets you know how many we just bought. That's a lot of records. So we've been here for one night. So trying to find something. By the way, this rat record is sold. And that's sold to John Kaiser for $40. So that kind of shows you just how much there is. And to kind of show you the volume. And just to find something. So that's why when I tell people after a sale, they'll be like, can you find such and such record? Well, if we've mixed it back up, it literally could take hours and hours just to flip through them. When you start having 50,000 LPs, it could take you hours just to look through them to find something. So they have to kind of have to be selective on how much they can price and put out in one night, in one show, if that makes sense, for the best stuff. All right, so we got plenty of stuff here to go through. Let me walk back over here right quick and grab my other device so I can see comments. Did Fred collect metal? We've already sold it all. That's another thing. That's just what we just bought. We've been selling this guy's records for 5 years. The first time I bought records from Fred was 2019. So people's been asking, where's the metal? Where's the such and such artist? Or where's this and where's that? And I'm like, well, y'all been following the page for about a year. Y'all are about 5 years late, okay? We've been selling stuff out of his collection for years and years. So he had about this many Iron Maidens. And then I remember I hit a pocket and it was like Metallica, Metallica, Metallica. And it was all out in his garage. All that's long gone. That's been distributed. Across America. That's been distributed across America. All right, so we have the Legendary Sons of the Pioneers, Volume 4. We have the Legendary Sons of the Pioneers, Volume 3. Let me get my platform bill here. We have Sons of the Pioneers, Coral, which is Sons of the Pioneers, Decca. I think that's a compilation. We have Tumbleweed Trails, the Sons of the Pioneers. Western Star Parade, Volume 1. Sons of the Pioneers. Roy Rogers and the Sons of the Pioneers, The Republic Ears, the original motion picture soundtrack. Fred is still alive. He's just getting older. When you get into your like mid-80s, early 80s, and you kind of get, you're not as mobile, and you got to start selling stuff when you get that age. So he's having to sell stuff off. We've almost sold everything and bought everything. Thousands of posters, records, etc. Cowgirl Boy Records. Sons of the Pioneers in 1942. Sons of the Pioneers. We have the Legendary Sons of the Pioneers Volume 5. Legendary Sons of the Pioneers Volume 6. I have no idea what's in here. This is the first time I'm looking at any of these. Sons of the Pioneers. The Legendary Sons of the Pioneers Volume 1. Legendary Sons of the Pioneers Volume 2. Sons of the Pioneers Tumbleweed Connection. No, it's Tumbling Tumbleweeds. The Treasury of the Golden West. The Treasury of the Golden West. Songs of the Pioneers, The Country Gentlemen. The Longinus Symphony presents Campfire Songs. Treasures of the Golden West. Walk Softly, Wade Ray. Down Yonder, The Country Fiddlers. Wade Ray, A Ray of Country Sun. Bob Nolan, The Sound of a Pioneer. Haven't submitted my credit card. I'll pay for Comic Sound Friday. No problem. Romantic Country Songs. Today Sounds and Pop Country Hits. The Soul of Country and Western Swings. Tommy Doss and the Sons of the Pioneers. The Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads. Loudon Wainwright III. Charlie Ventura. Joe Venturi and his big band. Joe Venturi, Tony Romano, Never Before, Never Again. Joe Venturi, Joe in Chicago. Joe Venturi, Hot Swing Fiddler. Joe Venturi in Milan. Joe Venturi and his big band. We have Joe Venturi and George Barnes. The Joe Venturi Blue 4. Warm Winds. Persistent Percussion. Special Sampler, Cap Jazz Festival. Jazz a la Mood, Jack Teagarden, Coleman Hawkins, Willie the Lion Smith, Lucky Thompson, Ernie Rule. The Jazz Tone Mystery Band. Of course, the only interest so far in a Rolling Stones record. There's a sticker on it that says damaged. It's a red label mono. What's damaged about it? I mean, it's $6.99. It's playable. It's a mono. It's $6.99. I mean, for that price, it's about a VG Plus. I don't know really what's damaged about it. J.D. Conklin, Scott Oman, and Noah Farrell. Loudon Wainwright, Attempted Mustache. The Keating Sound. Catch the Brass Ring, the Torchy Jones Brass Quintet. Loudon Wainwright III. The Secret of Happiness. J.D. Conklin says he will take the Stones. So did J.D. Conklin for $6.99. Treasured Hymns, Marilyn Tuttle. Signed by Marilyn Tuttle. Songs for Family Devotions, Wesley and Marilyn Tuttle. The Wesley Tuttle Family Album, signed by Wesley Tuttle and Marilyn Tuttle. Gospel Gems, Wesley Tuttle. Wesley Tuttle Sings. Western Christmas, Cactus Jim and the Wranglers. Western Swing, the Tune Wranglers. Coors. Who is this? The Coors Cowboy Band. That might be the next second best record I've seen in there. The Coors Cowboy Band. Songs of the Panhandle. The Sons of the Pioneers. The original trio sings Songs of the Hills and Plains. The Sons of the Pioneers. Best. Let me get this camera a little bit open. Tune Wranglers. Okay, now my problem is going to be trying to find that. It's got to be somewhere right in here, though. Tune Wranglers, right? Tune Wranglers. This one right here. Let's look at this. Fred working in the music industry. Not really, no. He's just a collector. He was involved with the Sons of the Pioneers. That's a very nice record. $6.99 on that one. That's sold to Daniel Rosen. No, he's just, I mean, this guy, Fred, when he collected, when he was like, all right, he wanted to assemble a musical library. So like, all right, Loudon Wainwright, let's get every Loudon Wainwright. Now, within his own likes. So, you know, it'd be like, I know some of y'all are metalheads. If Fred was a metalhead, if he seriously got into metal, he would basically say, all right, I'm going to go look up every metal band and buy every metal album that every metal band put out. And he did that for a lot of jazz, big band, country and western, some rock, a lot of R&B and soul, and he wanted complete discographies. That's why sometimes when we run across an artist, there'll be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 of the same artist. Now, he didn't get that deep. He had enough diversity. Where he bought some metal, some rock, some psych, and some garage, but very little. So that's also a clean copy. That is sold to Daniel Rosen. All right. Attempted Mustache. I got that. Those are both sold to Daniel. Where did I get to in here? So you see, he was definitely involved with cowboy and western. And so basically, as far as like, catalog and stuff, he bought everything. And he put a lot of money into this. I mean, there's no telling what, over the years through the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. Celebration, Volume 1. I'm not for sure what that is. I'll take Loudon Mustache. I got you. Yeah, so I got you down for Loudon and the True Wranglers. Wyatt Earp. I thought that was pretty cool. Wyatt Earp, Cheyenne, and other TV favorites. That's on RCA Victor. A couple of kids there watching the TV. Sons of the Pioneers. Western Country, the Sons of the Pioneers. Western Country, Sons of the Pioneers. Looks like that's got some signatures on it. Lucky U Ranch radio broadcast. Lucky U Ranch radio broadcast. Looks like Tommy Doss signed that one. Guns and Cowboys. Jimmy Driftwood, Eddie Arnold, Jim Reeves, Hank Snow. That's got a pretty cool cover on it. That's a RCA foreign pressing. And it's got like a Western movie theme on the front. Guns and Cowboys. With pretty well-known cowboy names on there. Oh, yeah, Fred. Oh, my gosh. Sons of the Pioneers. And some of those people that's still involved, Sons of the Pioneers, the way I understand it, wow, that's a cool record. If no one buys this, I'm going to show this again tomorrow night or Saturday night. So the way I understand it, Sons of the Pioneers is a ever-changing lineup, and some of the people that's still involved, were very interested in these records. And I basically told Fred's daughter to tell them, well, they're going to be for sale on Facebook. But I don't know if they were too interested in doing all that. The Tuneful 20s. Jim Handy wants Guns and Cowboys. Yeah, I thought that was cool. That sold to Jim Handy for $6.99. Now, I think some of these are pressed or facing the wrong way. Roy Bargy, Piano Syncopations. The Roaring Twenties, Volume 3, Enoch Light. Enoch Light, Tracy. The Roaring Twenties, Volume 2, the Charleston City All-Stars. Original Roaring Twenties, Volume 1, Charleston City All-Stars. Authentic Ragtime Music, Sammy Spear and his orchestra. Those Ragtime Years, the Gabby Glide, 1899 through 1960. Hey, that looks cool. Lindenberg, The Eagle of the USA, and other songs of the Lindenberg era. Charles Lindbergh, Lucky Lindy, The Spirit of St. Louis. If no one buys that, I'm going to put it out for sale tomorrow night or Saturday night. Flappers, Speakeasies, and Bathtub Gin. I thought stuff like that, just the cover and the context of it's cool. 4-4 Rhythm, Ina Ray Hutton. You're also being exposed to stuff right now probably most of y'all have never even heard of, like me. I am reading stuff over and over that most of it I don't know what it is and I've never heard of it. But I do that a lot every night. I'm reading stuff constantly that I don't know what it is. Jason Boxell on Flapper. Flapper, did I say Flapper somewhere? Right here, Flappers. Speakeasies. That's sold to Jason Boxell, $6.99. Let me check it right quick. Trying to make sure they're at least passing, you know, $6.99 worthy. Yes. And then JD on MJ, Melodious Jazz. Yeah. Nice. That's sold to JD for $6.99. Nobody on the Charles Lindbergh record. I think it has nothing to do with Charles Lindbergh other than he's on the cover and it's music from that era. Well, there's a song on here called Lindbergh, the Eagle of the USA. Dance Bands Play Hot, 1927, 1931. Shake It Down. This is recorded sessions of 1929, 28, 29, 30. Masters of Regional Jazz, Volume 2. Jazzin' Around. This looks like comps of early 78s, 20s jazz and swing music. That's what we're in here. We're like in a big batch of swing music from the 20s, like the Dixie Daisies, which those are labels from 78, and they've comped them onto these LPs here. We've hit a big bunch of it. Doc Evans, Knocky Parker, Albert Nichols, Reminiscing in Dixieland. Jazz, which one? See, JD, there's Masters of Regional Jazz and Jazzin' Around. Let me know on those. They're $6.99 each. Dixieland and Other New Orleans Jazz. We're hitting a bunch here. New Orleans Express. New Orleans Dixieland. Masters of Regional Jazz. That's sold to J.D. Conklin for $6.99. I'll check it right quick, but I bet it's nice. Quick check, quick check. Oh, yeah. Folks, we've only got 3,000 more tubs like this to go through. Trad Jazz, Kenny Ball and his Jasmine. Dixieland Superstar Jazz Artist. Info in New Orleans. We have Dixieland and New Orleans Express and New Orleans Dixieland. This one here looks interesting. Santo Pecora, Sharkey, and George Gibbard. It's on a label called Southland. It's pretty clean. St. Louis Street, New Orleans. From New Orleans, made in New Orleans. Everything in here is $6.99. Definitely a older record, if that's the one you were referring to. All right. No Dixie. Okay, so oh, no, you're saying New Orleans Dixie. This one here, maybe. And then Gary Wellman. Gary Wellman on JN. No, Gary Wellman put GN. GN was for, is that a claim, Gary, or are you saying good night? You might be saying good night. Or is that a claim for something? Scott. Okay, so JD was first. He said info sold. Scott, you're second. That's sold to JD Conklin for $6.99. Let me know if JN was a claim. Let me see where I got to. I got to Red Allen, Kid Ory, and Jack Teagard at Newport. Big Band Jazz Classics. The Texas A&J, the A&I Jazz Band. Recorded in New Orleans, Sharkey Bono, Paul Barg. Let me stop reading names. It's got steamboats on it. That's a pretty cool cover. Jazz, Some Cities and Towns. Is that Folkways? Folkways, yeah. The Jazzy 20s, these are Folkways. Jazz, Some Beginnings. Those Folkways should be pretty good. The Big Three, Marty Napoleon, Chubby Jackson, and Mickey Sheen. Songs that brought sunshine into the Depression. Moonlight Ragtime. Tea Garden Condition. Ray Allen Kilgore and Jack Tea Garden at Newport. Verve Hi-Fi. Original wax paper inner sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. Mark Lentz, $6.99. $6.99 on that. Everything in here is $6.99 unless I find something I want to veto. I'm like, oh man, we can't sell that for $6.99. As of right now, I'm okay selling everything I've shown so far for $6.99. Jazz Beginnings, J.D. Conklin. Let me check it right quick. But the other two was on Folkways as well. Yeah, I was about to say, they should have inserts just like that other Folkways I was showing y'all that I kept earlier. Oh, it's nice. It is nice. I'm having fun too. We're going to go through another one after this. Hopefully we can mix up the genres. This thing started off country and western, and now we've got into like swing and jazz. I mean, there's no telling what else we're going to find in these other tubs. It's also fun for me because we go out and buy all this stuff, and I don't even know what I have, and I never get to look through it. So it's kind of fun for me. I'm trying to figure out what I actually own here because I have no idea. So this is sold to Mark Lent for $6.99. J.D. Conklin, I'm going to say Jazz Beginnings for $6.99. All right, we stopped at right here. We have the original Silver Cornet Band, a Gore. If we find a Gore in here, I will start screaming. Roaring Twenties, Vaudeville, Songs of the Great Ladies of Musical Stage. Zez Confrey, compiled and annotated by David Jansen, creator of the novelty rag. That's another Folkways Records. Bundles. Yes and no. I've kind of did a cutoff because we had to make them so we could get them shipped. So we kind of stopped taking orders on them. At the end of this week, maybe on Monday, I'll make another post for that opportunity. And then I'll announce it multiple times during the sale. But right now, no, because we just it's a lot easier when we make them all at once, so we can't really start trying to do them one or two at a time. I try to do it and sell like 50 at a time if I can. Irving Berlin, all by myself. But, Chris, I'll remind you, or I'll keep your name in mind whenever we do it again. Unless Ed has extras made up. If he has extras made up, I'll go ahead and sell you one. Irving Berlin. Toyota Jazz Parade Rock. Toyota Jazz Parade. Is this like Toyota? Or is that something completely different? Louis Armstrong's on here. The Guess Who, Jefferson Airplane. Toyota Jazz Parade. I heard. What Jefferson Airplane song's on here? Laughing. Somebody to Love is on this album. Wow, Jefferson Airplane. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? Theme from Shaft. Jose Feliciano. What a bizarre record. J.D. Conklin, that's nice. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $6.99. Is that like, I guess they're covering that song, though. I'm assuming they're covering that. It's not actually Jefferson Airplane on there, but that's weird how they had the label like that. An Irving Berlin bundle? Sure. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 4 for 20 instead of 28. And we got a volume 1, a volume 2, a volume 3, and then that one. So $20 on those. 5, 5, and 5 and 5. Piano Giants volume 1. Piano Giants volume 1. This is on Prestige. This might be pretty good. $6.99. Wow, nice gatefold with book. There's Monk, Hancock, Zawinul. That looks like a pretty cool thing. This got mixed into the ragtime stuff. Wow, beautiful vinyl too. Who's going to get that? If not, I think that might go out for like $14.99. That should be more than $6.99. That's a pretty cool comp there. I'm going to put over here Charles Lindbergh if nobody buys it. Irving Berlin, those are sold for 5, 5, 5, and 5 to Tony Lewis for $20. J.D. Conklin's going to take it for $6.99. Thank you. That was very nice. We got a Kansas City piano, 1936, 1941. Count Basie's on there. Kansas City piano. The Chicagoans, the Austin High Gang. 5 feet of swing. Some loose disc. The Jazz Greats drum roll. Max Roach, Art Blakey, Lionel Hampton, Shelly Manne, Buddy Rich. Getting into some jazz. This is interesting. I wonder how nice this is. It's in a polyline sleeve. Drum roll. That is actually pretty clean. That's sold to J.D. Conklin, $6.99. The Sound of Jazz, Basie, Billie Holiday, Henry Red Allen, Jimmy Rush, and Mal Waldron. Columbia 6i, nice vinyl. The Sound of Jazz, a CBS television Sound of Jazz compilation. That looks pretty nice. A jazz piano anthology. I bet that's pretty good. A jazz piano anthology. Beautiful gatefold. It's on Columbia. I see many legends on here, but I'm not going to start naming them until I for sure am calling them off the label. See here. Oh, super clean. Eubie Blake, James P. Johnson, Fats Waller, Jimmy Yancey, Earl Hines. Might be doing it in chronological order. Art Tatum, Duke Ellington. It's a 2 LP too. That's nice. All right, so put that back in its sleeve. David Hoy got the Sound of Jazz, and then jazz piano, so did J.D. Conklin. Jazz from New York. That looks interesting. Jazz from New York, 28 to 32. Hot Trumpets, 34 to 37. Golf cover. 4, Hampton Hawes with Barney Kessel, Shelly Manne, and Red Mitchell, contemporary. This looks interesting. I love this cover. It's got some ugly scuffs on it right there, but they're non-feelers. I can tell you these guys didn't play golf because he's got a terrible looking swing. David, I would grade this VG Plus if you still want it. David Hoy, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. If you want to pass, let me know. But I would pass it for $6.99. Jazz Mission to Moscow, featuring top jazz artists of their return from the tour of the Soviet Union. Wow, that's pretty cool, just because it mentions the Soviet Union there. And it's got like a map, Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, Tashkent. It has the inner sleeve advertising Hanna-Barbera. Boy, beautiful vinyl too. That's a killer inner sleeve. Look at that. It's advertising Hazel, Hanna-Barbera, the Hathaways, all those other Hanna-Barbera records. That's a cool inner sleeve. Jazz Mission sold to J.D. Conklin for $6.99. Kenneth Russell second on that. Zoot Sims. Hot Clarinets. Boy, that's a wicked cover. I should say cool, not wicked. Hot Clarinets. Small Band Jazz, Rare Broadcast. Red Northco Octet, 1936. Bud Freeman, 1940. Miff Moles, 44. This is a fantasy stereo demonstration record. So this is a demonstration record for your stereo, but it features, it's on red vinyl too. A lot of these fantasy LPs are on, it's not in the best of condition though. It's like VG. Red vinyl though from Fantasy. It's probably VG. Tracy wants the Hot Clarinets. Who is that, Squidward? Beautiful vinyl on this one. On a label called Historical. Hot Clarinet sold to Tracy. Jazz Hayloft Style. Recorded in concert at the Hayloft Dinner Theater in Manassas, Virginia. Jazz Hayloft Style, Volume 2. This is an old flipback cover from the UK. No, it's from the US, printed in USA. That's unusual. That's a early LP for sure. The Three Great Jazz Groups. Art Van Dam, Slam Stewart, and Herman Christensen. Jazz Hayloft. Let's take a look at those and make sure they're nice. Those are interesting. Jazz Hayloft Style. What an incredible collection he amassed here. I think when those inner sleeves are flipped down like that, these records may not even been taken out much. Pretty incredible. Probably no reason to even check the other one. I bet it's fine. But let's go ahead and do it anyway. It's on Fat Cat's Jazz label. Oh, yeah. All right. The back of the crate has certainly been more popular than the front of this tub. Or I should say tub. I don't think we sold but maybe one of the country and western albums. We're wearing out some of this jazz and big band back here. Let's see what the last three are. The last three are Harrison Garnett Champion Collection. Harrison Records. Masters of Regional Jazz, Jimmy Lover and his Society Troubadours. And from Collector's Shelves, Harris Brothers Texans and the High Steppers. All right. Let me set that soul pile there. Y'all know what's next? Another tub. Let me take a peek and see which one we want to do next. That one looks interesting. It looks like a lot more jazz kind of stuff in that. Oh boy, this might be a Tracy Songer crate here. Well, there's only one way to know. Oh, excuse me. Oh, y'all don't listen to that. Ooh, that was a big yawn. There's only one way to know. Let's start going through it. The one I'm going to skip that one, and we're going to go through this one right here. Okay? Let me get my phone over here. What time is it? 1:08? Oh boy, it's early. It's 1:08 and we got 118 people. Let's see what we got in here. Same rules apply, just they're $6.99, so I'm going to pull it. If you comment it, I'll make sure it's nice and we'll go from there. MacArthur Park, the Ray Charles Singers. If you buy a bunch by the same artist, I'll make you a bundle deal. They are $6.99. One of those songs, the Ray Charles Singers. Ray Conniff, Invisible Tears. Ray Conniff, Rhapsody in Rhythm. Ray Conniff, Thanks for the Memory. Ray Conniff, Awful Nice. Ray Conniff, Concert in Rhythm, Volume 2. Ray Conniff, Concert in Rhythm. Ray Conniff, Broadway in Rhythm. Ray Conniff, Hollywood in Rhythm. I told you this is a Tracy Songer crate. Ray Conniff, Love Affair. Ray Conniff Singers, Somebody Loves Me. Ray Conniff, Somewhere My Love. Ray Conniff's Continental. Ray Conniff, The Happy Beat. Ray Conniff, You Make Me Feel So Young. Ray Conniff, So Much Love. Ooh, look at that one. Ray Conniff, Hi-Fi Companion. Ray Conniff's Wonderful. The Ray Conniff Singers, Young at Heart. And this is Jay Blackston. That has nothing to do. The Best of Irving Berlin, Jay Blackston. Let me skip that because there is... Okay, that might be it. Does it end? It doesn't look like it, does it? Let me make sure. All right, let me pause there. So, you didn't want Ray Charles Singers, right? Just Ray Conniff. All right, so Ray Conniff is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18, so we'll do 5 instead of 7. 5 times 18, 5 times 10 is 50, 5 times 8 is 40, so $90. $90, Tracy. $90 on those. We'll see. Okay, so that's Jay Blackston. Ray Anthony and his orchestra. Stephen Foster Melodies. Still More Genius of Jankowski. Faraway Places with Leo Addio. New York, Frank Chaxerfield and Unsen Orchestra. Mambo by Morales. That's pretty cool looking. That's like, what, early 50s? All right, Tracy said, so let me take the stuff over here y'all bought individually and put it in the other crate, which was the crate we were working on over here. So let me do a little organization right quick. me put all the records in the crate. So there's Rat, and then there's the Rolling Stones. Here's all the stuff we sold. Let me put it in order, in reverse order, back how we had it. So when they're watching the sale, they can find all this. Don't go anywhere. I'm just having to put this away. Then I'm going to grab an empty crate and put Tracy's Ray Conniffs in there. Let me put all these in backwards order. There's Piano Greats, Drum Roll, Sound of Jazz, Jazz Piano. I hope I can find some more stuff like that. There's that, and that. Okay, that crate's full. And let me go grab this crate so we can officially say that's the first sold bundle. Let me figure out where to put this. Probably right here on this KISS chair. And there we have it. All right. Beautiful. Mambo, $6.99. Gus C, your second. Tracy. It's good. It may need a cleaning, but it's good. I'm glad I have light over here now. We replaced all of our bulbs. All right. Metallica Funko. That's a great question, Scott. Let me go see if it has a tag on it. David Carroll. David Carroll and his orchestra. David Carroll, Let's Dance to the Movie Themes. And David Carroll, Let's Dance Again. Interesting. Let's see. Master of Puppets. $119.99. $119.99. The Lonely Bull, the Arena Brass. Viva Bossa Nova, that's Lorindo Almeida. The Mormon Tabernacle. The Ray Charles Singers. Slices of Life. The Ray Charles Singers, Command Performances. The Ray Charles Singers. The Ray Charles Singers. The Ray Charles Singers. Sing a Song of Paris, the Ray Charles Singers. The Ray Charles Singers. The Ray Charles Singers. Here's to My Lady. Love and Marriage, the Ray Charles Singers. Sunrise Serenade. Nashville Skyline. Some kind of picture of the Nashville skyline. Melody and percussion for two pianos. Melody and percussion for two pianos. Pallets. Rifles and flourishes. Music for field trumpets and drums. Great Smash Hits. Dean Martin. Tex Williams, Les Paul. That's a Capitol compilation. Mona Lisa, Nat Cole. Jad Paul, Rebel. Clay Tyson, Straight from the Horse's Mouth. Recorded live at Howard Theater. Got some comedy. Instant Hits from the Fabulous Library of Capitol Starline series. Interesting. The Gift of Music. That's in very bad condition. What is that? Great new releases from the Sound of Capitol. Capitol Stereo Record. Demonstration record. Capitol Stereo Demonstration record. Does this have artist on it? Les Brown, Nelson Riddle, Nat King Cole, Les Baxter, Fred Warning, Billy Mays. Got some good stuff on there. As far as I mean, I heard Les Baxter, right, Tracy? I knew it. Tracy wants the demo record. Smash condition. Let me check it right quick. Smash condition. Let's see. There's some damage to the top of the cover. Some tape. This one might be played. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if it looks brand new. This record would grade VG Plus, VG Plus EX on that side. Not bad. Chris, just say sold if you want it. We got to great new releases from the Sound of Capital of the World. So this is 63. Wow, right before Beatlemania. Father Earl Hines, Marion Montgomery, George Shearing, Stan Kenton, Joe Graves, Les Baxter, Dean Elliott, Tex Ritter, Ruth Welcome, Mario Soal, Webley Edwards, Ferlin Husky. I mean, right before the Beatles changed music, right in that era, for Capitol especially. New from the Sound of the Capital World, February of 61. February of 61. Great new releases from the Sound Capital of the World. Another Capitol comp. August of 63. Getting even closer. Sinatra's on this one. Bobby Darin, Sinatra, The Letterman, Tennessee Ernie Ford. Chris Collins wants the Great Smash Hits. That's sold to Chris for $6.99. Great renewals from the Sound of Capital. The Next President, Mort Saul. The New Frontier, Mort Saul. Welcome to the LBJ Ranch, the Robin Dowd comedy interviews. Mike Nichols and Elaine May examine doctors. What is going on here? Mike Nichols and Elaine May examine doctors. Monitor show. In an outgrowth of their weekly appearance on NBC Radio Monitor Show, all the episodes heard were originally appeared on Monitor broadcast. Tape of Monitor. I don't know if this is a comedy record or they're actually like, I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, Capitol with Sinatra. Sure, I figured somebody would buy it when I mentioned that. It's not that one. One of them had a bunch of Sinatra tracks. This one wasn't it? Nope. It might have been this one. The one of like the firing squad or something. Sinatra. Is this it? Sinatra. Well, I felt like I read one that had him on there. They're all kind of running together now. Give me 1 second. Not that one. It's damaged. It wasn't the first one, I don't think. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. It was something. Maybe it was this one. There's one. Yeah, okay, here's this. There he is again. There's two. There's 2 times. Maybe there's. Yeah, that's it there. Tony, make sure it's nice. Yes. Okay. And then, Chris, I'll make you a bundle on, he just got that one. Let me show you what's left. That's sold to Tony Lewis. Okay, and then, so that leaves that one and that one and that one. And this one's got a damaged cover. Let me see what the vinyl looks like. LP's fine, but what I'll do is we won't count that one. And I'll say 5, 5, and 5. So $15 for the 4. March of 64. The Beach Boys is on this one. The Beach Boys. So yeah, I'll say those for $5.55. I'll basically put that one in there for free. The cover's damaged, but the vinyl's fine. It may need another cleaning. Okay, I got to right here, Bob Newhart. Bob Newhart, The Button Down Mind. That's a classic comedy record. My Son, the President. The Flip Sides of Grady Nutt, Humorist. Mana Overboard, Charlie Mana. Featuring the Astronauts, I Want My Crayons. Joe Lewis Is Now a Post Time. The Best of Alan King. Here's Milt Kamen. Jose Jimenez. Jose Jimenez. Jose Jimenez. Jose Jimenez. Hudson and Landry. A lot of comedy stuff. So these 4 Capitol comps sold to Chris Collins for $20. Thank you. Not so long ago, Bob Hope. Narrated by Bob Hope. Bob Hope. Bob Hope. Some of these look like they're signed. Is that his signature? Uh-oh. I might have my first veto. I think some of these may be signed. Is that his signature? Let me check on that. Is he signed? Fred had a ton of autographs, and we find them occasionally. Let me set those aside. I'll sell them, but I'd like to check them first. Grady Nutt condition. Let's see here. Grady Nutt was... That's always been a popular one because of the space cover. Jose Jimenez, the Astronaut. The name is... Where did we get the Grady Nutt at? Was it even further back? Bob Newhart. Grady Nutt. Chris Collins. Let's take a look at it. It needs cleaning, but it's okay. It's EX. You're going to need to clean it. See those smudges? The cover is VG. I'd say the vinyl's VG plus EX. You know, just being slightly conservative. Cover's a little messed up right here. There. Okay, where did I get to? Bo James, The Life and Times of Jimmy Walker. Doug Harrell, MD. Lonesome George Goebel. Bobby Dale. Best of Phyllis Diller. The Earth-Shattering Lou Alexander. Pass on Grady Nutt, no problem. Don Adams. Dayton Allen, why not? Belle Barth. Bud Fletcher at the Outhouse. America's Foremost Cajun Entertainer. Radio Free Nixon, David Fry. Radio Free Nixon. Great Country Hits of the 50s and 60s box set. 38 stars, 50 songs. Wow. I'll sell that to you for $6.99. You've just been spoonerized. Richard Nixon Superstar, David Fry. Get Curtain Calls, Yesteryear, with Louis Armstrong, Eddie Carter, Gertrude Lawrence. Curtain Calls of Yesterday. Sincerely. Sincerely. Another compilation. Andrews Sisters, Four Aces, Judy Garland, Jimmy Dorsey, the Weavers, McGuire Sisters, the Ink Sparts. Looks like a woman thinking about her GI that's over in World War II while she listens to records. The Great Songs of the Beatles. No, that's not the Beatles. It is Tom Vaughan and Lorenzo Almeida and the Letterman and Peggy Lee. Capitol Custom Services presents a deluxe 2-record album in the Diamond Award Series. The Silver Years at Capitol, 25 years of the recording industry. Oh, this could be a good one. Capitol Pops for October 66. I bet this has got some good stuff on it. Capitol Pops for October 66. You get Jonah Jones, Frank Sinatra, the New Classic Singers, Jackie Gleason, Sandler and Lung, Dean Martin, Holly Ridge, Jackie Gleason, H.B. Barham, New Classic Singers, Holly Ridge, Frank Sinatra, Sandler and Lung, and Jonah Jones. Capitol Pops. Soda Tracy Songer. Soda Tracy Songer, $6.99. Musical Milestones, another Capitol compilation. Les Baxter, Dean Martin, Peggy Lee, Glenn Campbell, Ray Anthony, Martin Whiting, Johnny Mercer, K-Star. What I've noticed about these is for the Beatles to be their biggest artist of all time, I've not seen one mention of the Beatles on Capitol, these Capitol comps. There's another Great Smash Hits. We had that one earlier, Great Smash Hits. Here's new from the Sound of the Capitol World, January of '61. The Capitol Disc Jockey album from July of '68. Not much rock on these. This is truly their pop stuff and adult contemporary, like Tony Bruno and Al Martino and Marion Love and Sinatra. They didn't really comp their rock stuff too much. Silver Platter Service. Silver Platter Service. Great Smash Hits. We actually sold one of those earlier. Great Smash Hits has Mona Lisa by Nat King Cole, Tex Williams, Smoke, 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 That Cigarette, the Tennessee Waltz, Les Paul, Mary Ford, Dean Martin, That's Amore, Frank Sinatra, Young at Heart, Joe Stafford, Temptation, Teenage Crush, Tommy Sands, Tom Dooley, the Kingston Trio. Is that the song Dooley, like on Andy Griffin's show? Silver Platter Service, Silver Platter Service. There's another Capitol Pops. That's a cool one. At least cool cover. George Shearing, Bob Darin, The Letterman, Wayne Newton. Still no rock on any of these. Good condition, I'll take it. Okay, I'll check it for you. Sold, Jason Boxell. Tracy Songer wants Pops. Sold. Let me check it right quick. Looks very crisp. Very nice. Thank you, Jason. What country are you watching from tonight? What country are you watching from? Great releases sound. Great new releases. Great new releases. Music to Remember, Flip Wilson, Geraldine, and Red Skelton's Rogue Gallery. Then we got some 10 inches here. We got the Humbard family, Red Harper, Mr. Texas, Paul Mickelson, and Honky Tonk Piano. Barcelona, Spain. Sweet. J.D. Conklin, FW, Flip Wilson. JD, I'll check these out. Make sure they're nice. If you want both of them, $6.99 and $6.99. Whoop, I can't get it out. There we go. Well, that inner sleeve was dog-eared. We've got it fixed now. Let me just turn it back this way. Let me just turn it back this way. There we go. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Thanksgiving Eve with us. For some people, it's Thanksgiving Day. It's actually Thanksgiving Day right now in Tennessee. My family's going to be over in about 14 hours. That gives me enough time to get some sleep. Hopefully. Okay, and then Chris Collins on Sincerely in Capital 61. All right, let me try to find that. Sincerely. Which one was Sincerely? Oh, that's something in here, Chris Collins? Oh, Sincerely, yeah. Both of these. Gotcha. It is Thanksgiving. These are really nice. All right, that's sold for $6.99 to Chris Collins. Thank you, Chris. Let me check this other one for you. That's nice. All right, let me see what's over here behind me. And I don't know if I've got the... Let me see what's in this bin. Before I get started on another half-hour crate. My energy level is... I stopped drinking V8s. Now I've kind of topped out. That's what I'm trying to do. Find some country. There you go, Tracy. Look, Ma, 4 hands. That was interesting. I guess if I'm flipping, I'll let y'all flip with me. John Philip Sousa. That's the Stars and Stripes Forever. Ooh, This is called To the Good Life. Tony Bennett, Ray Conniff, Dave Brubeck, Percy Faith. What a weird record. It's a Columbia Special Products. I wonder if some kind of airline gave that away. I bet some kind of airline, but it doesn't mention one. Oh my. Jackie Gleason's Presents. Eleanor Roosevelt. Wow, I've never seen an Eleanor Roosevelt record. Tony Lewis, Good Life. Tony Lewis, I Will Say the Good Life. And it's sealed. $6.99. Little Stereo Test Records. Let's see. You seen what? Stereo Spectacular Demonstration and Sound Effects. Yes. They're good to go. That one is. One side needs a cleaning. That's Soda Tracy. That one looks new. Lillian, I'll get to your Eleanor Roosevelt. Give me 1 second. Now, Tracy, if one of these you don't want, let me know. I'm just going to be pulling them for you, including this one. Looks like there was 3 of them. This one has a book with it. Eleanor Roosevelt sold to Lily McCurry. John Charles Thomas. The Chopin. Fayetteville High School. University of Arkansas. The Eucharists, the fabulous Eucharists from the University of Arkansas. Scott Joplin, his complete works. Wow. A 5-record box set, Scott Joplin, and a photo album. That's probably Fred's. Let me make sure there wasn't any more Stereo Test records. I don't think there was. An anthology of a musical theater, Songs for Mood, Do It With Music. Do It With Music, a pretty cool cover, the Paintbrushes. Lawrence Welk, Tommy Dorsey, McGuire Sisters. Jackie Gleason Presents Lonesome Echo. He, Washington, Spanish Eyes, Command Performance, Showboat. Is that Command Performance? No. All right, so let's sell Tracy the 3 Stereo Test records for $5, $5, and $5. So sell those 3 Stereo Test records to Tracy for $5, $5, and $5. Eleanor Roosevelt, Lily McCurry, Lillian first on the Scott. No, JD Conklin on the Scott Joplin 5 LP box. And then Lillian second, the paintbrush. Yeah, that was the one that Do It With Music. Just a compilation from Murphy Paints. Murphy Paints. It's a promotional record. It's from Decca. Ooh, not well. It's pretty dirty. I think even if you clean it though, it's going to be like VG plus. Cool cover though with the paintbrushes, but even if you cleaned it real good, it still might be VG or VG plus. Did I show y'all the front of this bin? I don't think I even looked at the front of the bin. I started right here. Tennessee State University. Hey, look at that. Think Along with Mad. That's pretty cool. Adventures in Stereo, Brunswick Stereo. Tracy probably wants to look at that. The Nightbridge Strings. Can y'all see these? Yeah. Around the Block, Around the World. Stephen Foster Melodies. Mario Lanza. Edgar Lee Masters, Spoon River Anthology. The Old Calliope Man. 101 Strings. Ladies Box. A Dance Fantasy inspired by Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Montana. What was first here? What was the music? Yeah, that was back here. Muzak. The Muzak, that was right here. Muzak. Stimulus Progression 5. Oop, I think it's a... Is it another test record? I'm not for sure what these things are, really. I think it's technically another test record, but it's actually music, but you can test your stereo. Who was first on Mad? Tracy, JD, Lillian. Mad, so to Tracy, then JD, then Lillian. Let's check it right quick. Feels like it's going to be nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool back cover, too. Alfred and M. Boy, I'm sorry if y'all hearing me yawn, but the last couple nights about this time, I've been shutting down hard, but we're still going through this stuff. Y'all are buying it. I'm selling it. And then Tracy, here is another Brunswick stereo demonstration record. This one feels like it's foreign. It is. It's a German. It is. It looks like it just needs a cleaning. Pass on the other one. No problem. Whew. Stop yawning, Chad. Stop yawning. All right. Let's see here. Also, I still got the Look Ma 4 hands. Living Stereo. The twin Con organs. Richard Desso and Robert E. Riley Jr. I got to check those Bob Hope signatures. Let's see here. Ramsey Lewis, Maiden Voyage. Ramsey Lewis, $6.99. Jim Collins, Eloquent Clarinet. Live and Swingin', Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. Look Over Here, Happy Jazz, Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. American Jazz, Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. Jerry Colonna and his Dixieland Band, He Sings and Swings. Murphy Campo and the Jazz Saints, Bourbon Street. Langanape. Double Barrel Marching Dixie. Class of 25, Fingers and Pee Wee. The Bass and Street Six playing Strictly Dixie. Dixieland, Johnny Best. Midnight in Moscow, Kenny Ball and his Jazzmen. Pete Daly's Dixieland Band. Classics and Jazz, Dixie by Daly. Happy Jazz, The First Years. Oh, excuse me. Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. Loose something. Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. Wow, there's a bunch of Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. There's another one. High Society. Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. 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 The original Dukes of Dixieland. The phenomenal Dukes of Dixieland. Audio Fidelity Stereo Disc. More of the best of the Dukes. Dukes of I keep wanting to say Disneyland. There's another Audio Fidelity test record. Jim Cullum's Happy Jazz Band. Do Wackadoo. Johnny Dodds and Kid Ory. Pure Dixieland Jazz. The Dukes of Dixieland. The Dukes of Dixieland. We found a bunch more of these. We've got about 5 signed Smother Brothers records that I've got to have verified in auction. But we got 5 or 6, and they're signed by both of them. The Shenandoah Trio. The Serendipity Singers. The Serendipity Singers. The Serendipity Singers. We've hit some folk stuff. The Serendipity Singers. John Jacob Niles sings American folk songs. Chim Chim Cheree, the New Christy Minstrels. Definitely hit the folk section. We've hit Fred's folk collection. New Christy Minstrels. New Kick, the New Christy Minstrels. New Christy Minstrels in person. The New Christy Minstrels. The Quiet Sides of the New Christy Minstrels. The Modern Folk Quartet. All right, first thing was Daniel put SB. Daniel, if that's for Smothers Brothers, I don't want to sell those right now till we have those signatures checked. And then Lillian wants the Dukes of Dixieland with the flag. That's sold to Lillian McCurry with the Confederate flag. Dukes of Dixieland. That's sold to Lillian. Now, John, you put JJN and then N. JJN and then N. John Jacob Niles sings American folk songs. John Jacob Niles is nice, and this is sold to Noah Farrell for $6.99. John Jacob Niles. That's sold to Noah Farrell for $6.99. And then N, what was N? I got you down for John Jacob Niles. And then if there is an N comment, let me know. I had a feeling Tracy'd want that one. What a cool cover. New Christy Minstrels, New Kick, sing the hits of today and tomorrow. It's in the original poly bag, and it's beautiful looking. Just at that quick peek. Nice jacket. That's sold to Tracy for $6.99. New Kick. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. All right, we was going through a hot and heavy section of the New Christy Minstrels, continuing right here. New Christy Minstrels, the Wandering Minstrels. New Christy Minstrels. The Limelighters. 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 The Lincolns. The Lincolns. Pete Seeger. Pete Seeger. Buffy Santamarie. Pete Seeger. Pete Seeger. Pete Seeger. Pete Seeger. Pete Seeger. Camp Creek Boys, Old Time String Band. The Camp Creek Boys. The Country Gentlemen. I think that's Ricky Skaggs. Charlie Waller, Dole Lawson, Bill Yates, Rick Skaggs. Rick Skaggs. Huh. Noah Farrell put B. I'm assuming B was for Buffy Santamarie. It's My Way. Superb. That sold for $6.99 to Noah Farrell, Buffy Santamarie. Great bluegrass album here being picked up by J.D. Conklin, which was The Country Gentleman. Really nice. VOA collection? What's the VOA collection? Give me 1 second, everybody. J.D. Conklin got Country Gentleman. Thank you, J.D. All right. Daniel Rosen got Camp Creek. Old Time String Band. That's sold for $6.99. Tony Bennett, sure thing. Sure thing. Country Gazette, don't give up your day job. Country Gazette, a traitor in our minds. Carl Sandburg, Flat Rock Ballads. Liberty Hootenanny. English folk songs. The best of Irish folk. Johnny Mann Singers. Beautiful Hair. Breck presents a Hootenanny. 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 America's Musical Heritage. Jack Linkletter presents the star of TV's Hootenanny. Hallelujah, Spiritual and Hi-Fi Brass. All right. Country gentleman. Tony Lewis on Irish. English. Irish. Irish folk sold to Tony Lewis. Irish folk sold to Tony Lewis. Tracy Songer on Breck. Breck presents a Hootenanny. That sold. Tracy Songer. Gus C., you were second on Irish folk. Lillian on American Musical Heritage. Uh-oh. I've lost my feeds. And Lillian wanted English folk. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh no. I'll have to go by my monitor. English folk songs also sold to Lillian. All right. Keep going. We got to, I'll know when they're turned backwards. We got right here. And this was the Olive Branch Winds of Change. Hootenanny Limelight. Country Gospel Song. Folkways. Anthology of the Banjo. Joe Maphis, Mason Williams, David Lindley, Jim McGuinn. Fred Bornstead and the Bunch Grass Band. And it even has their business card taped to the cover. Brant Bunch Grass Music Co. Sealed. Paul Burskirk. John McCormack. George Formby Souvenir. Top Pop Greats. Songs of the Cowboy. The History of Country Music, Volume 1. The Woodland Valley Singer, Last Roundup. Oldies and Goodies, Country and Western. I don't, is my chat working? My phone did something weird. Let me see what's going on. My chat. I guess y'all are still out there. Oh. Hootenanny for Orchestra, that's sealed. Hootenanny, American Folk Music. The 12-string guitar It's Pete Seeger playing Leadbelly. It's a pretty beat up box. I don't know if it's even all there. Africana Suite. Five Folk Sampler. Making History Live. Music of the Ozarks. Tennessee Folk Arts. Hope I didn't read that one. When Daliphants was in flower? Maybe because I can't read it. Johnny Man Singers. You lost Facebook chat. We are here, but we don't see any Facebook comments coming through. Okay. Well, okay, there was a... Oh, boy. I think something happened. Yeah, I knew I got disconnected for a second. Noah's the first comment I see, PS. And then I called Country Gospel. Is that going through? You got it now. Let me check. Let me go ahead and do these one at a time then. All right, so Noah, what was your PS comment? And then Daniel, let me check your Country Gospel here. Country Gospel song. It's good to go. That is sold to Daniel for $6.99. All right. Now, if there's something else that y'all commented, because I missed a lot more, the Pete Seeger Leadbelly. Okay, so that was recent. And then JD put AF. That might have been something. JD, AF. American Folk, possibly. Noah, this is... It's got 2 discs in it. If you want it. The box is pretty much destroyed. This disc is okay. And this disc is okay. Those are okay discs. The box is destroyed. I will sell it to you for $6.99. And then American Folk Music. A supplement to the life treasury of American folklore. It's good to go. So that's sold to JD for $6.99. It's been a great night, folks. We've been here since 7 p.m. and we've sold a lot of vinyl. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. I think we're going to end up selling 8 or 9 crates. And I don't think there's a few more in here I hadn't shown because I hadn't turned them around. Country and Western. That's an Empty Jacket. Songs of the Mountain. The Folk Scene. Folk Songs. Hootenanny, Hootenanny. Okay, I showed all those. All right, now. Oh, last thing. A Pete Seeger box sold $99. Last thing is, let me bring over those Tony Bennett records. Tony Lewis is gonna. He asked to claim some individually. So I had 50 Tony Bennett albums earlier for $150. No, excuse me, I had 30. I had 30 Tony Bennett albums earlier for $150. No takers. I was disappointed to say the least. But now we will split them up. I guess I'll do $6.99. I mean, typically we mark a lot of these 10 and 15 if they're nice. But for y'all tonight, since no one took the bundle, and they were $5, but I'll make them $6.99. So the way I'll do this is I'll flip through them, and if you want me to stop on one, comment like you're buying it. If it's nice, I'll sell it to you. So first thing we have is, so these 30 Tony Bennett's was 150. These are all Tony Bennett albums. We have Hometown, My Town, Tony Bennett, Count Basie and his orchestra. Tony Lewis on, well, right off the bat. Okay, home. Let's see here. Hometown, My Town. It's a white label promo. Wow. Half off bins. You missed 2 half off bins. I think we did 2, everybody, didn't we? It needs cleaning, Tony, but it's nice, and it's a promo. I'm going to go ahead and put your name on it. Well, actually, I'm going to put it in a crate, and sometime on Friday, somebody's going to put your name on it. That's sold to Tony for $6.99. Tony gets Tony. So, back to where I was. In person, just one of those things. Long ago, greatest hits. I Want to Be Around. Mr. Broadway. That one's just called Tony. Long. Superb. So that's sold to Tony for $6.99. Mr. Broadway. What a nice looking record. Jacket. The inner sleeve is crisp and looks brand new. Nice. This is sold to Tony Lewis for $6.99. Hits. I'm assuming Tony doesn't want that, so Boone Tar, I'll sell it to you. That's a 1962 original, and that was super clean, $6.99. Hits. Nice. That's sold to Boone Tar for $6.99. The Beat of My Heart. Cloud 7. Sunrise, Sunrise. Sings great hits of today. Carnegie Hall. Carnegie Hall. Let's see here. Beat. I'll check. Some of these could be. I don't really know. I've never looked at any of the labels, so it's really hard to tell unless we look at them. We don't know till we check them. This is a stock copy. Nice, though. That's sold to Tony Lewis. $6.99. I can usually tell if they should be on a 6i, as long as Tony don't buy them. Love Story. I've Gotta Be Me. Sings for 2. Let me look at this one. Sings for 2 is probably a 6i. Boy, what a crisp inner sleeve. Oh, but beautiful. Some of these I've never seen before. Boy, you know, and what a prolific career. This guy, I mean, he's died since then, but he made music with Lady Gaga, as y'all know. I think, yeah, Lady Gaga. So this one is sold to Tony. I was already on my way checking that one, and then he also wants Sings. No, wait a minute. Love Story. Love Story right here. Patrick, which one was BE? Be Me? Gotta Be Me? Is that what your BE comment's for? This is a 70s label, but it's nice. I think it's a 70s album, though. I think this is a 70s album. Doing Theme from the Valley of the Dolls. This is probably a 2i. What a nice jacket, though. I mean, for a black cover, there's almost no signs of wear on it. Original Capitol inner sleeve. There's Dylan's Nashville Skyline. Boy, thing looks brand new. Sell that to Patrick for $6.99 unless he says otherwise. If I Ruled the World, Something, as in George Harrison's song Something, is all-time Hall of Fame hits. Many Moods. Many Moods. Jet Set, that's right here. Songs for the Jet Set. Patrick did get the record I've already put away from. Thank you for confirming. This has a demonstration sticker on it. That one has a promo sticker. Jet Set sold to Tony Lewis. There's some writing on the back, unfortunately, though. Looks like notes, a couple notes. Boone Tar on hits. Things Hall of Fame hits. Superb. That's sold to Boone Tar for $6.99. All right, finishing up this stack, we got the Movie Song album. Another Carnegie Hall. Well, that's volume 1. What did we have earlier? This is at Carnegie Hall. This one says at Carnegie Hall volume. Maybe they split them up later. Tony on Movie. The Movie Song album. Columbia 2i polyline bag. Nice. Beautiful, actually. Movie sold to Tony. Tony buying Tony's. Alone Together. If I Left My Heart in San Francisco. Alone Together. That's a 6i. It's in the original baggie. Beautiful condition. That's sold to Tony Lewis. Tony buying Tony. A Time for Love. Patrick Lear, San Francisco. This has always been a popular one. Boy, what a beautiful jacket. Wow, crisp inner sleeve. This doesn't feel like it's been pulled out too many times. Phenomenal. That is sold to... So, Tony Lewis got the Movie, and he got Alone Together. JD, you were second on Movie. Patrick first on San Francisco. Rick Maggers, which I think if you're a first-time viewer, welcome. If there's anybody that has found us late here, we do this every night. Typically not this late. This is pretty unusual, especially for... but it's the day before a holiday, so a lot of people's probably off tomorrow. And but yeah, so if you don't end up buying something, come check us out every night. We're here every night doing this, but sometimes we are on here this late. Boy, these Tony Bennett albums have been remarkably nice. I mean, these are OG pressings from the 50s and 60s, and they look brand new. Jackets and vinyl. All right, that's sold. Summer 42. Of course, I'm kind of giving Tony asked to see the Tony records, so I'm kind of letting him pick. But if y'all see something you want and he ends up passing or he doesn't want it, then y'all want one to get in line. When Lights Are Low, that's a nice one. That's one I don't see too often. To My Wonderful One, My Heart Sings, and In Person, Tony Bennett. When Lights, that was this one here. Yeah, that was already nice. Oh, yeah. Tony Lewis gets that, $6.99. And To My Wonderful, yeah. Tony's picking up all the ones that I have never seen or haven't seen too many times. There's another 6i Columbia. Whew. Incredible. Let's check out these Carnegie Halls. And Tony also wants Heart Sings. All right, let me check that one first. Boy, it also looks like it's going to be pristine. Yeah. Actually, the disc is check condition. That's probably like VG Plus, JD. That one's check condition. That's going to be like VG Plus. Just let me know if you still want it. Okay, now Carnegie, let's show the 2 LP first. Lillian asked for this. So this is a gatefold 2 LP. Okay, and this is on a Columbia 2i, white Columbia, black stereo. And it says Tony Bennett, Carnegie Hall. That disc said part 1. This one says part 2, okay? So that must be the full concert. $6.99. And then this one says volume 1. And it's also on a Columbia 2i. No stereo at the bottom. So I don't know why they split that up, but obviously if you want the full concert, Lillian, you'll want that one. Tony says he still will take this, which was the check condition one, for $6.99. That's still sold to him. And then Lillian, if you want that, just let me know. And Boontar was next. Okay. And Boontar, I still have a volume 1. If she buys the 2 LP, there's another volume 1. She wants the 2 LP. Okay. So Boontar, there's a volume 1, just a single disc. I think it looks like they pressed it in a volume 1, kind of volume 2 type deal. Yeah, so yeah, I'll go through what's left. Originally, there was 30 records here, and I was going to do them all for $150. We've split them up at $6.99 each, and we may end up selling them all. So kind of in reverse order. The last record we showed was the first record, In Person, Tony Bennett, with Count Basie and his orchestra. And I actually have 2 of those. Okay. Then we had Tony Bennett, Just One of Those Things. We had I Want to Be Around. I Want to Be Around. Tony, which is self-titled. That's got to be one of his first ones. Correct label. So Boontar Lillian took the two LP. If you decide you want the single LP, let me know. Cloud 7 featuring Chuck Wayne. Sunrise, Sunset. Sings the great hits of today. He's doing Eleanor Rigby. Tony Bennett's Something. The Many Moods of Tony. And then there's that Volume 1 Carnegie Hall. Tony Lewis says he wants the Tony album. Tony is So to Tony by Tony Lewis. By Tony Bennett to Tony Lewis. The Tony album is So to Tony, which is Tony Bennett, So to Tony Lewis. Lillian wants Hits of Today. Let's check that one. Half the concert. No, I think I still want to keep it at $6.99. Because I'm about to bundle everything that's left now that it's a cheaper bundle. I'll sell it to you for $5 instead of $6.99. I don't know about half. I'll sell it to you for $5 because that's what I'm about to make the bundle price. I don't know if I'm ready to start selling records for $3.50. No Bill Evans, Tony Bennett. I hadn't seen it. J.D. Conklin wants Something, as in something in the way she moves. Attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she woos me. That is sold to J.D. Conklin for $6.99. And Boontar takes that for $5. Now, for those that's maybe lingering around like, what's left? So we had 30 albums for $150. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 albums for $40. Or if you just want one of those, $35. So now you can have what's left for $35, or if you want both of those and you can give the other one to somebody else, let me know. Yeah, this is the last thing. I got to stop after this. J.D. Conklin wants Cloud 9. Never mind, we're still selling these individually. J.D. Conklin on Cloud 7, not 9. Columbia 6i. It's good to go. Sell that to J.D. Conklin. I was almost falling asleep there for a second, but I've been on a different schedule this week. I've been getting to the store I've been up since, oh my gosh. I woke up early this morning. For me, typically when I'm still awake or going to sleep, I woke up this morning. So I guess I woke up at 5 or 6 a.m. So I've been going around for a while. I've been up 18 hours? Is that 18 hours? Count Basie. Sure thing. Let's see which one's the nicest. I'm done. Me too. Daniel, we're also finished. I wish I could have found more country. I know it's around here, but, there's a white label promo. There's a white label promo, but it's like in VG minus condition. Patrick, you might have already got off, but there's a white label. And then this one. Mine's been. Tracy, I think there was 60. Okay, so that one's nice. So, Lillian, you can have the nice 6i, or you can have a VG minus white label promo. Tracy, I think there were 60 records you got. So that was 420, right? Yeah, 420. Oh my gosh, I hadn't sat down. Oh, I guarantee when I get to my house, I'll probably fall asleep on my couch before I make it to my bed. The nice one. That's what I figured. Boy, what a great night. Thanks everybody. And I had a feeling before the end of the night all those Tonys would get gone in one way or another. He's way too popular. All right, so my last trick, if anybody's interested, we're down to just a few now. So we have these right here. Chris says, I'll take the Tony that was put back and the promo. Somebody already bought the Tony that was put back. No, they didn't. It's still here. And he says he wants the promo. Boontar, Chris Collins just claimed it before you. So those are also sold. So make sure Chris gets the white label promo. They're self-titled. Those are sold to Chris for $6.99 and $6.99. Now we're down to 4 Tony Bennett albums. Who wants them for $20? We're down to 4. The Many Moods, Sunrise, Sunrise, I Want to Be Around, and Just One of Those Things. Now we're down to 4. Lawrence Welk. Oh yeah, let me see on that. Let me check. I think I told them to let me know the numbers actually, because I was going to give you a bundle. Yes. I think I asked. Maybe I was supposed to ask them. I thought I was going to ask G or Melanie to count them. Oh boy, I see another crate y'all would buy a bunch of stuff out of, but we got to stop. We got to stop. This is signed by Al Hurt. Look, I found another autograph. I've had his signature before. That's signed by Al Hurt. Is all these signed by Al Hurt? I think I've hit a pocket of autographs over here, which is not... I'm not surprised. Wow. So there's... Oh, more Smothers Brothers. Yep. Here, this one's not signed. I bet somebody wants this one. This one's not signed. $6.99. 15, 20 sold. JD, I was about to sell them to you, but Lillian said she would do the 20. So I never leave money on the table. So if you do want them, I'll sell them to you for 20. If not, I'll sell them to Lillian. Just let me know. That's these 4, but you can have them. Lillian also wants Smothers Brothers for $6.99. When I have those signatures pre-checked, if they're not too expensive, I'll go ahead and sell those too. Oh, I need some chapstick. My lips are killing me. What's in this tub here? What's crazy, guys and gals, is we have enough tubs here just from Fred's collection. We could do this. I mean, we went through what, 4 tubs right then? All right, so these are sold to Lillian. Those 4 Tonys for 20 and Smothers Brothers for $6.99. So we went through 4 tubs there. It took us, what, an hour and a half? I think I got started like at 1. Took an hour and a half. And there's 6 tubs behind me. And by the front door right now, there's about 6 more stacked up. So just going through them and reading off the titles takes hours to do it this kind of pace. And you actually see more if you really slow down and read off the title, if you're just flipping, you think you're looking at them all, but you're not. You'll miss something. I'm over here trying to peek it to try to find a few last-minute sales, but if you really have pause and read them and look at them, you'll find more than you realize. But man, yeah. I wish we could just do this around the clock. If I didn't have to sleep, I would just do this around the clock with y'all. And there's some others. That's the only one. We have about 10. I don't know. There may be 10. There may be 7. But we've got a bunch more autographed. We have a bunch autographed. So I got to get those checked. Way off topic, do you ever have anything Les Pull or Primus? Yes. And Franklin, I can order you some too. If you're looking for stuff. Those will be new LPs. Those will be new LPs, but yeah, we will. If you want to send our page a message, maybe some albums you're looking for. Sometimes we get Primus and Claypool pre-owned. Sometimes that comes through pre-owned, but a lot of times we have to order it. Those kind of records are difficult, especially Primus, to try to find originals. And then Les Claypool's pretty modern, relatively, so you have to just typically order new ones, or we wait till we get pre-owned ones in collections, and then they'll be in the bins. Wow, 2:23 a.m. But yeah, those Smothers, if they're not too valuable, I don't know what those things. Let me just see what a Smothers Brothers signed. We may sell them without having to pay to have them authenticated. Let's see here. Smothers Brothers signed. I doubt they're like, expensive, like hundreds or anything. I bet they're like, I was thinking probably like 30 to 50. Yeah, here's 155. It's personalized. There's one, no COA 16. COA 55. Yeah, when you get the COA, it jumps up there to around 50. I'll probably won't have them authenticated and then sell them just, for auction, and then we'll see what happens. So, no record store day for us. We don't do record store day. So any of the new stuff that comes out Friday for record store day, we will not have. No record store day for us. We've never been approved. I was told through the grapevine, and neither one of these make a lot of sense, but I was told we sell too much and we sell too much online. That's what I just was told about a month ago from our main distributor. He said, we sell too much and we sell too much online, which they consider this online, which I think is totally bogus, but that's okay. We don't need them. They don't. What did Frank Costanza say? You have to be a Seinfeld fan. They don't want us. I don't want them. Or something like that. You know how Frank Costanza's always yelling? If they don't want me, I don't want them. Or something like that. Who is he talking about? I'd love to do it. I mean, I love what it's about, but we've been trying for 5 years, so 6 years going on. We've been trying for going on 6 years. I mean, and we know stores that open up and they get approved like 2 months later here locally. A store in Mount Juliet, which that's great. But I think it's kind of weird they don't let us. It's like, I'm pretty sure I'm the only store I know of that's been declined. That's a record store. I don't know anybody else that's been declined, like really, around here, or I've never seen anybody that's been turned down, really. So I don't understand it. And we could sell the heck out. I mean, I understand if we could sell the heck out of stuff. I know they have stuff left over. they always have stuff left over, and I'm like, man, we could sell that for y'all. We could, what's the big deal? Just ship it to us and we'll sell it. But I mean, we would sell here in the store first. That's what I tried to send them in an email. Like, we're not going to try to sell it in our store. We're going to do like everybody else I see that does it. They're going to sell it in their store, and then they're going to put the leftovers on their website and Facebook. We're going to do the same thing. We would sell it here in our store Friday morning, Friday night, or whenever the cutoff is. We would sell it here on Facebook. So, I don't know. We'll keep applying. I think we've applied every cycle since 2019. Because we figured it'd just help get people in the store, and all of our, we have a lot of customers local, so here in Tennessee, if you look at it on a map, if you start traveling further west into Nashville, there's all kinds of record stores. There's 10, 12 now. I don't know. There's a ton. But if you start traveling east down I-40, between me and, I used to say Knoxville, but the long-standing record store in Knoxville closed, Ravens. They went out of business. So, like, there's no record stores on like a 70-mile stretch. There's nothing. There's not even one in Cookeville. That's a pretty big town, that's open and participates, that could participate in Record Store Days. So it's amazing how from east of Nashville, we're really like the only store, and there's nothing for miles. A huge radius, there's nobody. So all those people have to go into Nashville, and everybody avoids Nashville unless you live in Nashville. Unless you're going to a game or a concert or a bachelorette party, I'm very sleepy. I can't talk right now. A bachelor party or I can't say it. It's not going to come out. So, do a customer petition. We did. Back in 2020, we sent over 200 emails. 200 or 300 customers emailed and asked. We have one in Bristol. Yeah. After you start traveling east here, there's almost none. And of course, a lot of y'all, we have people who watch like in Canada, and we have people that watch like out in Idaho. That guy out in Idaho said his closest record store is like 2 hours. I think he's in the middle of nowhere. And he says it's like they've got like 3 bins of new vinyl, so he don't even go out there. And somebody else, I think the guy in Canada that buys the Pink Floyd records from us, he's like 55 minutes from a record store. So, I don't know. It's weird. But there's not many record stores east of us at all. None that participate. I don't think there's anybody in Cookeville. If you're here in Lebanon, Tennessee, you got Lebanon, and then Smith County is the next county over where I'm from. There's nothing there. That's a blip on the map, really. 2 small towns, Carthage and Gornville. Then you got Cookeville, which is a big town, a college town. There's a college there where I went to school, Tennessee Tech, and there's no music store. There's no record store. They've all closed or went out of business. There was Compact Discovery, which I bought him out. He was going to close, and I bought all of his stuff. And then you got Crossville. I don't think there's a record store in Crossville. There's a flea market, which I used to go to, but no record stores. And then you get Knoxville. And I think there's at least one left in Knoxville. But Knoxville's a big town, and one of the biggest long-standing stores up there just closed. So McKay's. There you go, McKay's, yeah. So McKay's is a record store in Knoxville. Ravens, which, like I said, they closed. And there may be another one, but I don't think there's anything else in that whole range. And that's what, 100 miles of interstate? I-40, and there's no record stores. So I forget about McKay's in Nashville too. They're big. I forget about McKay's. You got the Great Escape. You got Murfreesboro. I mean, but that's not really due east. I'm talking about like straight east. But there's a couple places in Murfreesboro. So if any record store day representatives are watching, we're trying to be nice, and we want to help. We want to help the music industry, okay? And we're very good at that. We have the largest Facebook and YouTube show on social media every night, with a combined audience of a lot of people. Our YouTube channel just hit 10 million views. We just hit 10 million views on our YouTube channel. So that was a milestone. All righty, folks. Great time to yak, 2:45 or 2:43 a.m., right? Laura's been the back pricing records. She's still listening to me yak. I think everybody's went to bed. We're down to 80 people. Actually, we're down to, well, it says 23 on X, but I don't think that counts. We're down to about 58 people, which is still amazing. There's 58 people listening to me talk and rant at 2:43 a.m. So you'll hear a lot of people ask Friday when we're doing a show, where's the record store day, and you'll hear me give an abbreviated answer this time. Next time, I won't go into my full rant, but it kind of upsets me as a store owner, but mostly because of the customers, mostly because of y'all. It inconveniences y'all and frustrates y'all because people want to buy it from us, and so get what I'm saying? Okay, I have got to get off here because I have to clean up and get home and go to bed. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you. Good night. And we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. No, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Thursday, let me use days instead of tomorrow's. Thursday, no sale tomorrow. Friday, I'll be back at 7. Paul will be here Saturday at 7. I'll be watching college football. Sunday, comics and toys, records and knives, or comics and toys, coins and knives. So for this week, we still got 4 more shows. Yeah. Good night. See y'all Friday. Metal Friday. Metal Friday. What we can come up with. I don't know if Laura can get a comment in time, but before I end the stream, but I was told we're pretty low on metal for Metal Friday. We'll see what we can come up with, though. We got to get Paul out to buy a new collection. We got to get Paul to find a metal collection. All right. I'm hitting the button. Thanks and good night.